I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, chopper. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, Tinubu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love it. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. I don't see them fire. That's why when they ever enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, to be the Tinubu, I be the master. Refinery, the contract that you wife, but you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Let me be the master.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
ojoojúmọ́ ni mo ń pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yọ lání ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá pẹ̀ràn nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀ ẹ má forí wórí ìkìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹni forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé. àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́.
Ebu lójú ọ̀nà ọ̀sán nìkan wò ó.
Okay now.
Dúpẹ́ ẹsẹ̀ fífi máa ń pẹ́. Àsìpadà wa tàdó wẹ́ẹ́dì ìfọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n.
Okay.
Ọkọ̀ yẹn ló fi fi ìdílé anya. Màmá mú sí na nwa m etogo kwa. Maka na nwa m jelu mba, o wee bute ike. Ọganihu na-ebute ilo nwanne m. Ọta mewe nke ya dịka akpa ya jọkwa.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa akíntọ́lá ọmọ ogun wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n ń pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀mí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ ọ̀túnbá sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there. Hopefully I can be heard. There it is right there. Here I am, there you are, and here we are. So here we are. So here we are. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company and all that. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀, that's what Wasiu Ayinde was praise singing to Tinubu. Maybe he should praise sing that to himself, you know. In Yoruba land, we say, Akwemora la nkwe temidire. You wish yourself well first before you wish others. So, Akwemora la nkwe temidire. So, Akwemora la nkwe temidire and all that. Good day to you. The Nigerian political landscape, of course, a gift that forever keeps on giving. Not never a dull moment, and certainly not a dull period that we're in now, with the goings on that is going on, Atiku Abubakar, etc., and Peter Obi and his endless lies. All of that, and Tinubu, has Tinubu been cornered? That's the thing, because it's been plummeted right, left, and center, and we're not seeing any fight back, really. We see Daniel Boala come out and try to laugh it off. We see Reno Mokri still making affectations as though it was of some importance, but we're not seeing any really aggressive pushback against what's going on at the moment. So the momentum seems to be with the Article coalition now, as they are trying to pull together then what would then land them in Asoro. What will land them, by them I mean him, of course, the whole narrative wraps around Atiku Abubakar, Obi becoming lesser and less of a player within the Game of Thrones that is going on within the Nigerian space. So it's intrigues and it's subterfuge, it's sleight of hand, it's Machiavellian maneuverings and all of that. Multi-dimensional chess games being played. But in Yoruba land, another idiom that we say, they say, Ijon, Egunla, ó máa ń gbẹ̀yìn ìjó ni. Egunla is always, the big masquerade is always the last to dance. So we've had a lot, of course. We've never stopped hearing from Peter Obi anyway, because I think he must have some sort of a mental psychological tick that he always has to be in the news cycle. We've never stopped hearing from him since February 2023, when he was soundly flogged at the elections. He's been crying for 3 years. Going on 3 years solid now. He will cry some more, by the way. He probably cry for 8 years. Maybe after 4 years, he'll go. By March, April, May, let's say May, after we've gone through the legal cycle of that 2027 election, we will never hear from Peter Obi again. He will make one last big statement that, oh, the country is did that. I have done my bit. I need to take my rest, and it will disappear. And then occasionally you might well hear from him every now and then, but almost certainly he will just disappear into the ethers. It will go into the fog, never to be seen again. After February 2027, we never expect to see Peter Obi again. But who will we be seeing post February 2027 is the question. There are only two answers. There's a binary choice. Who will be seen post February 2027? Is either Atiku, Halliburton Abubakar, or Tinubu. Those are the two options. Still, it remains the two options. The two options that cycled 2023 still remains the two options that will cycle 2027. So a lot of things going on. So now, if Tinubu wins that election, it gives Nigeria a clean slate for a breath of fresh air. It opens up the breathing space for the country to actually breathe and look to the future with some optimism. Because if Tinubu wins that election, Tinubu will be the last of the Mohicans. It will be the last of that generation of politicians to ever rule Nigeria. So Tinubu marks that space off. But if Atiku wins, it is actually tantamount to when Buhari won against Goodluck Jonathan. It will be a very regressive thing if Atiku wins. And let me tell you what will happen. By the way, anytime I pause, I'm having a sip of water. So let me tell you what will happen. If Atiku wins that election, the foreign reserves that Tinubu has been building over the last two years, they're about 2 years a bit more, which is around about 40 something billion dollars now. That, of course, will be a lot more than that by the time February comes, February 2027. If Atiku wins, that foreign reserve, pew, is gone. That will be the first thing that they'll just loot it. So they'll loot that, and of course they will resent the Lagos Calabar Superhighway because it's an infrastructure in the south. So that Lagos Calabar Superhighway will become yet another white elephant project, and because it's gulping up so much money as well. So what are you talking about, Ufuoma? Are you male or female, by the way? Because that Ufuoma name It's a unisex name, isn't it? So what are you? Are you male or female? So yes, if Atiku wins that election, the foreign reserves is gone immediately, and then they will tell you they met nothing in the coffers. That was what we had under Buhari. When Buhari came in, Goodluck Jonathan said he left $30 billion in the coffers. Buhari said he met absolutely zero in the coffers. So the first thing they did was to loot whatever it is Goodluck Jonathan left in the foreign reserve. So ditto, and that's the form, by the way, of especially a Fulani sort of presidency. It's just there to steal. And the first thing they will do is to loot however much Tinubu lives in the foreign reserve. So that will be looted. And then the Lagos Calabar Superhighway, that will be abandoned. I think we all know that. They might, the Sokoto Badagry one even will be abandoned as well. So they abandon that. So however much Tinubu progresses it now is where that project will stop. If Atiku wins, the students' loan fund that will be abandoned, of course. The credit score scheme will be abandoned. They will keep the tax reforms because that generates even more money for them to loot. And we all know how it will go. And Atiku himself has always made the promise that if he ever becomes president, the first thing he will sell will be the NNPC. So he will sell the NNPC to his Abu Dhabi friends, and that will be the end of Solomon Grundy. It will be worse than what we experienced under Buhari, and the insurgency, the Fulani wave into the south. It will multiple, it will double over. It will be twice as much as what we got under Buhari because Atiku Abubakar, for all of the veneer of refinement, is still very much an ethnic jingoist very much in the manner. It's a Fulani supremacist in very much in the manner of Buhari. He would let his people run amok in the south, grabbing land, killing people, and slaughtering, just as we witnessed 8 years I think you all know this, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, by the way. There's nobody that in the deeper recesses of their minds do not know that this is what's going to happen. So that is what an Atiku presidency would look like. It will never be an improvement of what's going on now. None of the sufferings that people claim they are suffering now will change. It will not reinstate the fuel subsidy. That will not happen. It will just say let it run its course. It will not reinstate the subsidy on the naira because that gives more of an abundance into the federal coffers for him to steal even more. So nothing will change. I'm waiting for the campaigns to start actually to see what sort of argument it presents in terms of where the pain pressures are for the country and what it's going to do to ameliorate them. Do you see? So we all know. So the pain pressures are the subsidies that is vesting hardship upon the country. But then what is it going to do differently to ameliorate that suffering? That's where the question is. So is it a reversal of policy or they will, so there's so many things, but we all know what we're going to get from Atiku because Atiku is a known quantity. There's nobody in Nigeria that does not know what Atiku is and what Atiku represents. So under an Atiku presidency, there will be no surprises. Suffering will be your portion. If Atiku becomes president, by the way, then essentially that becomes the enslavement of the South. Because you will have to go. Atiku is going to serve 8 years, by the way. Never mind whatever it is that he promises to the Southeasterners that, oh, I will serve 4 years and give it to Obi. If you believe that, then your retardation is beyond treatment. You are retarded beyond cure. If you believe that if Atiku becomes president, something he has been chasing for almost like a third of his life, and then he finally gets it, and you don't want he's telling you then he's not going to get the fullness of the experience of it. If you believe that Atiku is going to serve one term and then hand over to the retarded guy from Oka, if you believe that, then your retardation is beyond treatment. You are beyond. You are a hopeless case. You are irredeemable. If you believe that Atiku will serve one time, if you believe that Peter Obi will serve one time to ditto, but Peter Obi is never going to be president. But that's how it's going to play out. But there it is. And I wasn't even going to open up by I wasn't even going to open the session by saying that. But having said all that, please click on the like button if you haven't done that. Please subscribe if you haven't done that. Please share the links. Actually, I have to start insisting that people share the links. Actually, I'm not quite sure that this platform actually gets the level of loyalty that it should expect from its audience. If you go to all of those obedient typobian platforms, they take it on like a mission. They share it widely within their own cycle, and you see the exponential growth. But you come to spaces like this, people just consume, and they even think they're doing you a favor by viewing it. If you can't share it, if you cannot come on screen and you cannot share the links, then maybe you really shouldn't be here. You are just like a pickpocket. You contribute nothing and you consume a lot. So don't be a pickpocket. Share the links. So click on the like button, subscribe if you are not already subscribed, share the links just as widely as you can. If you feel inclined towards having a conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join us, or come join me. It's only me at the moment. So if you feel like having a conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, come join me on the screen, share your thoughts, engage me in conversation. It's never an easy ride here though, because you will be pushed on your views, but you'll also be given the room to give it expression. But you cannot come here if you are a Peter Obi. You cannot come here because this is a lie free zone. No lies allowed here. So a Peter Obi would not survive a minute in a place like this. But all that, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and join me on the screen. Super chat towards the stream, of course. Super chat towards the stream. Nobody ever does apart from one person anyway. But there it is. We soldier on anyway. Yeah, no, but that's the thing, though. This is the thing. It says that one man, the day the platform begins to speak like obedience, you will see the difference. Of course, I know that, and I've always known that. But I am not for Peter Obi. That's just the thing, because I think the guy is probably the biggest fraudster within the Nigerian political space. It will be Nigeria will be heady. Imagine if Peter Obi was president. Imagine a Yoruba man cannot walk down the street in Lagos anymore now for the arrogance and the insult of. Let me play you this clip. This was when these people killed the Saldana, and this is what they came out with. The cries that you are going to hear in this clip is the cries of the Saldana when he was being killed during that coup, Izogu and all that. So this is the sort of people that they are. So yes, yeah. If God really detests the Yoruba race and Peter Obi becomes president, that would be our fortune. Life would be a hellish experience, even in your own land, for the arrogance of these Chinedus and all that. But I've even started on an ethnos. I didn't even, there's no preparation. Maybe that's why even maybe that's why we're not seeing the push that we should be seeing. There's never really any preparation. I just pick the talking points. I pick what seems to be trending in the news. I come in organically. I open my mouth, and then hopefully that the wrong things don't come out. But in some instances, maybe too often instances, the wrong things do. But that's just the nature of the space. It's an organic fluid sort of an experience. But enough of all that. Like, share, subscribe, share the links as widely as you can, super chats towards the stream, all that. So all that, let's kick it off, start it off with this one. And this is now, I'm not, when I saw this headline, I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. Is this, I think, let me read you the headline first. It says, no one single-handedly made Buhari president in 2015. This is the former secretary to the government, boss Mustafa. So, of course, if this is the voice of Buhari essentially coming out from Daura or Kaduna, wherever he is. But why are they making this statement is the question. So if you have to read into this statement that Buhari is trying to uncouple an obligation to Tinubu that he made him president. So if he's looking to uncouple that obligation to Tinubu that Tinubu made him president, then why is he doing that? So if he uncouples that obligation, then he's not obliged to support Tinubu in 2027. That is really the broader reading of this. No one single-handedly made Buhari president in 2015. Former secretary to the government, Boss Mustafa, the secretary to the government of the federation in the Buhari-led administration, denied on Wednesday that Buhari became president in 2015 as a result of the efforts of a specific All Progressive Congress leader. At a book launch in Abuja, the former SGF, who stated he did not wish to cause any controversy, claimed that Buhari already had 12 million votes and that 3 million more had been added as a result of the legacy parties mergers. So if Buhari had already had 12 million votes and it's been contesting and losing for 3 cycles solid, so what was then the deciding factor that finally tipped him over the finishing line? That is the thing, because that deciding factor is the person that actually made him president, and I think we all know who. But there it is. So that's Buhari then looking then to uncouple his obligation to Tinubu. So let me just give you about 4 paragraphs of this, and then we move on. Pardon me, I was sniveling and spluttering because I seem to be carrying some sort of a flu or whatever it is. So pardon all that if you're hearing some funky noise. Boss Mustafa, the secretary to the government of the federation in the Buhari-led administration, denied on Wednesday that Buhari became president in 2015 as a result of the efforts of a specific All Progressives Congress leader. At a book launch in Abuja, the former SGF, who stated that he did not wish to cause any controversy, claimed that Buhari already had 12 million votes and that 3 million more had been added as a result of the legacy parties merger. When Tinubu visited Ogun State in June 2022 to rally party members for the APC's special presidential convention, he talked about his unmatched contribution towards making Buhari president. In his well-known declaration that it was his time to lead the nation, Tinubu made it clear that he had appointed Buhari as president, selected Professor Yemi Oshin-Bajo as his running mate, and elected Dapo Abiodun as the governor of Ogun State. Tinubu had explained that he was revealing the information for the first time because he felt compelled to speak. He says, if not for me talking to you today, Buhari would not have been president. It has been over 25 years since I have been serving them. This one sitting here, I think we even have the clip anyway. So if you understand Yoruba language, then you probably get the resonance of it. But I think we have the Milokon clip. So this is what Boss Mustafa has finally now come out to respond to.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́, mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ yáwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn.
So that was what Boss Mustafa was responding to. So we go on from that to this. You know, there's so many moving parts. There are things going on. There are several layers of things going on within the Nigerian political landscape at the moment that neither or none of us, not myself, not you listening to to the sound of my voice, is aware of. You know, none of us are aware of what these people are actually cooking, scheming. We may well all just being, maybe we're all just being gamed. We don't know. And there's a residual sense, there's a niggling sense at the back of the recesses that gives that sensation that somebody is gaming us somewhere. Not even Peter Obi gaming us, because Peter Obi's game is obvious, but the Tinubu El Rufai article sort of caused. They are playing some multi-dimensional moves that will only really be unraveled in February 2027. Why am I saying this? Ex-Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Tinubu's aide Ononuga meet in Abuja. So they don't look especially pleased to be in each other's company. Look at that stiff chin that Ononuga is trying to wear, and look at that killer look that El Rufai is wearing right there. So Nasir El Rufai, a former governor of Kaduna State, has been captured sitting beside Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy. The duo were captured in a photo at the launch of a book authored by Garba Shehu, a former media aide to ex-President Muhammadu Buhari. Other dignitaries at the book launch include former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, ex-military head of state Yakubu Gowon, the Minister of Information, among several others. The book titled, according to the President, Lessons from a Presidential Spokesman's Experience, was launched at the Shehu Musa Yar'Adua Center in Abuja. In a short statement issued shortly after the event, Shehu expressed gratitude to all those who graced the occasion. He said, the event brought together an impressive lineup of dignitaries, from former heads of state and vice presidents to ministers and leading media figures. I take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to you for the support you have extended to me over the years, he added. So it's really the picture that we are looking at. So this is still Boss Mustafa. CPC, ACN, ANPP gave Buhari only 3 million votes. This is my God, the plot thickens what's going on. But no, so maybe circumstances forced them to be at the same event, but those circumstances forced them to be sat right next to each other, with the tension palpable just from the photo. So that's El Rufai right there, and Tinubu's spokesperson. I don't think this guy is quite a good enough substitute for Ajuri Ngalali. I think it was a better spokesperson. So now to the headline piece. Why Tinubu is losing popularity. This is from the squeaky voice that is Reno Omokri. There was a particular spin that Shegun Law put on his name. Don't make a mockery of your name, was what Shegun Law was saying when he was chasing him up and down regarding the Lagos Calabar Superhighway. So yes, why Tinubu is losing popularity. This is Reno Omokri trying to give us the reasons why. Reno Omokri, an aide to former President Goodluck Jonathan, has explained why it seems the popularity of President Bola Tinubu is waning. Omokri made the explanation on Wednesday whilst fielding questions on Channels Television's Politics Today program. He was asked by the TV host why it seems the popularity of President Bola Tinubu is going low. According to Omokri, the dip in popularity of elected leaders is always the case in Nigeria. And so the case of Tinubu wasn't exceptional. So I wouldn't even say that this is unique or peculiar. They call it a mid-term blues. That's what they call it. It's the same in America. It's certainly here in the UK and pretty much anywhere where democracy is being practiced. The sitting government always have a mid-term dip, especially when they call by elections in the UK here. Whichever the ruling party is, they always hemorrhage a lot of votes. But then when they get back to the general election, haven't done a cycle to complete whatever it is that they are looking to campaign on, then of course it's a mid-term blues is really what they call that. But and I think that's what Remno Mokri is trying to explain. But him narrowing it to Nigeria is actually a universal norm, a universal norm. Why Tinubu is losing popularity? This is Reno Mokri, the funky dancer. I'll bring you a clip of I saw a clip of Reno Mokri dancing about 3-4 years ago, and I've never been able to take him seriously ever since. It's just the most ludicrous. I'm not quite sure actually so sure who is worse a person, Reno Mokri or Peter Obi. Why Tinubu is losing popularity? This is Reno Mokri. Reno Mokri, an aide to former President Goodluck Jonathan, has explained why it seems the popularity of President Bola Tinubu is waning. Omokri made the explanation on Wednesday whilst fielding questions on Channel Television's Politics Today program. He was asked by the TV host why it seems the popularity of President Tinubu is going low. According to Omokri, the dip in popularity of elected leaders is always the case in Nigeria, and so the case of Tinubu was not exceptional. He said, that is always the case in Nigeria. The best predictor of the future is the past in every administration. When you have two-way mark, when you have the two-way mark of your first term. I'm not quite sure what they do. I think it means mid-term. Why does it just say mid-term? This guy. He always tries to over embellish to make this affectation that is above the fray. He's just a ludicrous man, Reno Makri. He said, that is always the case in Nigeria. The best predictor of the future is the past in every administration. When you have the two-way mark of your first term, when people are feeling the effects of your reforms, they are going to have that kind of feeling. But by the time the government gets to the third way mark, this is history. It happened to General Olusegun Obasanjo. Yar'Adua did not have that because of the sickness. It happened to President Jonathan. It happened to Buhari, even worse than it is happening to Bola Tinubu, and they are beginning to see things getting better. Look, your governor was talking about it. The agricultural input of Nigeria has improved, so things are getting better. Listen, can I say this? Nigeria is not going to get to El Dorado overnight, but we are going to get there over time. So that is a rehearsed line, of course, that he's been looking for a space to slot it in. So that then explains then what he sees as a dip in Tinubu's popularity. I don't think Tinubu's popularity has waned in the slightest. I think the campaign of calumny of the obedience space is trying to repress the love that the people have for their president, because you cannot come out. It's only somebody like me that can stand up to the wave of vitriol that comes out of that space. You know, the average person cannot withstand the force that they would launch at them if they show approval that Tinubu is actually getting something wrong. The ugliness of that hypobian obedient nonsense. Uh, all right, we go on from that to this. Tinubu support group engages celebrities for re-election campaign. Do you remember how they went after a whole bunch of celebrities that were campaigning for Tinubu, that campaigned for Tinubu in the last cycle? So So I think we're going to be seeing a bit of that again. Let me see. Let me just look at something. There was something somebody sent me that. Let me see if I can now find it. Um, yeah. There was something somebody sent me. Yes. Oh, all right. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll show you this later. All right. So where were we? So yes, they are starting to recruit the celebrities now. Tinubu support group engages celebrities for a re-election campaign. A new political support group, Relax, with an exclamation mark. Tinubu is fixing Nigeria, has unveiled plans to amplify the achievements of President Bola Tinubu through a celebrity-led outreach strategy. A new political group, I think that we've seen that already. The leader of the group, Ahmed Bala, in a statement on Wednesday in Lagos, said this was aimed at reshaping public perception ahead of the next ahead of the next electoral cycle. The campaign will feature some celebrities in our quest to provide Nigerians with accurate information on the accomplishments of President Tinubu's administration. He said the group will bring together actors, musicians, and entertainers across Nigeria's vibrant creative and entertainment sector. Um, this movement is designed to give Nigerians the facts, the real achievements, rather than allow the misinformation and propaganda by opposition forces to shape public discourse. I think that horse might have already bolted because the narrative of the Nigerian political space and the government's performance is actually being shaped by the obedience space, and they don't allow for any good news to break through the noise. So we'll see how they redirect all this, because those people have held the center stage siege for so long. So how you are going to penetrate through them to get real and actual factual information forward is the thing. With Obi telling lies that Tinubu has borrowed Goodluck Jonathan, Yadua, Buhari combined more. He said Tinubu had borrowed more than the last previous administration combined in just 2 years, which is an outright lie. And even the presenter, the host of that show, maybe he didn't know. They certainly have a back team fact checking these things. They didn't even pull him up on that, you know. So the opposition space is shaping the narrative and is repressing the government's achievements and is making the government look rudderless, and they've not been able to do anything about it. This movement is designed to give Nigerians the fact, the real achievements, rather than allow misinformation and propaganda by opposition forces to shape public discourse. According to Bala, the group will be inaugurated in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Youth Development. I don't think that a government parastatal should be used for party campaigning. But if they are highlighting the government achievement, I think that still falls within within the parameters of acceptability. According to Bala, the group will be inaugurated in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Youth Development on July the 24th in Abuja. He said the group will anchor his message on four thematic pillars. We say no to violence. We stand by his mandate to drive Nigeria forward. Together, we build the nation of our dreams. No pain, no gain. So, no pain, no gain is really where the narrative of Nigeria is at the moment. But the amplification is on the pain. Remember when they even tried to coin the acronym T-Pain, but that never really flew. So the amplification is on the pain, but the gain is not being amplified. That's really where the missing step is. We have to go through this and support Mr. President in his great work to move Nigeria to greater heights. He said the inauguration will also feature the presentation of a compendium of 223 achievements of the Tinubu administration over the last 2 years. Imagine just the size of that. And these are just snapshots of that. Over 900,000 beneficiaries of the Presidential Loan and Grant Scheme, over 300,000 beneficiaries, and probably even more now, of the Students' Loan Scheme, over $10 billion dollars foreign exchange cleared, which Peter Obi is not aware of. He thinks money is increasing. Over 440 ongoing road projects, including over 2,700 kilometers of superhighway, 3.84 GDP growth in Q4 2024, highest in 3 years, 70,000 minimum wage, over 13,500 at terrorist, pardon me, terrorists eliminated, over $50 billion in new foreign direct investment commitments, net foreign exchange reserve up from $3.9 billion to 23. Imagine that. That's a quantum leap. That's an astronomical growth. Over $8 billion in new oil and gas investments unlocked, 4 new landmark tax bills, 5 new regional development commission, over $800 million realized in processing investment in solid minerals, etc., etc. So, all within 2 years. By the way, you have to always factor that in. Oh, all right. So, Tinubu alarming that they were trying to overthrow his government. So the opposition used to be the obedient. So, but the opposition now seems to be the ADC. So the ADC now claps back. We don't have bullets. We only have ballots. ADC replies the presidency. The African Democratic Congress ADC has declared that President Bola Tinubu will be removed through the ballot, not by force. The party dismissed claims that it is plotting to undermine Nigeria's democracy, accusing Tinubu's administration of laying the groundwork to clamp down on opposition voices. ADC Interim National Publicity Secretary Bolaji Abdullahi made the remarks in response to a statement by Tinubu spokesperson Bayo Ononuga, who alleged that the opposition were conspiring to overthrow the president. Describing Ononuga's comment as reckless and baseless, Abdullahi said that the ADC is committed to democratic processes and not interested in subverting the nation's democracy. We condemn the tweet by President Bola Tinubu's aide Ononuga, alleging that the opposition plans to overthrow the government before 2027. If anything, such statements set the stage for a systematic clampdown on opposition leaders, Abdullahi said. The ADC is not in the business of truncating democracy. We are here to rescue the country from the incompetence of this administration. We don't have bullets, we only have ballots. When the time comes, we will present our solution and an alternative vision to Nigerians and let them decide. So they will present a document because Atiku is quite gifted in being able to craft a credible manifesto and plan. Peter Obi, of course, he doesn't know anything about he will just be tugging at the heartstrings of he will just be using emotion and sentimentality and tribalism. Those are his only spaces. So now Peter Obi, of course, a pathological liar. He told us that Atiku he told us rather that Abacha insisted that he must be made chairman of the Tinkan Island, only to then reverse that at his latest media outing to tell us he's never met Abacha. Now being caught out in the lie, is now trying to redirect it. Why I met Abacha? This is, of course, P. Toby. Labour Party's former presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has clarified the circumstances surrounding his engagement with the late former head of state, General Sani Abacha, during Nigeria's military era. So there's a very good reason why Peter Obi is struggling quite fervently to try and distance himself from Abacha, because Abacha, of course, truncated democracy, a lot of people fought to get that democracy back. So yeah, if it's an if it's established that Peter Obi is an Abacha acolyte, then that places him on the wrong side of democracy. So whilst the Tinubus, etc., and even Patu Tome, whilst they were all fighting to rescue democracy out of the hands of Abacha, but Peter Obi was working for him in Tinkan Island. So this democracy now that the Tinubu and co rescued, Peter Obi now wants to be a beneficiary of. So that's why he's trying to distance himself. You know, his appointment letter has even been published somewhere now. So the lies is just being amplified. But then, of course, we know Peter Obi lies a lot anyway. It's just everything he says, often instances a lie. Um, Labour Party's former presidential candidate Peter Obi has clarified the circumstances surrounding his engagement with late former head of state General Sani Abacha during Nigeria's military era. In a statement on Wednesday titled "Our Engagement with General Abacha: Setting the Record Straight," made available by Mr. Obi's media aide Valentine Obianye. Mr. Obi also made available a copy of the official letter that documented his co-option alongside other traders and importers into the task force import decongestion. The former Anambra State governor said the clarification became very necessary in the interest of all men and women of goodwill, especially those committed to the pursuit of truth. According to Obi, the meeting with General Abacha was not political in nature. So he's now admitting that he did meet General Abacha, but in that interview with Shenwo Kumba Oloye, he clapped his hands twice like this, just you know, in the way that you are washing your hands off something. He said, I've never met Abacha in my life." That was what he said about 2 3 days ago. But then, of course, now he's now talking about the guy is just constantly lying every single time. Lies, lies, lies. What was that song that Ajale Koko used to sing? Obi carry me, they go lie, 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 lie. It's just lies all the time, relentlessly, constantly. It's just a truth averse, sort of. Peter Obi has an allergy to truth. Is allergic to truth. The truth makes his skin burst out, break out in pores. It's just not capable of saying anything truthful. And that was the same thing, by the way. Do you remember when they demolished his house in Ikeja, only for us to tell us that the house belongs to a phantom brother, only for people to dig a little bit to then find out that the house is actually owned by a company owned by Peter. Just lies, constantly, always lying. Just just truth averse, incapable, a career liar. Um, Labour Party's former presidential candidate Peter Obi has clarified circumstances surrounding his engagement with late former head of state General Sani Abacha during Nigeria's military era. In a statement on Wednesday titled "Our Engagement with General Abacha," I beg your pardon. I'm not quite sure how much of that you caught. I was still rattling on. I didn't know that I did know that StreamYard had kicked me out of the studio. I'm not quite sure how much you did catch, so I'll just give you the headlines now because I'm not going to go through the whole readouts again. I was just saying then that Obi caught out in yet another lie, trying to excuse then his meeting with Abata. So that was the. I hope you caught a little bit of that. A delusion as distraction. Atiku opens up on pressure to step down for southern candidates. So the wave of that obedience thing now, Atiku is only going to say two words to them now, the obedience space, and the last word will be off. He's only going to say two words to them in a polite manner, of course, but he only has two words to say to them, and the last word will be off. A delusion as distraction. Atiku opens up on pressure to step down for southern candidate. So hell will freeze over before that ever happens. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has denied attending any meeting where he was pressured to drop from the 2027 presidential race for a southern candidate. Correspondents report that Atiku, and by the way, that news would have been put out by the obedience space. They think that Atiku is never going to be bullied by that sort of noise. Even Atiku even has a bigger heart than Tinubu. He has no regard for your noise. He doesn't care. You're just tools. You're just pawns. You're just a stepping stone in his journey towards his life held ambition. What does he care about what rascally obedient from Abakaliki thinks about anything? Uh, Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has denied attending any meeting where he was pressured to drop from the 2027 presidential race for the southern candidate. Correspondents report that Atiku, alongside other political bigwigs like Peter Obi, Rotimi Amechi, Aminu Tambuwal, Nasir El-Rufai, had recently adopted the ADC as the party for the opposition coalition to oust President Bola Tinubu 2027. Following the emergence of the coalition, speculations have emerged that Atiku and other northern politicians are being pressured to adopt a candidate from the southern part of Nigeria to challenge Tinubu. Reacting in a statement to correspondents, Atiku's media office stated that such reports are not only false, it is laughably desperate. So laughably desperate. That's in quotation marks, by the way. Pardon me. According to the former vice president, no meeting was held to ask him to step down, adding that the entire story is a malicious fabrication, pure fiction cooked up in the propaganda kitchen of the Tinubu-led APC regime. I don't think the pressure for Atiku to step down for a southern candidate is coming from the APC. I think we all know where that is coming from. The statement reads, in response to the recent inquiries from journalists and concerned Nigerians regarding a phantom meeting where His Excellency Alhaji Atiku Abubakar was said to have rejected calls to step down for a southern candidate, we are compelled to set the record straight in the strongest possible terms. There was no such meeting. Atiku Abubakar was never in attendance. The entire story is a malicious fabrication, pure fiction cooked up in the propaganda kitchens of the Tinubu-led APC regime. It is not only false, it is laughably desperate. This is nothing but a diversionary tactic, an attempt by a faltering administration to sow discord within the opposition ranks and derail the momentum gained by the successful unveiling of the ADC as the coalition's political vehicle. Let it be known, no amount of propaganda, planted stories, or faceless briefings will fracture the resolve of the opposition coalition. We are united, focused, and determined to rescue Nigeria from the clutches of this rudderless government. We want to remind the ruling party that Nigerians have already embraced the ADC as the most credible and viable opposition platform ahead of 2027. The massive and growing support that the ADC continues to enjoy across the country is not just encouraging, it is a clear signal that the Tinubu administration is living on borrowed time. So on and on and on that goes. So that's article then telling you then via the vehicle of whatever that storyline is that he has no intentions of stepping down for anyone. So that's the presentation. Then let's go on then from that to the clips, and then we see if anybody turns up for the conversation. So now where we kicking it off from? Let's kick it off from uh yes, let's kick it off from Reno Mockery, giving Peter Obi a flogging as always. That seems to be his favorite pastime.
The only reason is because you know that Peter Obi could be a winning factor in 2027. Why does Peter Obi become a problem to you whenever you hear his name?
That's not true. He doesn't rile me up. I rile him up, but he doesn't rile me up. The reason why I had to come here, I had to leave California and come here, is because I'm a patriot. Peter Obi lied, and he lied. There are foreign direct investors who are watching your program and who are making investment decisions not to come to Nigeria. There are foreign investors in Nigeria who are making investment decisions to leave Nigeria because of the lies he told. One of the lies that he told is that the president has borrowed more than the administrations of Yaradua, President Jonathan and Buhari put together, and that's just a blatant lie. I have here with me from the Debt Management Office, and Nigerians who are watching, they can actually go to dmo.gov.ng, or you can go to Google and just put Debt Management Office, Nigeria State of Indebtedness 2015. As of 2015, this is a PDF document from the Debt Management Office. Nigeria was owing a total of $63 billion. That's it here. I don't know if your camera can catch it. Now, when Buhari was leaving office, this is from the Debt Management Office, this is not from me. The Debt Management Office was set up by law. We've got people who are apolitical there. They're not members of the PDP, APC, or ADC. Buhari left office, and this is how much we were owing. On the last day of Buhari leaving office, $113 billion. Now, as of today, this is from the Debt Management Office, our debt has gone from $113 billion to $97 billion, meaning that Bola Tinubu has reduced our debt.
Oh, all right. So that's Peter Obi being caught out in yet another lie. So that's never news to anybody. So now over the course of the lifespan of this particular platform, I've always just somewhat indicated that the people from that former Bendel state, especially Edo space, that they're just sapele water people. All they do is smoke weed. They have no concept of anything outside of just weed smoking and maybe armed robbery, a little bit of armed robbery, a little bit of gaiman, but there is no real cranial functioning coming out of Edo State. I've always said that, in a jocular sort of fashion, but true words spoken in jest nevertheless. I've always really insisted that you will get no currency out of anything coming out of Edo State outside of just ogogoro drinking, sapele water and all that. And people call me a tribalist and all that. But here is proof, yet another proof of what I was hinting at.
Where are you?
I was born in Nigeria, but I don't need to stay in Nigeria anymore.
Where do you stay?
Benin.
Benin.
Yes.
Not in Nigeria. Are you okay?
No, Benin is Edo State now.
Yes, Edo State. Is it not in Nigeria?
No.
Ah, you are not in
Benin.
Nigeria.
Benin is a country. Edo State. Can't you see it? Benin is a country. So I'm not in Nigeria.
So Benin is not a country. Edo State is not a country.
Yes. You can't say anybody. I'm not in Nigeria. Benin is a country now. And it's today's the first time you know. It's today's first time knowing it.
Oh, Senoblano Motonomoku. Oh, Senoblano Motonomoku. Come. Oh my
If
God.
are you a Benin person? What are you speaking? Which one be a
I'm from Edo State, just like you, in Nigeria.
No, I'm not in Nigeria, but I'm Edo State. I'm not in Nigeria, sir.
Where are you now? Are you in Edo State?
Yes, I'm in Edo State.
You are in Nigeria now?
No. Nigeria, Edo State is Benin. Benin is country. So me is under Benin. Don't you understand?
Me too, I'm from Edo State. It's Nigeria.
Oh, it's like you are confusing me.
No.
Nigeria is all those Abuja, Lagos, any other place.
Order. I'm not the one confusing you. You are the one confusing everybody here. You are a confused man. You are saying
So that's the typical average Edo guy, as dumb as they come. So as dumb as they come. So going from that to more rarefied circles. So now the impossibly beautiful minister of tourism and Hanatu something or the other. Here she is now taking on the Mauritanian guy that purports to be a Nigerian. So here is the minister of tourism giving Dati Baba Ahmed a flogging.
Candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 election, Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, who laid into the vice president, Shetima, and sort of made some fairly strong statements about him, and you had wanted to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite unfortunate, you know, many of us in politics are somewhat interrelated. And I think if there's 2 or 3 people that I would say I'm closest related, we call each other brothers, but if there's 2 or 3 people that I would identify as people of my close family, I think Dutty would be one of them. We come from the same community. We come from a people that have brought us up with a pedigree of integrity, of empathy, of truth, of fairness.
Well, he certainly seems to have a lot of integrity.
Well, I'm not sure from what
that's
he
the way
said.
He comes across.
Yeah, but from what
he's just outspoken.
No, from what he said, it was. See, in politics, Mr. Charles, all of us, there's nothing that they don't say. A lot of it expanded truths, a lot of it lies, right? If you come and you want to talk about another politician, you do so based on issues and facts. But when you come up with gossip and lies and beer parlor talk, I think that is a real deviation from the values and the pedigree and the virtue and the integrity that my parents and Dutty's parents brought us up. I was ashamed, and I was very disappointed. And Dutty, more than anyone, knows. He was sat, I think it was here or in another interview 2.5 years ago, while he was contesting, and he shed tears because people in the political space had attacked his own parents, who are my parents as well. And that was very hurtful to me. And when I saw him react in that way, I was hurt as well, because that's an extension of my own family. Dutty has to remember that Shetima himself has children and has a wife. If he wanted to attack the vice president based on issues, that is fair enough, because all is fair in politics. But for him to have come up, what was he trying to say? Nobody understood what he was trying to, I didn't know what he was trying to say. He was trying to make insinuations, very, very dangerous insinuations, based on lies. And I think that is a real shame. It is. And I think at this point, Dutty needs to either apologize to Mr. Vice President or to articulate what it was he was trying to say. And if he can't, because he said it was not for the airways. I think he said it was not for the airways.
He said it wasn't for the airways, but he said he was impressed with President Tinubu for having kept him for this long.
Well, as he tried to bully his way through to a monologue in a conversation that you were having, that is not the Dutty that I knew. And it is very disappointing to see that he had betrayed the values that both him and I had been brought up with. And I think for what he did.
So is there a saying that if you roll in the muck, you'll smell like a pig? Is there such a saying? If there isn't, then there should be. If you roll in the muck, then you smell like a pig. So by association with the obedience now, that is turning into just an ill-mannered pathological liar. So there's that. So we go on from that to do you remember that clip that I played you yesterday of the southeastern guy going to Ghana to then create an Igbo village in Ghana? Well, the Ghanaians, they are not Nigerians, and they are not best pleased. Watch this. So now, when the Ghanaians start attacking these people's shops, they'll call them Igbo haters. Not forgetting, of course, what the provocation was. Still staying within that theme of grabbing other people's land. Watch this.
More importantly, and I think more significantly, I consider all of Igbo land to be my home. From Enugu to Anambra, Imo, Abia, Ebonyi, and the Igbo-speaking communities in Rivers, in Kogi, in Benue, in Delta. All of them are home because all of them are Igbo land. Igbo bu Igbo. Whenever I land at an airport, whether in Asaba or in Enugu or the wonderfully, or in Owerri, or the wonderfully named Chino Achebe International Airport in Umueri, the overwhelming feeling for me is one of wholeness, an internal calm, an instinctive, ancestral peace. Or so it was for many years, until recently.
So that's Chimamanda Adichie then expanding then the Nnamdi Kanu assertion of the two rapper hypothesis of Nnamdi Kanu being expanded there. So there it is right there. A little bit of Kogi State is now part of the wider unbelievable stuff. But let's just leave that. Let's leave that. Let's go from the south. Let's go from the southeast to the southwest. Watch this.
Nigeria and Puerto Rico. The history that we share between these two, it goes beyond history because it is embedded in our roots. Believe it or not, some of the Puerto Rican identity can be traced back specifically to the Nigerian culture. During the time of the transatlantic slave trade, the Spaniards were sending their slaves from Africa to Puerto Rico. Out of the many tribes and villages that were being sent off to the New World, a good majority of those people were specifically from the Yoruba village. As the African diaspora.
So that's the Puerto Ricans then trying to tap into a little bit of Yoruba steez. So that's the Puerto Ricans trying to. Everybody suddenly wants to be a Yoruba. Everybody on the planet now suddenly wants to be a Yoruba man. So everybody on the planet still wants to be a Yoruba man. Let's go on from that to a clip from Fashola, reminding us again the journey to Aso Rock.
You must give credit to my predecessor. He was the one who started the protection of the Bar Beach. What the federal government used to do was to come and pump sand, 4 billion naira every year, and the sea will wash it away. And you can imagine how many 4 billions they have spent years and years until we said, no, there's a better solution to this thing. Before we did that thing, every year that it rained, flood used to reach NTA. NTA used to flood. NTA has not flooded for the last 7 years that I have been here.
So there it is right there. Do you want a bit more? Here is some random on the street giving views on the Atiku coalition, which is sweeping up the renegades within the Nigerian political landscape. Watch this.
The coalition I have defined before is a group of disgruntled politicians. They have no base. These are the people who have caused suffering, hardship in this country. They want to come back to do what again? I mentioned their names. I mentioned Atiku. I mentioned Rufai. I mentioned Amenchi. I mentioned the lot of them that they have no political value anymore, no political politics. The only person there that can say, oh, can even garner a little number is Obi. And if he joined there, he has become desperate. We don't want a desperate ruler, a ruler.
A new political alliance is rising, and it now flies the flag of the African Democratic Congress. Here in Abuja, where the streets feel the pulse of power, the question is simple. Can this coalition unseat President Bola Tinubu, or is it just another political gathering with no real bite?
One thing the coalition should learn is from APC. APC came together as a coalition against PDP, and they become formidable political party. So unlike that time, the election like 2023, where APC, Labour Party break away from PDP, Atiku, 5G governor, all of them, they divided, they perforated the party. And the party could not, look at the vote of PDP and Labour Party. If you join together, you know it will beat APC. So, but if they divided, you know, if your house that is divided also it will fall. You know, when you are united and you have a common goal, the sky is the beginning.
They want to come back to be able to fund their lifestyle, which they've which have been with them for a long time while they were in government. Now, the several issues we are having now, these are problems that were orchestrated by them when they were in power. The removal of subsidy have caused every price in the economy to go up. Now, these people were there. The subsidy regime wasn't proper. They were using it to siphon money. And the new government said, no, we can't continue like that. Be collecting the public money in abeyance to furnish some politicians' pockets. Anybody who is desperate for power won't be able to do anything. So my own suggestion, like I'll be campaigning to people, let the government of the day continue. They are just barely 2 years. The policy they have given is hard, we know. Nothing good come easy. Between now and 2 years' time, we begin to reap the benefit of this administration. And in another 4 years, we will not be talking about coalition anymore.
Who are those people that is in that coalition? That's my first question. If you look at it now, it's already down now. Who and who that is in that coalitions that has never been in the system before, that Nigeria has still continue to have a problem. The coalition cannot work.
PDP is dead already. I think they have left that carcass for Wike and his group. But as far as this ADC is concerned, one thing I just want them to do is that instead of the issue of Peter Obi and Atiku bringing a kind of a disagreement with him, Jonathan Goodluck is there.
All right, so they should go and bring Goodluck Jonathan as the. We've not even yet had Goodluck Jonathan factor into the equation of the goings on that is going on. So we round off the clips with a little bit of a yin and then a little bit of a yang. So what's being yin and yang is Yems and Wike, of course. So a pro and then an anti-Wike clip. So first we start with the pro, then we land with the anti. And then we see if a conversation takes place after that. So here is a random aboki on the streets of Abuja, highlighting yet again that in the history of Abuja, they've never witnessed the level of development that Wike is bringing.
Yawa kaga aikin da Wike yake mana wannan aikin da kake gani duk mutanen mu daga arewa sun zo sun yi ministoci ya kai guda 10 gaskiya ne da doban ba sai shi kadai tun da yazo mutumin na aiki yake yanzu har yanda ya Abuja ana magana kusan 500 da wani abu ne saboda haka mu aiki muke so ba wai ka zo daga north ko ka zo daga ina ba duk inda ka zo daga Najeriya ka zo ka taimake mu abin da muke so kenan gaskiya ne Wike is the best so far wallahi a minister is the best ba a taba yin minister irin shi yana kan hanya ma in ya zo ga titi zai ce a yi shi to haka ake son political appointment ba ka zo kana tumbi kana koran mutane kana cin kuɗin su ba ka aiki Wike ya gama muna komai ana FCT muna godiya ko ina hanya ne gashi nan ba wani abu nan saboda haka mu in kace za ka faɗa da shi ma da mu kake yi gaskiya ne kai nan gaba ma zanga za mu yi in ma an dawo ta biyu Wike za mu mai da shi gaskiya ne ba mu son ma minista daga arewa Allah ƙara mai lafiya.
So that's a random Danladi then on the streets of Abuja telling us that the city, the metropolis has never had it as good as they're having it now under Yems and Wike. But of course, for the balance, here's Ireti Kingibe telling us that infrastructures don't matter. Watch this.
Successful minister isn't just about infrastructure. Dead people, look at the insecurity. A few days ago, a patient was discharged from Cedar Crest, the hospital. On his way back, going home, he was hacked to death. Dead people do not use roads.
The minister has responded to issues of security and says that there are certain pockets of violence here and there, and it's synonymous the world over, but that 1 or 2 incidents should not make it seem as though the FCT is unsafe.
It is unsafe. It is not just
You
one
think
or
the
two.
FCT is
Oh,
unsafe?
yes. Go out at 10 o'clock at night and see how many cars you see on the road. Everybody's run indoors. The FCT is unsafe. I have lived here since 1988. The FCT is unsafe.
What do you expect from the minister? Also considering that this is where the president is as well.
Yes.
And the president controls the security agencies.
And because this is where the president is, because this is where the National Assembly is, this is the nation's capital. It cannot be on the level of, oh, there's pockets of insecurity here and there. There was once I could get up and go to Gwagwalada at midnight. If I tried it now, even with my armed guards, I may be lucky to get back alive. So don't tell me, ask the average man on the streets how secure he feels. My cook, a few days ago, he doesn't live far, he lives just down the road from me. They took his holes in. Anytime my children go out, I cannot sleep. So that is us. We are the elites. We have armed guards, we have police, we have everything. If you walk around, as I do sometimes, walk around the neighborhood, Maitama, all those places, almost every other gate has armed policemen. So where are the police to now guard the rest of the country and the rest of you?
So there it is right there. Mutumuyate, according to yeah, is she a Yoruba woman even? Where's she from originally? Mutumuyate, whatever she was saying, that infrastructure is no longer enough now. Cook's phone was snatched, and therefore Abuja is burning down, and that is where they have degenerated to. So that's where they have degenerated to. So that's my presentation. If you want the conversation, the link in the comment section. Come push back against some of the things I've had to say. So come push back against some of the things that I've had to say. First, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonana ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. To the rescue, Baba, and accompanying him, the star. So still plenty of room. Anybody that wants to come in. So Baba, yeah, you're up first. So a whole raft of things to discuss. You've not been with us for a moment, so floor is yours. To it, Baba. Good to see you.
Yeah, woman, how are you doing? I hope your week is going well. And I salute my co-panelists, this time, and my people of the commentariat. I see you, AB. I see you, Adam and Shioma. and Ike Ogiame, and I've known the favorites mostly are yet to come. Those are the favorites I just mentioned, and those I didn't mention unto you. People of the viewers, esteemed viewers, I salute you. Welcome formally. Don't forget to click the like button most importantly. And whilst at it, do share the program. Let it go far and wide. And subscribe to One Man. I followed almost from the beginning. So let me just start with this Ghana issue. It has driven some fear into me concerning the evil use some people can put the social media to. If you know, you know. You played a tape of Chooks yesterday. That's the Ezende Buruburu in Accra, or Ghana. And I saw it. And do you know that video was in 2012, 2013?
Oh, it's not recent.
Yeah, I can see almost
So,
10
so,
years
so, so it's
later
just
or
mischief.
12
Is this
years.
the Aguadorians trying to? Okay.
You understand? Look at the furore it is causing at the moment. I tell you this because I know these people. When they are in an expansive mood, they call me father. But ordinarily, when I call them by they call me by my title. You understand? So this is the danger the modern day is exposed to. That project did not take off. I know about it. It didn't take off. It didn't take root. That was some 12 years ago. 12 years ago, and it's a mess now. Real mess. It's like the genie out of the bottle.
Are they talking about it in Ghana? You are familiar with that space? Are they what are they? Is it in the?
It's causing a furore, a lot, as if Chooks made that statement last week. If you want to believe me, look at that video. Look at the Aziz picture. Look for the current one. You will see the difference. He has chopped up. He has chopped up, like they say in the streets in Lagos. So I'm just I don't know what to say. So people, the
But
frenzy.
irrespective of whenever it was, he still did it. He wanted to go and create an ego and declared himself the king of Ghana. You know, a guy from Umar here.
Oh man, he didn't say. Look, it's like what is happening even here until Lagos State stopped it with that easy of somewhere in Isolo there. We mistakenly allowed it. Even when they started this easy thing, they even took themselves to court because there were two factions. They took themselves to court in Ghana. There were two factions, and Chooks eventually won. And they do celebrate their New Yam Festival every year, expansively. So we won't just have to be careful how he uses or what he consumes on the social media. Because imagine with the kind of furore and frenzy the Ghanaians are reacting, if they start catching Nigerians of Igbo stock on the street and start doing evil to them, not knowing that the whole thing is just a smoke. Because this was over 12 years ago. It was like something, an idea that did take root, that didn't happen. So I think there's a lesson to be learned for everybody. And if they are listening, they will know I've put my own bit, because I'm not ready to make any call for anybody, because I just don't want to be tarred with the same brush at this moment. Let me go quickly to this issue, because I've been following you, though never appeared in the last couple of days, actually. This coalition thing is, look, I watched Dati Baba Ahmed and I felt pity for him. He was like unhappy camper. He was not a happy camper in the midst of that place. And I suspect when he got home that day, he must have scrubbed himself in the bath. Just that's how did I find myself in this kind of thing, and washed his hands so long with hot water and soap, just to remove the debts away of people he mingled with. They are like fleas. People I saw in that gathering. These are people that are not supposed to be given even the time of the day. They are overused goods or tool that puts this country into the mess we are today. That is why I look forward earnestly to the 2027 election. Like I called it in the comment section a few days ago when I said 2027 is the valley of decision, where these useless people who have destroyed our countries will eventually be buried, and their dry bones will never, never rise again to trouble that country. Look at, even at times I question our memory. This is even recent memory of 24 months, 30 months back. Malami, Aregbesola, who else in that cabinet there? Rotimi Amechi. About 7, 8 of them who served as ministers. The debt Rotimi Amechi put the country into, to the extent he was so brazen, he thought Buhari would make him the president. He built a transport university. He was not the education minister. He built a transport university in Katsina to the delight of Buhari. He built the railroad, extended it to Marada, a country I don't have any affiliation with, but they use our tax money to build on borrowed money, which Asiwaju is paying back now. And he has the effrontery with his protruding stomach to come and be calling people thief, poking his eyes, his hands, his leprous fingers into our sore eyes. That why are we not on the street? So shameless. So when I look at them, it's people like Dati. I just felt pitiful. He must have scrubbed himself silly that night when he got home. But it's like you have fleas all over your body. But come 2027, I'm too sure, no matter the color of that ticket, we welcome the challenge. The toughest, of course, will be Atiku presidential ticket, which will be as vice president. Let us go. I welcome the challenge. The reasonable people of the South are up for the fight. I call it the valley of decision, not for nothing, because it may break Nigeria as a nation state we know it today. Because you cannot change the norm. You don't change the rule of the game when the game is on. A Northerner just did 8 years. And you less than 4 years of even a Southerner's term. You are screaming blue murder because you've taken the feeding bottle from your mouth. You can't stand it anymore. What have you done with the money you stole? What have you done with the money you stole? They don't even have the forbearance with. And they are not abashed about it. We want power back. The North is suffering. They know on whose behalf they are fighting. The Almajiris, who has put us in mess. They put their people in mess, in penury. As much as a Southern president or Southern leader tried to rescue those children from their grip, vice grip, they grip them. They don't let go. Where are the Almajiri school? Hundreds of them Jonathan did, even with a rolling stock of library following the Fulani herdsmen who are living a roving existence and troubling our forests. What haven't they done? Look, let me tell you, for instance, in 1960, listen to this, Nigerian population was 45 million. GB, that is Great Britain, was 52. Listen, 52, 45. Fast forward to 2025. Nigeria's population is, I don't like to use it 200 and something. I will just modestly say, okay, 200 million. Great GB's population, 69. 69. Why wouldn't they make progress? In 1980, when China, I think it was Xiaoping or some, that guy who spit and chews tobacco, who came in after Mao, was the one who started this economic revolution in China. What he did first in 1980, they came up with a policy, one family, one child. One family, one child. If you have another one, better go bury the fetus. So the system will deal with you. India had the same problem. India was forcefully neutering people, couples, women, men, paying some of them just to nip the growing population in the bud so that the rest that lives can breathe. Imagine in Nigeria if we put a population policy like that to help us. What will happen? This is at the heart of the problems that are stunting our growth. Population is foremost. There is no amount of resources we will have. As fast as our population is leaping in geometrical proportion, we can make headway. We cannot make headway. And where are we having this population growth? Who are the people that will oppose a kind of family planning policy based on religion? They're not. Their religion will not have any of that. It's Allah that giveth children so they can have as many as they want. We have governors promoting marriages, buying them bed, mattresses. These are the kind of the leaders that are in the coalition. And they are so naive. They don't even know anything. They are so fixated on Tinubu because I think they are suffering from Tinubu derangement syndrome, TDS. Serious one, they are afflicted to the extent that Atiku is being badgered. That with that false story you just read, I think from one of the online news portal. And rather, I mean, it's a no-brainer to know that it's Tinubu. I mean, it's the obedience that are using or raising that false flag to intimidate him. But he refused. It's Tinubu. But you have to ask yourself, because what people don't see is these people are in mortal fear of a Tinubu second term. They are afraid. And that is why at times I just look at them and with understanding to say, okay, fight for
Tinubu,
your life.
Baba, Tinubu
Yeah.
second term rescues that country permanently from their clutches. That would be the end.
Look,
That would be the end of the Fulani hegemony. That would be the end of all of these chancer politicians. That would be the end of so many of the bad things that's held that the ball chain round our leg in that country, rather our ankle. Tinubu second term will be the end of it, and that's what they fear. This is corruption fighting back, according to Buhari.
yeah, it's corruption fighting back. This one is even about their life because they don't want restructure. And the only thing that can save Nigeria is to restructure the nation state known as Nigeria. That's the only thing that will save us. Look, there is a saying on the streets when I was growing up, juju when wants blood for you to use to serve am. If they use oil serve am, you dey waste your time. Until that juju take blood, now it will give you rest. That's the Nigerian situation. We have to restructure. We are different people. We are not one. We are different people. We have different aspirations. Why would I slow down for the other person? Why can't I live my life the way I want to live it? There's a way to form.
Baba, finish that sentence. Then let me take you to the headline on the screen, and then maybe we'll bring Zeta into the conversation as well. And
Yeah, no, we can make it interactive. We are the only two, right?
We're three now. We've got the star as well. Or we're four now, even if we count the star.
Okay. Okay. So the thing is, they are immortal fear.
And
And
now we are. Sorry,
let me
Baba.
tell you.
Hold on, Baba. Are you wearing your helmet?
Who?
Are you wearing your helmet?
I don't care for anybody. I don't wear any helmet. You stone me, I stone you twice. You bring knife, I bring machine gun.
Just be mean.
You bring knife, I bring machine gun. You bring bazooka, I go bring tank.
Baba,
AI.
welcome it's been a long time. I've not heard from you.
Thank you, Zita. Thank you.
Woman, based on that thing you said, if you will give me 2 minutes, I want to say something.
Carry on.
You see,
Baba's boy, he doesn't mind. Yeah.
You see, from the time Nigeria became a country and became a republic, the leaders actually, from their utterances and their actions, doesn't seem like people who actually want to do something reasonable, revive, update, renew the country. They just want to occupy the office for reasons I don't know. It's not only these present people. It has been from time immemorial. I don't know why they want to be in the list of people who are president of Nigeria. I remember Awolowo in history. It's in the story. Ask him for, even if it means him being a one-day president. That kind of utterances shows that he is not actually going there to do anything, just to be in the record. And based on that, just as you are asking Baba whether he has his helmet, elections are coming. It's round the corner. I will say this. I am going to speak about any political candidate in Nigeria any way I want. And you see, those their supporters that think they can insult somebody, I wonder how you want your platform to be. Because the politicians don't care about me. They don't give a hoot who I am, and I don't care who they are. I'm not going to insult anybody in this platform. It's not in my character anyway. But you see those politicians in Nigeria, I will say anything, absolutely anything I want to say about them. Because they don't care about Nigeria. All of them want their name to be in the record. They just want to occupy the office. And for me to speak about those people and come into your platform, right in your platform, and somebody is attacking me because of one criminal, one place. One man, let me say this, just as you say, Baba, wear your helmet. I don't know how this platform will become 2026, but I am ready. Thank you.
All right. I hope you are ready. You know, these people can, if you are not built, if you are not made of stand stuff, these people can traumatize you, you know. Just the relentless victory but Baba, back to you, back to the conversation. Tinubu losing popularity, Renoma Fukukuri, they is saying midterm blues.
Well, in whose this thing is not losing popularity.
I don't think he is, you know. I should
As
have
far
thought
as I'm
that.
concerned, because he is Mr. President. And when you pick up a newspaper every day, he is there in your face. His policies are there, ruling over you. He is the commander in chief. Tinubu is not only in government, but in power. And he's using it well. He's using it well. Politics is war by other means. They should realize this. That's why I don't care for APC, but I am behind Ashiwaju, not because he's Ashiwaju, but because of what he is doing. What he is doing, the cup you see as half full, half empty. I see it as half full.
Sorry, Baba. I don't think anybody can wish Nigeria well and be against Tinubu. I just can't see how that can be. The two don't go in the same, you know. All
If
the things we need
you
in
know how the policies, the twin policies alone, only those two, the subsidy removal,
you know those
and
are
of
the
course,
biggest fights against corruption that the country has ever
I mean,
experienced.
two
That's
point five
the real fight
billion
against
dollars
corruption.
every month. Imagine what $2.5 billion can do for you every month, and you are using it to line people's pocket. Look, a lot of people don't know what went down in the oil industry. I keep on repeating it here without ratting on anybody. If you see those who chop this money, oh shit. I don't envy anybody.
Baba, they have been eating us, they've been robbing us blue black. For
When I look at
someone to come into
when I
our
look at the
platform
FOB
and
list
be
at times, I
insulting
just
you
laugh.
because of what you said about a criminal politician, because all of them are criminals, then that you will know how it is. According to Amechi said, they do what they do because we don't stone them. And he has said this several times. And he's among them all. But every day he come
Yeah, of
out to
course,
look us.
he knows we are mumu now.
He
He
look us
knows
in the eyes
because
and tell us that we
he has given us
we can't
authority
do
to.
them anything. When
Yeah,
people will come and insult you because you said one thing about Obi or about Wiki, about
because they have a tunnel vision.
yeah,
They are only focused on
I
one
they
thing.
ready, no wahala.
It's a tunnel vision problem they have. They are just looking at this, and our problem is hydra headed. And this is the only man that have the balls to tackle it. And wait for this. He's going to restructure this country, whether we like it or not. Let everybody control their resources. Let everybody progress at their own pace with under their influence of their whims and caprices. That is the way to go. After all, in 1914, we were just brought together and put a signature to it. Did I surrender my Yorubaness? Did the Igbo man surrender his Igbo-ness? Nor the Hausa Fulani? No, no. We come up with a regional system, and everybody were making progress. Even people, do you know the cocoa that is growing in Ibibio land today? Ibibio land in either Cross River, I'm always confused with that, or Akwa Ibom. It was Okpara that came to Southwest to take the pulp cocoa seed at Ikiri, to go they try to plant it different places in the eastern region then. But it was only in Ibibio land that it grew. Until today, that land, apart from the southwest, they are producing cocoa for the country to the extent that Nigeria now produces about 300,000 metric tons annually, and pursuing people like Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana that are producing 2 million and 1 point something per annum. That is the kind of relationship we had as regional government until Ironsi came and dabaru everything and say, bring the money into the center. He has his own agenda. Whatever we do today, whatever we are reaping today, that's where our problem started. And this is the only man that can reverse it and take us back. And there is a bill in Lagos State Assembly at the moment. I am putting my interpretation to it that Lagos State government wants to build a modern prison. There's a bill. And I start to ask myself that why would Lagos State want to build prison? Modern prison. This is Shiwaju's prompting. And I decided, I say, it would be nice if you won in 2027 and had all these people inside that prison bagam and start to bring them one by one, plucking their teeth out to vomit the money they have stolen. If we could get even 20% from each of them, our economy will be buoyant.
Catch who and collect which money?
It's like what Madam Waziri said a
I
couple of
don't
years back.
understand why you people feel politicians in Nigeria can be. They can only do way, and keep quiet because they're all into it. All of them are into it, no exception.
No, none of them. Even the Tinubu is innocent. One man and I have discussed it here, St. Lucia and all the rest, because Shaguri is St. Lucia's ambassador to the Holy See. Yeah, Shaguri Gilbert is St. Lucia's ambassador to the Holy See. The Holy See, that's the Vatican. And Tinubu spent about 6 days in St. Lucia. We discuss it. I mean, it's not about any politician. They all are bad. They are
So, based
horrible
on
people.
that, I have the right to say whatsoever I want to say about them. I'm not abusing anybody in the platform.
Is that where they used to launder their money? We know that the the Northerners launder their own money through the Middle East. So is St. Lucia, is that where Tinubu's gang park their stolen money?
I don't put
Is
it
it
past
where
anybody.
Desani dropped her own?
You understand? Because the easiest place to make it, the easiest thing, politicking and politics is the biggest industry in Nigeria. It's the biggest industry. While you are struggling and trying to make ends meet and everything, your friend will break away and become ordinary an assembly member and is living large. It's raking in money. So it's the biggest industry. So
But they come here
everybody,
to defend them and abuse you for saying this.
this is the thing, because they listen more to the politician without using their gumptions. They gaslight everybody by using bigotry, bigotry. What is bigotry? What is bigotry? If you line up 10 Yoruba men that have some change in their pocket and peep into their houses, at least 4 of them will have an Igbo wife. Maybe 2 will have an Hausa wife. Same thing if you go to Igbo land. Those that are in Lagos, are they not marrying Lagosians just to have some real estate? Don't they? And Atiku, like all most of the Hausas, don't they have Yoruba wives? So they say bigotry, I just laugh at them. That is kindergarten stuff. I'm past that. I'm past that. It is the reality. It's the reality of our times, Zita. Because I am passionate about it. Look, I've said here and I will repeat it again. I am first a Yoruba, second Nigerian, third African. It doesn't make me bigoted. It is what I am. God has not shown me any other land. I was not born into any other land. The only place I can stand and point at my father's house, I point at my mother's house, is in the southwest. So I should deny that or submit that into a contrivance called Nigeria? No, I will not. I will not take that risk. So if in 2027 it's not working and everything, whether we like it or not, the Igbos, forget the pretense. They stand by Gidigba for Biafra to happen. All they need is just one support from another region and it's gone. Because it cannot be two against two. One cannot fight against two. It's as simple as that. If these Fulanis, they continue to pursue this obnoxious drive that they must have power, which is not a today thing. People, Maitama Sule said it as far back as in the 80s when they have the military, their children terrorizing Nigerians, ruling over us, roughshod. Maitama said it that they know how to rule, that they were born to rule, that the Igbo has commerce, Yoruba has diplomacy and this thing. That's what Maitama said. Maitama Sule, he was our foreign minister, the First Republic, an articulate and erudite politician. What are we pretending about here? So the only way to avoid to your 10th O Israel is restructure. Let everybody stand alone. What is difficult in that? Let me control what I have, even if it's kernel. Let me chop my kernel and bellyful and go to sleep in peace. After all, if you look properly, every region is blessed. Look, since mid-80s, I have known, they did not tell me, NNPC had been pumping millions of dollars every year in the north looking for oil, searching for oil. Yearly, imagine 14 plus 25. That's 39, is it? Yeah, 39 years, 40 years. Millions every year. It's in NNPC's budget line. They've not found oil in in commercial quantity till date. Is it not conventional wisdom that we should stop that nonsense and put that money elsewhere? Where is that money going? The oil some people have, the cocoa some people export is in the national coffers, is in reckoning. But what is happening in Zamfara with the gold? Have I seen one gold? How many of this gold is in central bank today? They are chopping it.
Baba, remember when Mia Malabuni went to present,
You dey
when he
dream,
went to
Baba. Gold in central
sorry,
bank.
sister. Do you remember when Mia Malabuni went to present gold bars to Buhari? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Even the journalist, the minister for mining, didn't he even go again and relaunch that same thing, that Abadagaba? Since then, have we seen truckload of gold, a bullion, going into central bank vault to deposit gold so that our naira can beef up?
But by the way, Babi, if I may ask, what are those northerners? Those northerners that are mining all those things and being very rich. What are they doing in their communities that their people are whining every administrator that is not a northerner? They always come and whine that they are suffering. What are they doing with all those mineral resources in their place that they are mining?
AI. Haven't you gone to graduation in the US and see them? Don't you see them on the streets? Have you seen anyone walking like the Southerners in Nigeria, like in other regions? It's soft life. It is soft life about them. But like every good thing, it must come to an end. The scale has fallen off.
Don't worry now. Next year we enter politics.
We don't enter them already.
The funny aspect of it is that those politicians actually they are demarcating themselves. But the important thing is that Nigerians are not seeing that they have demarcated themselves. They're still taking sides and wishing those old cargoes that one of them should be in Aso Rock. No, Baba, they will do it turn by turn. Since their job is what they want is to go into Aso Rock, so they'll be doing it turn by turn. When this person finish, a northerner will go and do 8 years. When the northerner finish, one southerner will go and do 8 years because that's all they want. Is that not?
Of course.
If Atiku becomes president, power is not coming back to the south ever again.
Is that what?
I said if Atiku becomes president, power is not likely to come to the south ever again.
I don't understand what you mean by if Atiku become president.
But he's contesting to be president, isn't he?
This in 2027?
Yes.
Okay, so you are saying if he wins in 2027, power will never come to the south?
Yes, because they tried to hold on to power under Buhari, but Tinubu forced his way through. And because of the way Tinubu is decimating them now, if they ever get hold of it again, it's never leaving their hands.
Oh man,
Zita, you know why I'm enjoying this moment, Zita? Wait a moment,
I don't know
Zita.
where you got that one from, but I don't know
Zita,
how
you know
much
why I'm
support that
enjoying
can
this
give you.
moment? Why I'm enjoying this moment? They thought they've gotten Obi. That's what they thought. With the
I don't
help of
understand what you mean by please explain. How do you mean that they've gotten Obi?
Well, they used Tanko and Aisa Yusufu to drag him, to reel him in. You understand? Those, they are not. They don't see the trickery
You
in what
see,
they are.
this is the things I say that people who support all these politicians, they get me very angry. They get very angry, and instead of countering what I'm saying, they will abuse me. I will keep saying, I said this yesterday morning, and I'm saying it again this morning. Obi do not have political clout. I will keep saying it.
No, there is a game. Wait, Zita. Look, when the Obi came in, Obi agreed to join the coalition. What did Obi do 2 days before their proclamation? Obi declared for presidency. He pulled the rug under their feet. They were gobsmacked. They moved back, and it's like they blinked their eyes. Because in one fell stroke, what they were proposing to him, he proposed back to them. I want to be president. I'll be only one-term president. Get the pointer. I will be only one. That's what they put to it. But he put it back to them. So they couldn't see anything. Amechi came in to help with a rider. Oh, I want to be a president too, and I'll be one-term president. Till today, Atiku, who flew that kite many months back, has not come forward to openly say, to throw his hat into the arena to say, okay, I'm going to contest and do only one term. What the nearest he has said is that my presidency will look like this, will look like that, which is an indication where all of us derive that belief from. That article is running, because that was not the script. Obi removed that script. That was brilliant. The first day I came, when he did, Obi said that, I said, that's a brilliant move.
I don't know what you see as brilliant there.
It's brilliant. Look, you told me.
I don't understand. From the one, all these men want to be president. They don't need to tell us that they want to be president for us to know that they want to be president. Who is cornering them not to be president? I don't understand your argument. I don't know why somebody would
No,
think
there is
Obi
supposed
doesn't
to be
want
an
to be
arrangement.
president.
Wait, where they have this oversized ego. There is supposed to be an arrangement. Okay, Atiku said it many months back now that I will only run. In fact, he said it first in 2022 when he went to campaign. I think it was in Anambra, and said, I am the man that can give you the presidency. If you vote for me, and when I'm leaving power, I will hand over to an Igbo president. That was what Atiku said in
10 years to
2022.
come, in the next 30 years, his people will wipe this thing out of the internet.
Well, what of our memory? They
When
can't
the
wipe our
young
memory.
generation come to search for it, they will look you straight in the eyes and tell you Atiku never said it. I mean, look, I don't know what is smart about it. We all know that Amechi, Atiku, Obi, at least these three is certain in the heart of Nigerians that they want to be president. That's all they want. So if any of them declaring presidency, I don't see how that is a shock. And I don't see how Obi joining the coalition and declaring presidency will be a shock to anybody or a smart thing. Because
Because they thought they've nailed Obi down.
He did it in 2023. He went to that place to become the president. They rejected him. He asked for the one vice. They rejected. He walked away.
Obi, these people think they are cleverer than you. That's their thoughts. They think they can roll you around their fingers.
I don't know whether you are in their thoughts, Baba, but I am surprised that anybody will think like that. There is only two things Obi can accept: president and vice president. And if you are not giving him any of that, he's going to jump into another party and contest for president or even a vice. So it is what it is. It's not going to be a surprise to anybody.
One man, don't forget the third person there and the fourth. If they want to come in place, let's know.
Yes, the star you can come in, but that Suman is just here to shout abuse. That's why I was asking if you had your helmet.
I beg Holamu, make you
Yes,
chain and down.
yes, that is okay to shout out. As soon as he hears Zita's voice, when is Zita's son?
Who?
That guy that is always coming here
You
to
see,
shout at you.
I wanted to say something when Baba was talking. It was only Baba at the platform and me when I came in. I wanted to say something. When I start talking now, they will just start flying into the platform to screw trash. But the thing is that I wish they can engage in a conversation. The ridiculous and stupid aspect of it, they will just come and be saying, shut up your mouth, idiot, stupid, get away, shut up your mouth. That actually makes them look like an imbecile. Because if somebody say what you don't like, or you think the person is lying or is screwing trash, all you need to do is to say something
Does it
to
make them
counter
look
the
like
person.
sorry, Zita, does it make them look like an imbecile, or does it reveal that they are?
Anyway.
I think it's best called pronounced in Spanish, imbecile.
Choose the word you want.
But
Italian.
take me to this headline on the screen. Do you know where, and maybe you want to lead on this, Zita, but do you know where Buhari is going with this? It says, no one single-handedly made Buhari president in 2015. This is the former secretary to the government under the Buhari administration coming out to say this. So they are trying to, that is to tell you then that they are trying to water down Tinubu's impact in making Buhari president. But why
So,
is the question?
woman, I don't get it. You see, this is actually why people don't like what I say. One man, no man on earth can single-handedly make somebody a president. You can only be an enabler, a motivator, either with your finances, with your words, a kind of support. You enable the person. Let's assume the person is getting vote from somewhere and is losing ground elsewhere. You can enable him with your support, either financially or by just mere word of mouth, depending on the kind of person you are. If you are somebody that has a lot of clout around you, you can just say something. And the moment you say it, those areas he's losing ground might start changing for him. That doesn't mean you single-handedly made him a president. Come on, man, now. Why would somebody even say he single-handedly made somebody a president? How do you come about that? How are you gonna do that? How did you come? Is it a dictatorship that you will just hold him and say go and
Well,
be
okay,
the?
what was the determining factor that made Buhari president? He had contested 3 times previously. So what changed the fourth time?
It was a collective campaign. It was a collective campaign. Some people might have a high stake on it, but they are not single-handedly. That word is actually ridiculous. I don't even know where Mustafa came up with that kind of word.
If you removed Tinubu's participation, would Buhari have been president?
Okay, let me tell you. If you remove,
Tinubu's contribution.
You ask the question, I will answer you. And we'll try as much as possible to make it clear. I actually don't want you to believe me, but I will say what I want to say. Now, if you remove Tinubu and the others came for Buhari, maybe he might still win it. Maybe he might not win it. That is one. Because that situation never happened where Tinubu is removed. So it's a situation you cannot rate because it never happened. Fine. If you remove Buhari and leave Tinubu with all his conglomerates, maybe the person they might bring out, maybe they might win, maybe they might not win. Why am I saying this? When it comes to election, I have said this several times. I said it in 2023, and I'm saying it again. When it comes to election, you do not win election because of one single man or one single circumstances. That one might be an enabler. It might add votes for you. But that is not the only reason why you will walk in there. One reason can make you not walk in there. But most times, those one reason is you, not the circumstances around you. Or every other circumstances around you is an enabler. Going in there now with those circumstances will be in you. If you are not capable by yourself, you might not get there, no matter the circumstances surrounding you and is enabling you. So what am I saying in essence? One single individual cannot make somebody a president of a nation.
Yes, they can. It happened in Nigeria, and the exact just your narrative right there. The Buhari patently did not have it within. In fact, he had given up, and Tinubu went to meet him in Kaduna and said, "No, let's have one more go." And it was that Tinubu intervention that made him president. So you can then say that
One man, that your argument is actually
wait,
pedestrian.
Zita, let me put some historical perspective to
It's
this.
pedestrian. I shouldn't be discussing that.
You see, we are forgetting that after the merger, everybody threw out their old political garb and started wearing that of APC. You know, they went to a primary. They came for a primary in Lagos. Buhari had no money. He had his 12 million votes without a sou to his name. Now somebody came in with plenty of bullion van and money because Buhari contested that primary, APC primary, with fear of Atiku. But he was assured that, forget it, let him bring his money and we'll bring our own money. So Buhari was relaxed. And of course, they delivered the presidency to him. With his 12 million votes, he tried 3 times, 2003, I think 2007, 2011. He failed, even with his bulk 12 million votes, he failed. But on the fourth time, with that little boss Mustafa is talking about and plenty of money, he won. So if we want to be verbose, like Tinubu, you can say, well, I did it. But then maybe if we look at it conscientiously.
No, it's a statement of fact now, Baba. You already said with these 12 million votes, a phantom, because we keep repeating these 12 million votes as though they actually did exist. They don't exist. But with his fabled 12 million votes, he did 3 cycles and it led him nowhere. And then this guy goes to meet him and said, I will make you president. And then he goes on and does it. Tinubu made Buhari president. I'm not quite sure why they're trying to reverse and reward it.
But Buhari too is not arguing that anyway, because that election, that vote they brought in and the money made him because he did not get any single vote in the Southeast. He did not get anything in the Southeast and just a little bit of South-South. So without Tinubu, actually, he wouldn't have won. Does that translate into that Tinubu made him? I think that election he got, I can't remember the totality of the vote he got.
That
But that
was
is
the
just,
question. That was the question I was putting to Zita now, Baba. That if
that's
you
just
remove,
semantic anyway.
if you remove Tinubu as an equation, Buhari would not be president.
Of
But
course, no,
if
he
you
wouldn't be
remove,
president.
yes, but if you
But
remove
if
sorry, Baba.
Tinubu too cannot be president.
So yeah, but yes, because Tinubu needed Buhari to be
Well,
president. So that
one man, as
yeah,
I said before, that argument is pedestrian. As I
well,
said,
it may
and I will
be,
keep
but
saying it,
nevertheless.
no one man makes somebody a president. Single-handedly, that's the word. If you say he contributed much, he moved it, he planned it, and gathered people for support, and they moved on and get it done. You are making sense.
There's
But
an
But can't you crown him for efforts?
if you use listen, forget about the effort. Nigerians are not blind to what Tinubu did in 2015. But if you are saying single-handedly, that's what I'm talking about. That is actually pedestrian. And I don't even know where the heck that your so-called Mustafa coined that word from. I don't know what is written in his brain that he will come out and start speaking pedestrianly about a single-handed person making somebody a president. I don't know the heck what was going on in his brain, because that cannot happen.
It comes from a place of pain. I think it's just.
Baba, let me give you the fullness of what he said. He said Tinubu did not single-handedly make well, he said nobody. He didn't actually mention Tinubu, but of course we know that he was talking about Tinubu. But what he was arguing was that that the CPC, the ACN, ABGA, etc., that they that as a group, they brought in 3 million votes that added to the already existing Buhari 12 million votes, and that was what made him president. But the Buhari 12 million votes, which is phantom and fabled, and only a figment of their imagination, Buhari's fabled 12 million votes has been a constant in 3 electoral cycles, and it never made him president. So so I mean, the deciding factor that tipped the scale in favor of Buhari, that is the factor that made him president. And that factor can then make that claim of making him president. Because if you remove that factor, he would not be president. So that's the argument, isn't it?
Well, for those discerning, I think it's just clear that without Tinubu's push, it's just like without Elon Musk's $270 million, it will have been difficult for Donald to win the presidency in America. That money goes a long way.
That's not true. That's still pedestrian.
That's my belief.
That's still pedestrian. Why
that
did Tinubu
$270 million?
I really don't want to talk about this. Because
well,
if a man single-handedly makes somebody a
no, I didn't say single-handedly.
It's actually irritating. Let me say this.
I didn't say single-handedly.
One man keeps saying that Buhari does not have 12 million votes. I don't know where the heck he get that one from, because on several occasions that man contested that election. Let me borrow word from Showore. Showore said they assign votes. Over 12 million votes is being assigned to that man. So for somebody to come on this platform and say, where is the 12 million votes? Nobody sees the 12 million votes. I don't know where you get that one from. But that man has contested the election for presidency severally in that country. And according to Showore that said they assigned them votes, that man has been assigned over 12 million votes on several occasions.
Is it not funny that it's consistent on 3 presidential elections? He got 12 million plus.
So that makes it phantom, doesn't
12
it?
million votes. Listen to me. 12 million votes. We capped it at 12 million because I think over 12 million anyway. That was the highest he's got. But to think of it that in that heavy rigging that Obasanjo used to do, that massive, ridiculous
2003
unheard of election that Obasanjo and his cohorts were conducting in Nigeria, for them to have the effrontery, fear to catch them, to be able to assign him that millions of votes means he has a political clout. Take it or leave it, I don't care. Now back to the United States. For somebody, for you to invest
I just put that in. Don't deviate. Don't deviate. Leave that one.
To correct that the argument is going pedestrian. For you to bet on somebody, you will see a potential. That's how it works in politics. If you miscalculate, you lose your money. So for Tinubu to look around, play his game and say, I can't use this person, I can't use this. Let me go to this 12 million guy. Let me go and pay. And he's interested. He has contested several. Let me go get him. Means the man has potential. And that was why it worked. So you cannot overrule his potential and say, if it is not for you, he wouldn't have been president. Come on, man. Haba.
But why did they call him back? After that 2015 election, they gave him cold turkey. He went back to Bodilon and rest. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, when they ran into trouble in the 2019 election, it was what's the name of the Buhari's wife that went to Bodilon to beg Tinubu to come back and help them. That was how he won that election. Maybe that was when Tinubu gave him that infamous or famous condition that after you, I'm coming in. Because Tinubu said it, that look, don't play with the Yorubas. Okay, that was 2015. He said it. He said, I told him, don't play with the Yorubas when you become president. The way Jonathan did, because people are forgetting that Jonathan was Igbo's presidency in disguise. Jonathan Azikiwe, good luck, Jonathan Azikiwe, Nnamdi Akabogu. They gave him in that government. If all these people that are now rattling ta 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 ta, where were the Yorubas
Let me
in
ask a
that
question.
government?
Let me ask a question. Is Goodluck Jonathan an Igbo man?
It's not it's an Ijo Paraku.
I'm not sure that are they just not the part of the wider Igbo, according to Chimamanda Adichie.
No. They just have nothing to do with the Igbos. If we have to go historical, it is not. It's not needed. You understand? Because even in the history of the Yoruba land, we knew the Ijos before we knew anybody, apart from the Awusas first. The Ijos came in second. That is the Ijo Arugbo of Ondo State. They came in through the creeks into the west first. And if you listen to some Yoruba music, their influence of their music is still there till today. When the Yorubas talk about wrestling, we call it Anja Igba. That is from Ijaws tradition of wrestling, tying bells on their waist. Yorubas don't tie bells because we know the folly of doing that. That could break your back or your spine. So the Jaws have been there long ago. So Jonathan belongs to a renowned tradition, culture, which is that of the Jaws. And I think they traverse about 6 states in the South. 6 states they are in. So it is a large number of people. People don't reckon with them. So Jonathan just messed himself up, allowed himself to be wrapped by the Southeasterner. So that's why I say that presidency is Igbo presidency. Because the Yorubas were not involved. What got my goat during that period was when the Obas went to Jonathan to beg him, practically beg him, that give us something now. He will promise, and he never did anything. Imagine a government where number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, in succession order. No Yoruba. No Yoruba. He was warned, he was begged. The political heavyweight went to beg him. But he was cocooned. He was cocooned and assured of an invisibility that nothing will happen. We will protect you. We own this land. But when the push come to shove, when the shit hit the fan, he stayed in Awujale's palace overnight, dishing out heavy sums, dollars, cash, to save himself. It was too late. It was too late. So whoever says he was kicked out of the place, yes, you cannot neglect a formidable voting bloc in Nigeria like the Southwest. Jonathan did it. Vice President, Senate President, House Chairman, the Chief Justice, Head of Military, nothing. And when the Yaradua thing started, it was these same people of the Southwest that were in the street in numbers to restore the presidency to you. They were the one on the street, including their Nollywood wing, including their apostolic wing, every political wing. They were on the street saying no. Until this same David Mark who wants to save Nigeria, now, his hands were forced for the Senate, the National Assembly, to adopt the doctrine of necessity. Didn't Jonathan say it, that the handover note he was supposed to receive from Yaradua, ordinarily an aide to the president, refused to pass it on to the National Assembly so he can assume the position of vice presidency? We have memories, even if some people have lost theirs. These are the facts. These are the facts. So please carry on, Zita. I'm sorry to butt in there.
Let me take you to the headline on the screen. So it's gone a three-way cycle. First a lie, and then a denial, and then the truth again. Or is it first the truth, then a lie, and then the truth again? So here is Peter Obi coming out to say that he did Mr. after all. So what are we making of this headline on the screen? I won't come out to tell us that he's never set eyes on Abata before in his life. Hello, am I still there? Remy, you can come in. The star. We're just talking now, so we're not doing turn by turn. No.
That is quite funny. He is such a character. Okay, good morning, everyone. You can see now when he was caught red-handed, he now came out with this. So, if you are
How come
following,
they never punish him for these lies? He seems to get away with so much. If Tinubu had told this sort of lie,
I think Nigerian journalists, I think they are not doing a good job. This kind of thing, they do. I think maybe they are afraid of all these political heavyweights. Sometimes not to ask the direct questions. This is a committed. This person should not be the president of this country. He's a liar. So many lies upon so many you cannot even remember. Just recently, and then you spoke with both face. You said no, you've never met this guy. Now you are not telling us. Oh God, I don't want to even comment about it. Maybe the star can go ahead and say something.
He said he would invest in health, in education, in all of this. That it will be using earpiece as the national flyer and all.
Woman, please, I beg, pardon me. You know what you guys missed, and I'm surprised you missed it because I know you are very, very observant. Do you know what Obi said in that interview about the Ibadan Amzat's problem? Do you know what he said? I will have gone there, and I will have gone there and commiserate with the people. I will even cry with them.
Yes.
You missed that. Yeah, he said he will cry with them. I don't know why you missed that.
No, I didn't miss it.
You said you will cry with them. What is president there? I can't believe it.
Was that though? Because Olori Naomi was involved in that. So was there having a dig at the Oni with that statement?
You mean?
That Ibadan incident, Olori Naomi was involved. So was he having a dig at the Oni with that statement?
You mean Obi or the Olori herself, Naomi?
Obi, yes.
I don't think so. You know, Obi.
What did you make of that? Because he's on the screen now. What did you make of that interaction, especially Seun Baloye's performance, which I thought was extremely poor?
Woman. You see, I told you we're coming back again after 4 years on this man. I said it. When the Supreme Court said, get away, Tinubu is the president. You said, oh, it's all over. He should not go and I said, never. That 4 years down the line, we are coming back to these lies and innuendos. And he said he did not say, and he did it this way, and he did not do it this way. And you bring his crooked feminine voice on the screen for me to listen. And when I speak, his ridiculous supporters will start abusing me. They said I hate him. And I asked that, let me not call him idiot yet.
Zita, it's just the funniest thing. He said they will invest in health and all of these things, but under his tenure in Anambra State, the longest medical strike ever in the history of that country, even globally, was under him.
And
It speaks as though it doesn't have antecedent in governance that we can reference against his pronouncement.
And somebody says, I don't know why this woman hate to be. And when I see people say things like that, I begin to wonder, is it that you are blind to see that a human being sat on emergency for 13 months and you could not process it in your brain that how many people who have terminal illness that died during that period? You did not process it in your brain. That doesn't show, you don't show any concern. What is important to you is the ridiculous
Where your
man.
president Tinubu now is on the
And
run,
you are
clear
asking
your
me,
pot. He said he's
you are
lying.
asking me, why do I hate him? And that incident alone is not enough for you to spat on his face. Then I ask, for those of you that are overseas is supporting him, I ask you a simple question. In
Madam,
those
shut up.
countries where
Madam,
you
shut
are,
up. You don't know anything. Where your Tinubu is on the run, the man is
countries
clear
where
your
you are,
pot, do
Tinubu
everything.
has never shut
Today,
down
you claim that
hospitals for
pot,
13
Tinubu.
months. For your information, Tinubu has not shut down hospitals
Shut
for
up.
13 months.
Obi,
Tinubu has not. So,
Peter Obi
it's
made Lagos.
just enough for you to tell me to shut up because I'm not going to shut up. You
Peter
know that.
Obi made Lagos.
No, I'm not going to shut up.
Hold on.
Tinubu has
So,
not.
Peter Obi
You
made that
said
pot what to eat.
Tinubu is the president. Tinubu
Peter
has
Obi made
one-time
that pot
government.
what to
In
eat.
his time,
Zita,
he
can you
did
hear
not
me?
Peter
shut
Obi
down
made that
hospitals
pot
for
what
13
to eat.
months.
Zita, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on one second. Let's actually see what this
Allow
guy
me
has
to
to
talk.
say.
I'm here a long time.
Just be quiet for a moment, Suman. You will speak, but I want to caution you that you can't keep doing this. Coming here to people will criticize Obi because Obi is vying to
Wait,
be
I
the
want
next
to say
president.
something. I want to say
Can you
one
be
thing. I
can
want
you
to
be
say
can
one
you
thing.
be
I'll shut
quiet?
up.
Can
I
you be
want to
quiet?
just. I
Yeah,
want to keep quiet.
no,
I want to
yes,
keep.
yes.
I
So
want to say
you,
something.
you do as you are directed. I can mute you, kick you out, all of these things. So when I say be quiet, just be quiet. I stop Zeta so you can speak. But let me say something first. So just don't do that. This is not a Alaba market. Look, I, I want you to be able to speak to the politics, but all these things that Obi is vying to be the president of Nigeria. You like him clearly, but not everybody does. You see him in a particular way, and others see him differently. So you can advocate for your candidate if that is what you want to do, but please don't come and be shouting abuse at people that are critical of Obi, because as you are critical of other politicians, other people are also critical of Obi. So try and be a bit more sophisticated in how you will interact with the platform. So let's hear from you. What do you have to say? You say now you can talk.
Jeez, I
Do
can't
you have
believe it.
do you have anything constructive or meaningful to say, Suman?
Hello. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
we can hear
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So without
Okay.
abuse, without
Okay.
abusing anybody, speak to the conversation. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
So without abuse,
Hello. Can you hear me now?
we can hear you, unfortunately.
Okay. What I said is where time Tinubu on the run away from Nigeria.
It's on the run.
People. Yeah. Peter Tinubu run now.
It's on the run.
Tinubu run.
Okay.
The time Abacha, was a president. He run away. When he come
All
back, he
right.
claim he do. Hello.
No, carry on.
We
So
can hear you. Go on.
Tinubu ran away, but Obi was there
Yeah,
fighting for
the
democracy.
time Tinubu went to exile, Peter Obi in the Nigeria claim Lagos seaport. You know, today the same Tinubu came back, say he dredged Lagos seaport. He made Lagos what Lagos is today. My dear, all those things are propaganda. You know, Peter Obi doesn't work with Abacha. Number one, Peter Obi is a businessman.
Who was the president when Obi
Well,
was clearing the
uh,
seaport?
Peter Obi is a businessman.
Can you hold on?
The
Can you hold
time
on? Guy, just settle down. Who was the president when Obi was clearing the seaport?
it's Abacha now.
And who appointed him to clear the seaport?
No. You make a mistake. Abacha did not
No,
point it to Obi. His team went to Abacha in
right?
Abuja.
Yes,
Go and meet him because of all the ports. They want to clear the port because everything is not working there. That
right,
time Abacha president. So Obi went with his team there. Go and meet him. From that meeting, then Abacha give order to them to go and clear everything that port. Today,
right.
the same port, this Obi, I would say Obi made that seaport what it is today.
Very
You know,
good.
so
But
the same people.
who appointed him to go and clear the seaport?
Abacha did not pointed. Obi his team went there, go and meet Abacha. As Tinubu as a president today, nothing is working now. I will decide to go and meet him and go and help him to do my things as a businessman. I am, you know. So Obi went there because of his business.
No,
You
you
know,
don't
went
have to
there
repeat
because of
it.
Abacha.
No. Forget all of that. Do you want me to go? Obi himself told us, we played a clip yesterday. Obi himself told us that he went with his friend, with his colleagues to meet Abacha, that there was congestion at the port. And when they were presenting, Abacha banged the table and said, "Make this guy chairman." Those were Obi's own words. Unless you were there, you know more than the guy.
Not chairman.
That was what.
Abacha.
Okay, I'll just go and
Well,
get the clip and I'll play it if you
Obi,
want me to play it.
Obi said that because of politics. Abacha did not protect Obi.
The
You know,
appointment
Obi
letter has
went
been.
there.
Hey, guy,
Wait,
settle down.
yes. Share the
I'm not.
letter now. Share the letter. Check the
I'm not
letter. You will see.
just. You don't know anything. Obi himself told us that Abaka appointed him as chairman. So, are you saying he's lying or what are you talking about?
I know Obi went there because of his business. You know,
No,
went
no,
there.
don't say that
Letter.
again. You said that 3 times. Take us to the appointment. It's the appointment
Yeah,
you're talking
I
about.
want
Nobody
to
cares.
clear you.
No, but you
Somebody
said the
went to
three.
go
No,
and
you
see
said it,
his president.
guy.
He went
Don't
there
worry.
because of his own business.
Okay, so you said
It's
that
not
now
about
5 times.
Abacha.
You said that 5 times now. So we know where he went there. We know why he said he went there. So you don't have to. We're talking about what if he was appointed by Abacha or not. And he told us that Abacha appointed him chairman of Tinkan Island. Those were his own words.
Mm. Yeah, but that appointment,
Have you
Abacha
have,
did
have
not
you have
pay.
you have you
Wait,
have you have you have you seen the clip?
wait, if he give somebody appointment now, he will pay the person, Abi. Do you provide?
What
Hello, can
man?
you hear me?
Should I even reply him?
No,
When
no,
he's
no.
asking,
Do
I
you
want him to.
provide? Do
Oh,
you
hold on. I don't
provide
want him to hold the space for
see
too
a
long.
receipt Abacha pay Obi every month for that seaport in work? Abacha did not pay to Obi. Did not pay him. Obi
Sorry.
just
Oh no, just hold on. Don't take us into a fabled space. On what authority do you know that he wasn't paid? Did Obi say he wasn't paid?
Abacha did not pay
No,
him. He
no.
went
I
there
just
because of
answer,
his own
guy. No.
business.
Can you not be? Don't be an idiot now. Just answer the question. Did
I'm
Obi
not
say he?
idiot, man.
They don't act like
Do
one.
you know
Did
how
Obi?
old I
I don't care how old you are. Act in accordance with the conversation. Did Obi say he was not paid? Did he say that?
Abacha did not pay him. Obi walked that
Okay, I'm only
seaport
going to ask you
because of
one last time. Okay, you
he-
are clearly not up to this conversation. Did Obi say he was not paid? Yes or no? Did he say that?
Abacha did not tell Obi.
Did Obi say last time? Did I
Yes,
don't know. I
yes,
don't understand Igbo, so you have to understand English.
yes,
Did Obi
yes.
say? Obi said he
Abacha
wasn't.
did not tell him.
No, you're clearly not up to this conversation. I'm
Talking,
sorry.
she's just talking rubbish. I don't know how you accommodate people like this type of man. Come on.
Tolula, good to have you. Take the floor. Let's hear from you. Only because I think this is your first time. I tried very hard, but I cannot abide. Apologies, by the way, if I called you names, but it's mind numbing the level of just
It's tedious.
it's just it's on you know it balls you up. It's just a simple. The guy told us he was he appointed chairman. You said he wasn't appointed by Abacha. The guy never said he wasn't paid. You are saying he wasn't paid. I mean, where do we even go from with that?
One man.
It's
Man,
just
let me
There
say
is a
this.
limit
Let
to
me say
what
this.
people like me can even say because
Baba,
I witness all of these things. So I
Baba,
just laugh most of the time. Yes, Zita.
let me say
Oh dear.
this. I know it's good for those who wants to learn, to learn. Those who don't want to learn, let them not learn. If Abacha is a head of department, I'm just giving an example, and then he had a sectional head or a supervisor, and then you work under the supervisor for those who are claiming, they're claiming a lot of things, even when the man said it by himself. But let me do this analysis. And then you worked under the supervisor, and years after, somebody say, oh, these are people who worked under Abacha. He worked under Abacha. And you come out to say, no, I did not work under Abacha. I worked under a supervisor. How does that, or you don't understand how office work? I don't understand. As long as Abacha is the head, anybody who works under that line of leadership worked with Abacha. So if they want to claim that a minister was the person that appointed, although Obi did not say that, that's still okay.
no. Obi told
Let's
us that Abacha appointed him. Now
no
that's what
wait
he
now.
said.
Let's go with their lies. When they lie like this, because this guy campaigned with this thing in 2023. Now people like me that come to one man platform and laugh over it and said a man who worked under Abacha wants to fix Nigeria. Now it has become an issue. They are not saying it's wrong. So they want to get him out of that thing by saying it's a minister that appointed you or whatever, whoever. I don't know if Abacha had it. I don't know who was working with Abacha. They are not claiming that it was the person that employed him. It doesn't really matter. The important thing that he was in Abacha's conglomerate. He worked with Abacha. It's as simple as ABC.
Exactly.
These people can lie. The annoying part of it is that they just abuse you for
Very aggressive people.
Listen, people say they don't know why I hate Obi. I will keep saying it. If you look at a governor of a state, lock hospitals for 13 months, and that's not enough for you to get irritated about that person, then you shouldn't complain about Nigeria.
All right.
Whatever any other person is doing, you should swallow it and keep quiet.
All right, Zita. I think Tolu Lokwe may be joining us for the first time. So let's establish a voice in the conversation. So Tolu Lokwe, I'm not sure how much of it you've been following. And apologies that you came in at that moment when I was I don't usually call people names. So apologies to you as well, so man. I shouldn't have. But Tolu Lokwe, come into the conversation at whichever entry point. Tolu, on mute. Are you ready for us, Tolu? I think he or she may be busy with something. So when you are ready to look, well, let us know. When you are ready, let us know. But shall we take the conversation then in the direction of this headline now? Delusion as distraction. This is Atiku then, who is under pressure somewhat to step down for a southern candidate. Should because one of the arguments that Rotimi Amechi was presenting was that power should still retain in the South, even within that coalition. So how do you think not Abacha but Atiku? How do you think Atiku is going to negotiate then navigate this narrative of power staying in the North for 2 terms, in the South for 2 terms?
Okay, I think if Atiku should step down, then the coalition is dead immediately. Nothing happens again. Everybody go their own way. And Atiku is the one that midwife the
You are
coalition.
very correct because he's the one that has political clout among all of them.
Yes. So all this blah 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 they are talking about, and I said it before. I think Amishi will probably be the VP at the end of the day. So that is what he is angling for. He knows that Atiku will never step down, and he knows that the ticket is meant for Atiku. The collation is Atiku's wife, and he's the one that midwife it. And at the end of the day, he's going to get the ticket, and Amishi is going to get the VP slot, and it's all dusted. And they will make sure that the play will be to the end. That he cannot even go back. So if he knows what he's doing, this is the best time for him to go back to his Labour Party and reorganize. But if Atiku should step down, all of them should just forget everything. That's my little take for now. Another person can speak.
But do you think there's still space for him in the Labour Party? Because the body language of that party now is that they just want him out. You know,
Yeah.
I think about 2 days ago they gave him 48 hours or something.
So that is the problem of our person that is he's a confusionist. He does not know what he wants. As a politician, you must know exactly what you want from day one. If you are dancing to both left and right, at the end of the day, you will lose out. It can, even if it go back to that Labour Party, and for me, I think if INEC want to recognize their chairman and their secretary, I think it's still that Abure they will recognize. So they still have they are the one that hold the stake there. All those ones that they come out from that woman or whatever, who recognizes them? So, and those people can never trust to be again. That's another thing. And if they are going to do primaries in Labour Party, that is also a way to edge Obi out. So I don't know what is going to do, unfortunately. So this is a man that cannot build on his own party. So he's a man that is just an opportunist looking for where to pitch. And at the end of the day,
Remy, you are missing the point. I think Baba OBJs will step in at a point. My prediction, this is my prediction. The ticket will be Atiku and Obi. And I welcome that challenge. That's what I clamor for. That's what I wish. That's what I want.
Baba,
And that may be what happens.
Baba, that Ameshi, you don't know how he plays his own game. No, even Baba OBJ step in, it's too late. This is the last chance for Atiku to go for this draw. And he's going to pick Amishi to get the South vote because he knows that if Obi is picked as VP, the Southeastern voter, they won't vote for him. They are not stupid too. So you have to look at it from that angle. So then he knows that if Obi is not the president candidate, most of the Southeastern voter, they won't vote for Atiku. That is why we go for Amishi.
How do you think how do you think Obi if they had that ticket, how do you think Obi is able to persuade his movement to vote for him? If they have the Atiku Obi ticket, how do you think is he even able to maneuver his followership to vote?
No, he will be damaged goods.
It's a damaged goods already. Even as we are speaking of today, a lot of people already left. But it will still have some core supporters from the South that will also fine. But will that vote be enough for Atiku? I don't think so. It won't be enough. And there will be a protest vote against Atiku. Because at that time, people will not see as Obi is the president candidate. All what people will be saying is that Atiku is the president. And there will be a lot of protest votes.
So dropped. I was really hopeful that we will hear our voice.
You know, we are hearing the popular language, the lingo. Let's all go and test our power in the primary. Let's go. We all know that if they go into the primary, Obi doesn't have the deep pocket to face Amechi or Atiku. They will use Amechi against him and neutralize him. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go to primary. Obi doesn't want.
I don't understand what you mean by he doesn't have a deep pocket.
You mean Obi?
Guys Look, I really don't
No,
understand
compared
this
to
one.
Atiku
No,
and this
hold on,
and
hold on.
Rotimi Amechi.
Baba, una present that guy like beautiful bride. So when you are a
I'm
beautiful
not
bride,
me and Obi. God
come what
forbid.
may, the delegate will vote you now. Is it not hard? You guys said Nigerians are craving for Obi. So let it show in the primaries.
Mhm.
Which kind
Did
problem
you
be
hear
this now?
Dele Momodu Zita? He said Wike, who lost that primary in 2023 to Atiku, Wike spent $30,000 per delegate, and these are delegates in their thousands.
Baba, Obi's case is different. His love is organic. They don't
Okay,
need money to vote
I
for
get.
him.
Yeah, but
Thank you.
the delegates don't vote for the candidates; they vote for the dollar. That's just it.
When it comes to Obi, one man, they are going to vote without a cobble. The love
because
is
you know
organic.
they give shishi, Abi, because you know they give shishi.
They know they give shishi, and the people know they collect shishi. Their love is organic. So they said they have been registering in ADC. They said even their website crashed down. They are calling me, they are telling me. So what is important is that they're gonna be the delegates. So when they get there, the love is organic. Even if you give them $1 million, they're not gonna take. They want to be, because he is the beautiful bride. Una go make argument tire.
Yeah, now,
Yeah, but
DOG,
the thing,
yeah, good
yeah,
to see you. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
Woman, thank you, everyone. I just wish I think what brought about that coalition is what is going to separate them. Everybody have their interest because there is no way every one of them is coming together with not. Everybody has a particular interest, and for somebody saying Obasanjo, I don't think Obasanjo has any ground to tell Atiku what to do in this case. And I don't think Atiku will be listening to Obasanjo or any advice because Obasanjo is the one that actually killed his own political career self. Obasanjo finished the guy. So to me, I just think there will be too much trouble with this their coalition. And I'm looking at I just felt Obi should have just have settled with Labour Party, whatever the case has been from the party. He should have just looked for a way to settle. I think he would have had people that wanted to join him. But with this coalition, and this is my problem with people supporting Obi, I don't see how if I've been supporting Obi, at this point I'll be disappointed because let's even say they give Obi the ticket and Obi wins. There is too many interests. Atiku will want a bite. Amechi wants a bite. Everybody now wants to. How would he even perform and do everything he promised he wants to do? It's impossible. He has just put himself in a web. And when it comes to primaries, I think it's difficult to win over Atiku. It is only if Atiku wants to step down. And if Atiku is stepping down, what should Atiku be asking for if Obi comes in as president? So there is a lot to even think about with this their coalition. But the obedient, they are not getting it. Like me, I don't understand. I don't get it. And I was so pained when that guy jumped in. Zita was trying to Madam Zita was going to make a point, but I think the guy just derailed the whole conversation and I don't even think she remember what she was. She was going to a point that I was waiting to get what she was trying to say. I don't know if she can still catch up back with what she was saying before
Where was
that
he
guy.
driving to? Do you think we should not be letting that guy in? Because I think it's important to let everybody in.
It's
You know,
important to let people in because you don't want to come to a platform and you are hearing one sided, but you want people that will be civilized. You don't want you want somebody like even when you are questioning to wait, you're asking them question that is yes and no. It's just saying something else. And I think that is when you are even forced to say, don't be an idiot, you know.
no. I take that back. Actually, I shouldn't say actually
When
as
people
we
push, people
as
I
we
push
go.
him.
remembered what I wanted to say.
Yeah, if you please, ma'am, can you please drive on, please? I was trying to see you
Okay,
land that
they
point.
said I don't like the guy, that I don't like Obi. And I said, if we are complaining about Nigeria and things are not happening in Nigeria, and they think that a governor of a state will sit down on medical for, which is emergency, for 13 months without budging, is that not enough for you to spark on that person? Then I now said, I was trying to say, in those countries where they are, if a governor of a state try not to stop, that's not going to happen anyway, but let's assume it happened for 1 month, that governor is going to resign. And that will be the end of his political career. I'm talking about those people in diaspora that are supporting Obi. That's the question I'm asking them this morning. If they are in those countries where they are, that was actually what I wanted to say, and the governor in a state where they are, the doctors happen to go on strike. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, he couldn't fathom, process how to get these people to go back to work. He will resign. And that will be the end of his political career, let alone having the effrontery to contest for the president of that country. And this is what is happening here. And some people are saying, this woman, we don't know why you don't like Obi. So actually, I'm trying to process, are Nigerians actually raising a carpet and sweeping that incident under the carpet? Is that what they're telling me? That they couldn't process people dying, people with terminal diseases, people who cannot afford expensive private hospitals? That thing doesn't really mean anything to them. And then we come out to say that things in Nigeria are not going. If that is not enough for them to scream, then they should shut up. In any other thing that happened in Nigeria, they should just keep quiet.
Madam Zita, you asked a question just this Nigeria. You see, what I've realized now is every Obi supporter, I don't think half of them or majority of them, say almost 80% of them know this thing you are even talking about. They are just following Obi. And there is my annoyance again is if people come out and say, oh, Obi is lying about this and try to fact check him, they don't even want to hear. Nobody is even doing, Obi said this thing. And somebody said, let's think out of the box. Is it really true? Is this everybody is just following the bandwagon? And it's so sad and it's annoying. And I think that is why it's difficult to actually have a proper conversation with most
The
Obi
guy said,
supporters.
the guy said that Tinubu is killing Nigeria. That's what he came here to tell me to shut up. That what about the one Tinubu is doing? Then I now said, Tinubu was a governor in Lagos State. Now he's a president. There is no time in his administration that he shut down hospitals for 13 months. The situation in Nigeria is not palatable, but he's struggling to make strike not to go haywire. Yes, they are doing strike, but he's trying a way to walk around them and get them to go back to work. And somebody who could not do it for something as important as medical is somebody that coming here to insult me because I'm not supporting him. Are they okay? Are they actually okay?
The
This
Obingos
is
are like
actually
that. Don't be
ridiculous, honey.
surprised. And I think this is where you miss likes of what's this guy called? Because the last elections we have
Enigmatic.
enigmatic. Then we have some
The
Obi
Koboko of
supporters.
the
Then that
rascals.
yeah, we have some Obi supporters. Then too that are very civilized and they will have proper conversation. What's this guy's name? One man remind me of his name. I don't know where he is now. That writes book. He lives in Lagos.
Who's that?
What?
Uptown.
Uptown guys like that, they are Obi supporters, but they will never
Uptown is a
insult
big
you.
boy now.
You know,
It's personal friends with Obi now.
you see, they will never insult you and all those things. So it's hard to have this conversation when you don't have people Obi supporters that are sensible. And that's where me I have the issue. Like, okay, everybody will come out to vote, and you can see now. nobody has a problem with people Obi is trying to group up with now. Nobody's having that. Why is Obi joining Atiku, Hamechi, Malami of all people that actually even derailed the Buhari government?
It was actually Abubakar Malami that orchestrated the rendition of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya, you know.
Exactly.
And
You
then
know,
we had a press conference in Hausa language telling us that the Fulanis got him. And
you
that is
know.
now Obi's best friend.
I don't get it. And Obi is not complaining. Obi has been talking about how they should be releasing Nnamdi Kanu. The Obi supporters are following him. They are not thinking. If you say this thing now, if you have some of them that are not sensible, they will have something to say, and what they will say won't even make sense. Then you now think, what's the point of even having the conversation? That is where me I have a problem with that guy that was wrote to Madam Zita earlier. Fine, you can be a Obi supporter. Anybody can support anybody. We want people like that, people to come on the platform and not supporting one person. That's how we will have the
Is this
conversation.
Tolu? Who is speaking? Who is the speaker,
It's
please?
DOG.
Okay, DOG, you made a point. Look, I'm happy how everything is unraveling. The obedience, they kill their heroes. And I don't know why they do that, because the way they descended on people, somebody like Shoyinka, for instance, made me realize that didn't they tell them their history from the side of the country they came from? That people like Shoyinka and a host of others who sided with them, who went to jail for them, and they have to eat them up because they are not supporting the Obi agenda. And our children that are following them, they've abused we, their fathers. And I can see a lot of them just looking and shaking their head that, okay, I made a mistake. I will adjust it accordingly in 2027 because there is nobody they've not abused. Nobody is sacred. But it was when they abused Wole Soyinka and trashing, I knew they are done for. Thank you,
Yeah,
Uche.
most of them don't even know this thing. You think they know who Shoyinka is that much? They don't really know,
I'm
and
not sure that
they
they
don't
do.
find out. They don't
I'm
research.
not sure that they do care. That's more the thing.
Yeah, they
Um,
don't care. It is baffling, honestly. Like I was watching, I think is it Reno, yeah, on channel where he was trying to debunk Obi saying this government that is because Obi was converting the money to naira and the way naira. If you see the comment section, and I'm thinking, what really annoys me is the way Sheon too was now acting as if he's not getting what Reno was saying, which makes sense. If you look at it in dollars, the money has gone down during Tinubu time. But if you convert the dollars in naira, the naira now is like double what it was in the
you
previous
you
years.
DOG, it's a false comparison that people are making. If you are saying the debt was X amount under Buhari and is now another amount under Tinubu, then you have to use the conversion rate of Buhari or you use the conversion rate of Tinubu. So if it was 400 to 1 under Buhari and that then amounts to X amount of trillions of naira, you can't then say it's higher under Tinubu when it's 1,500 thereabout. So use that conversion rate of Buhari to then test the dollar debt of Tinubu, and that's where you can't use two figures to form a
Yeah,
conclusion.
two different
And the
figures
guy,
using
this guy will
naira.
tell us, he will tell us that he was a banker. I
It
don't
just
know.
baffles
So,
me.
uh,
And so
maybe
this is
I
where me
land
I have
your
problem
No,
with
that
all
you an
these
investor in a
Obi.
bank doesn't make you a banker.
yeah, he's
It
always trying
doesn't.
to tell people he's a banker, isn't he? The joker.
I
Exactly.
think he was
And this is
managing
where me I
director
have
for some time
problem with
too.
this their Obi movement. People are not researching. People are just following the bandwagon. They don't even know what they are following. As a matter of fact, if you see some people now, what they tell you when they talk about Obi is what they pick from the news or what Obi has said. They are not thinking, okay, Obi could be lying to us. Let's go and check this thing. Is Obi lying? They don't want to hear. They are just following everything. To me, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. Okay, fine. We want
You know
Everybody
what
wants
annoys me
Nigeria to
more,
be good.
DOG?
Nobody.
What
Yeah.
annoys me more is actually the host. Because we saw it under Rufai Hussein, now we've seen it under Shane Wakimbaloye. It's the host that actually know that he's lying, but they're not pressing him because they want the traffic and they don't want the smoke that will come in their
You are
direction.
correct,
It's
one man. You are
Yeah,
correct.
you're very correct. Yeah, that's what I think Shem is doing with Oseni. Oseni is just being like that. I know Shem now was surprised. I thought I'm thinking, okay, maybe Shem wants the traffic. He wants the dialogue to go that way, so people will come and be listening. Okay, I question him. Yeah, he's lying. Question, because Shem
No,
was acting as if,
DJ, wait.
yeah.
Have you asked yourself at all that if peradventure Obi won, is this how they are going to rule us?
it'll be wild.
They go beat me. Oh. They
It
go
will be like
tire.
a
Oh.
jungle. Nigeria will be like a barbarian city.
Ah.
Just imagine what Lagos will be like on that hey Mike or Irimade.
I saw GRV too. Meeting
Ah, myself
meeting
once in a
meet
while.
meeting with
What will it be like?
Aregbesola. They
Yeah,
are
I see
saying
that too.
GRB for governor. We are
Oh
kicking all
boy.
of them out, and I'm thinking, hey, you people, these people don't know what they are doing and what they are talking about. And that's the sad part because I just wish because I just think where Nigeria is going, we all want changes to come into that country for the country to be better. But I think if we want the right thing to happen, we all have to act right and do right with who we are choosing and check, scrutinize people. But obedience, they don't want to even you to scrutinize. They've all believed everything Obi has said. Oh, I don't have shoes. I've never wore a watch. They like all
Sure.
those kind
Sure.
all those
Ah.
kind of talk. And that's why I keep saying, okay, at the end of the day, okay, let's even say, okay, we want to chase anybody out and
No,
want to put somebody
it,
there.
it,
Let's go put Showore there, even though I don't like Showore in
so Wara
politics.
is the natural choice now, except that he just doesn't know how to play politics.
Exactly. I don't
If
like
he
his
knew how to
politics,
play
the way
politics,
you know. But Obi is following Atiku, Malami of all people. Amechi, all these people that are under Buhari government that you people will almost, if you say Buhari, you can even stone him if there is chances for you to do it. You obedient. Now you are happy, you are okay with it. You just want them to give Obi the ticket. So you now think if Obi has the ticket, Obi will have free hand to rule, to govern the country with all those vultures around him. It's just crazy. People are not thinking, and it's sad. And with
Is
Tinubu
he
government,
not among the vultures?
he's been among the vultures, but
Is he not a vulture himself?
he's a vulture, but he's tried
This
to
Vita, that's
camouflage.
you.
He's
but
camouflage.
he called himself Saint Peter during
This
that
Vita.
interview.
You
Now
need a tire for trouble.
Man,
he called himself Saint Peter.
he's camouflage, and he has beaten all these Gen Zs and all these guys into following him. But now that he's now going to join the vulture that we all know, none of them is having a problem. The child just want to be to get the ticket. So how do you think Obi will govern when he's around these people and he's in their midst and they
No,
win?
no, no. DOG, some of them are opting out from him because some of them have started asking questions. And the question they are asking, they can never get the answer.
But
But
they
there
are
are,
still few.
but there are
They are
still
still
few,
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 Remy.
few of them. There are still few of them that still believe that that coalition is from they will give him the ticket at the end of the day. If you are thinking that way, I'm sorry you are being
Yeah, I
conditioned.
agree with you because you made a statement earlier on saying you don't think he will win that ticket over Atiku when it comes to primary, which
No,
I agree
the
with.
coalition is for that guy. He's the guy that midwife it.
Yeah, and
How
I think they
can
just
it
want to
work?
use him.
You
They want
think
to use his
you will do all
crowd.
this work and then you hand it over to another person? It's quite
And,
glaring. It is
and
the one
the
that
way
midwife.
he's going, self, the guy's just going to kill the Eastern
And if you
chances of getting.
Let me show you a picture, DOG. But carry on as I look for it. A
Yeah,
picture that somebody
the
sent
guy's
to me.
just going to kill. At the end of the day, I just think he's going to kill the chances for the East. The way he's going about it.
it's
That
quite
by the
unfortunate.
time this
Really.
2027 goes, man, it will take them a long time to find somebody that will be credible, to find somebody that will have the chance to come back and win
I
an
would have
election.
preferred them to be very competitive against the South
See,
side.
let me test another thing again. Remy, DJ, and Zita. Do you know if today there is a nation state called Biafra, Obi will not be number 10 in succession to be president of Biafra. If you've spoken to those that matters in the East.
Obi will not even
Who
belong
will
to
allow
any
him
number.
touch it in the Southeast?
And this is the person they want to foist on us.
Why are you saying that? He's already been a governor of a state there. I don't know why people say all this kind of stuff.
Listen, be very tolerant and civil, okay? What if it pinches you, you
No,
calm
I'm
down.
saying why are you saying that? Because it's not logical for somebody that has been two-time governor there.
Because I know what I know. I know what I know. And if you want me to be explicit, I will try as much as possible.
Anambra
It's
is one of the main states in the southeast.
okay, wait. Can you calm down? Calm down. As a test, will an Ebonyi man go to Anambra and take a position? No. When Dame Ojuku's wife wanted to contest in Anambra, did they give her the ticket? When the lady in Odo went to Imo to say she wants to contest, did they give her the ticket? What are the messages they gave them? These are the things we know and we know.
That is in a way you are actually making my point. Those people didn't get a ticket, but he did, and he won twice. He ruled the state, and he's one of the most
No.
popular.
I'm talking about the southeast. I'm not talking about generally. You don't have an understanding of what I'm
I'm talking
saying.
about the southeast now. Are you talking about Peter being the southeast? That's
Yes.
what I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about the southeast generally. And these are the things that will mitigate against an Obi presidency of Biafra.
Excuse me. Let me. You are,
Who is the
Baba.
most
You are
popular
not
governor in the
clarifying.
southeast?
You are not clarifying what I said very well. I need
Okay,
to
go ahead.
clarify myself.
All right. After that statement, I want to bring Foley into the conversation, but
Okay.
make that statement clear.
Obi has never contested for primaries before. So if we get Biafra and he wants to be the president, he's gonna contest for the primaries. You get me? And he no go reach am.
So how did he get the primaries to become governor?
We go and ask him now. Are you not supporting him?
You
So
are
you
the
are
one
not.
that is saying he didn't contest.
Hold on.
I don't know why you are saying that he ran for the
You see,
governor.
this
And
is
I
the
said,
problem I'm saying.
if
Sorry, Brother
somebody
Victor. This
you
is the
are
problem.
supporting,
You
you should
support
have
Obi,
his
but you didn't even
profile
know he
in
didn't
your
contest
hands.
primaries.
You cannot be supporting somebody you do not have his profile. So that you
If you are
won't
saying
come
he
here.
didn't compete,
Hold on.
Tunaija is new to Nigerian politics
Hold
anyway.
on.
no, she should make it categorical. Then I
Hold
can
on.
check it that he
He
didn't
has
contest to become
not
governor.
contested for primaries before. Listen to me carefully. This is a man you support very well. You have even insulted me in this platform because of him. So for you to wake up and you are supporting somebody to the extent you insult people who say things about him, you should be able to have the person's profile in your hands to defend him. Thank you.
All right. Let me show you this picture. Just to tell you that the direction of travel of the ADC. This is what is going on in all of the secretariats that they are opening up for ADC nationwide. I'm not sure if you can see that image clearly, but that's what the ADC is telling you. You know, can you see the pictures pasted all over the secretariat, the party secretariat? So anybody that thinks that Atiku is handing over anything, anyway.
But he's the only one that has political clout there now.
Yes, look.
If
Peter Obi
he
clearly
walks
ran,
away,
was
if he
part
walks
of the
away, the
primary
coalition will collapse.
process. You said Peter Obi in Abga. Peter Obi won the primary this in Abga. So I don't know where you are saying he didn't do it. Why are you saying he didn't do it when he did?
Peter Gregory Obi is used to being handed over positions to
But
contest in the
but
general
you can't be
election.
making statements that are just inaccurate.
Excuse
He
me.
clearly ran in primaries in Abga.
I repeat myself again. Peter Obi is always in a position of getting things without contesting for it. Then he go publicly to contest for the governor with other parties.
It was the same thing with Goodluck Jonathan anyway. He never contested any primaries, and he
Why do
became
you
president.
just make stuff up? He did.
Why did you just people just
Who
make
did
stuff
what?
up that he didn't that like in Abga he did? Why are you making inaccurate statements? It's like you just smear somebody with. I guess that's your point of smearing because it's not true.
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. The
Mm-hmm.
owner of Abga is Ojukwu. You go and read how P2B came in to
Okay.
Mata, I
contest
don't
under
know your
Abga.
brain
Hold
is
on,
working or
let me
not. I
finish.
don't think your
When he
brain is working.
finished
I
his
don't know why
first
they just
time,
make statements that are
when he
inaccurate.
finished his first time, when he finished his fourth time, go and find out what Ojukwu said about him and how he came again the second time and what happened for him to be able to hold that Abga ticket. And I repeat myself again. Peter Ogregory is not used to contesting for any primaries.
Well, we saw how he ran away in the PDP, but let's bring Folly into the conversation. Early morning where you are, Folly. Otis Oni Kilonshele, Baoni,
Good
Otojometa.
morning, good morning, my brother.
How you there, buddy?
I just wake up to cash my clothes there, Jerry.
All right, let's hear from you. What are you looking at? Your boy Shore, he's been quiet recently. He's been making fun of the coalition, hasn't he?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
In fact, he sent me a text of I think he must have me on some mailing list. He sent me some media outputs that he did on the coalition. But no. What are you making of the coalition? First of all, what's your take on what's going on recently?
It is what it is. Obi is just trying to hand over Nigerians' consciousness back to the same criminal that we're all running away from. That's just exactly what the Obi is trying to do here. Because it's obvious that Obi is not even going anywhere with the coalition. But Nigerian people already have their consciousness try to be awoken on how to fix the Nigerian that we all dream of. All of them have been taken back to the 8 bit, as we used to say. It's good,
Do,
take
do,
them
do,
back to
do,
the
do,
former
do
days.
you do you think Obi joining this coalition, do you think it actually favors Showore? Because of course, the people who really do genuinely want change, then they shouldn't be following him into that coalition. So they revert back to that Showore space. Do you think it
One,
actually, in
one,
some
one
roundabout way,
man,
favors Showore?
one man, if there is anything that actually lasts long in life is truth. Wherever you believe in truth, just stand with truth and be saying whatever you believe that is the truth. Time will tell. People will revise back to where truth is. And his picture is getting clear every day. That what Showore stand for and what Showore has been saying is nothing but truth to Nigerians. So people are coming to that direction now. So it's not about Obi, it's about time. Time will reveal everything that you are in life. If you like pretend as if you are an angel. Time will prove you wrong or right when the time comes.
Yeah, but
It's all
but
about time.
the time is now though. So you have to know to seize the moment as well. So this window that opens now with Peter B now forming an alignment with the structures of criminality. A good example, the image on the screen. This now opens that window for
Why are
sure.
you calling others criminal and exempting him?
Well, it's like everybody knows my view now. We've done countless sessions on this guy's criminal past, so everybody knows. Anybody that follows this, there's countless proofs of his criminality, which we have presented endlessly on this platform. But with Peter Obi aligning himself with his fellow criminals now, this is the moment now for Showore to move into that consciousness that seems to follow
Yeah.
be around.
One man, let me make something clear here. Whatever Showore stand for is not actually Showore's role alone. It's what every Nigerian should stand for. So I'm not seeing Showore's movement as if it's a Showore or Showore thing. is a freedom that all Nigerians should stand for. If Nigeria actually come together today and they want to face Nigeria, if you already see anybody that is good to lead Nigeria, I'm telling you, that boy will leave that person to lead. He will not even contest with the person. The reason why Showore is not bend down for any one of these people, Showore understands them and he knows them very well. And it's only Nigerians who are just waking up, who don't know them. And when people are talking about experience, people are not talking about experience. People are talking about what they know, what as in um, proof, not experience. Because we are talking about experience, Showore is full of experience. But Nigerians who are talking about proof, anybody that's talking Showore doesn't have the experience. That person is not doing anything, is not doing himself any favor. Showore is full of experience because experience is what you know about a country, what you know about people, what you think the problem is. That's the experience.
But
But
isn't that
people are looking for
experience?
proof.
Is it not experience of governing? Is that not what they are looking for?
Yeah, experience in governing. No, people are looking for proof that you can do it. If you're talking about experience,
That's the
Showore,
experience. They need him to govern. Personally, I think that's one of the biggest
and and
hurdle he's
and my
facing.
brother,
No, sorry,
and
sorry
my
for
brother.
let me come in quickly. So you see,
All right, sir.
sorry for the sorry to continue short like that.
Yeah.
I don't what Foley is saying is if Nigerians are really looking into change, you can't be looking at experience because the people that have this experience are the people you don't want there. But I think the obedient, if they really want change, they should be following somebody like Showore to be to be real with each other. They should actually be following Showore, not Obi. But the problem I have, and this is what I keep saying about Showore, I like Showore, I like his idea, and I like that. If you look at Showore, I'm waiting the way he's gonna come out and really dismantle this their coalition and say things that people open some people's eyes to see what is going on. I'm sure he's still just waiting. When it comes out, the way he's going to embarrass all of them. And I know he doesn't
And
even save his word or reserve how he
and
talks.
he
He
has done that already.
Yeah, but
He
that's
has done
my
that
point.
already.
That's my point, DOJ, that this window opens for him yet again.
But
And
no,
it's
but
not, it's not,
that's where
yeah.
me I now have problem with Showe. The politics Showe is
He
playing is
cannot
not
he cannot fit
improving. Is
into
not
that kind of
improving.
window. I will
It's not
explain.
improving. I would have expect without before this coalition happened, I would have expected a lot of people Chowere should have gone around to try and because if you look the way Nigeria is big, how many places or how many political house look at now Atiku has not even gotten any ticket. They've already have buildings. So that's why I think Showore still needs some help and support, and he needs to come together with some people that he will trust. I know it's hard for him in Nigeria because a lot of people that you can't trust, and you don't want all these vultures around you as well, which is what he has been avoiding, and that is why he's not been merging with anybody all along. But with the politics he's playing, there is no way he's going to win. Some people are blind, they are just following Obi bandwagon. The people that are open to what Shower is saying are few, but Shower's movement is not growing. Over the years, it has not grown. If you look at it, if you want to be true to each
And
other.
I think people are beginning
And
to lose trust in Showore because it seems to appear he behaves like a controlled opposition. He seems to just be opposition enough not to rattle the establishment in any way. Look at how corrupt the
how?
politician. Because he doesn't seem to like the previous speaker said. He doesn't seem to be reaching out. Normally when you believe in something, you convince people over time, but you don't see that with him. He just seems to
How
be
do you
stubborn.
want, my brother? Okay, let me engage you on this. How has you wanting to reach out to Nigerians?
One of the ways you reach out, you start showing example of how your governance how it will look like. You will be this in going to the north, going to the east, going to the west, everywhere. But you don't see that
Creating
And you
with
don't see
Showore.
forums,
and you
bringing
don't see
youth
and you don't see
together,
Showore doing any of
bringing.
that.
No, no,
You
no,
don't see
no,
Showore
not at
doing
the scale.
any of that.
No, not at the
No,
scale and this in a kind of symbolic
no.
way that you should be seeing.
Showore is wait,
You
let
don't
me
see
tell you
that.
today. Showore is attending what's it called marathon with all the youth in the whole state, running with them. Showore is going
Bro,
for
Foley, don't let
okay,
us deceive
okay.
each other. Leave this
Okay.
marathon. That was a marathon. That was why he was there. Sure, he need to create a movement himself. He need to start creating forum, and people like you can advise him. I would have expect over the years, sure, he should have created forum where he's having like a symposium or like a conference with the youth
Okay.
in
Are
every
you are
state,
you
all
aware,
around the
He
state.
my
can't
brother?
do
Lagos.
that. He
Are,
doesn't
are
have the
you aware?
capacity and capability to do
Are you
that.
are you aware? Are you aware we have this same thing you are talking about last week Sunday by around 6 o'clock in Abuja, where all the Abuja guys are together, talking together, gisting and whining together. Are you aware of that?
And you know, it's a
Are you aware?
socialist too.
Are you
So
aware
that was the problem.
Showora is in Lagos last week,
And we are not aware. That's the
talking to
problem I'm
people?
talking about.
Yes.
Nobody's
You
aware.
know what? Showora is just one person.
Nobody's
It's
aware.
just
You can't tell
it's
me,
just
hold
one.
on. What all
Yes.
did you
So
use in
wait, my
Lagos?
brother.
Hold
All
on,
this thing you are
Toby.
saying, like what I said
This
here.
is to help.
Please,
This is to
Mister.
help you
You know I've
people.
been here. You know I've been
My
here for how
argument
many
is to
hours?
help
I
you
didn't say
people.
anything.
My argument is to help you
Okay.
people. The oil,
All
what
right.
is the
All right.
capacity of the oil you use in Lagos and in Abuja? Are you telling me the half of Abuja youth and half of youth in Lagos know about this movement? Not everybody knows. It's not publicized. The movement needs to be public. People need to know that Chowo is doing this movement. Over the years since he has been contesting, coming out and fighting, and when the election goes, he sits down. Then what he's doing next is going to courtrooms. That is, and I've been saying this thing over the years.
Courtrooms
And that is where
to
me I
do
have
what?
problem. He doesn't need to involve himself in all those kind of things. He needs to focus on his own mission and vision. Okay, this is what I want to do. Okay, we've lost this election. Let's go now. Okay, let's choose the Southwest now. Make it publicized. Social media, youth, come out. Show where it's coming to those place. We will use two venue in Oyo State. We will use two different venue, 2 different days. So people that don't have time will come. Everybody will come, and people will know that okay, this thing is happening. You to start talking about it. People will start talking about it. This thing you went to do in Lagos, how many people know? Was it even publicized anywhere on the social media that the youth are using? That you're saying you're talking to the youth. How many
Yes,
numbers
of
of youth
course,
came there? What is the number of people that attended? This is
my
what I'm
brother.
saying.
My
Thing is,
And
brother.
so
now when you are
if
making
Showore wanted to
presidential movement
succeed, if he
and you are
wanted to
moving like a
succeed,
councillor, as if you
by
want to be a
now,
councillor or a
by
chairman.
now he would have an ideology which he barely has. He doesn't even have a clear ideology. Even Sankara, that lasted far shorter than him, managed to create an
What
ideology,
what
but he
what
doesn't
do you
have
mean
a
by
clear.
ideology, my brother? Before you put word out, let's be clear of
Let
what
me
you are saying.
let me clear it. The idea,
Yes.
what he stands for, and what his vision for the country
So
looks like.
today you don't know what till today you don't know what if today you don't
Let
know
me
what
tell
you're
you
for,
what
it's you
people
that you
picture.
don't have no you don't
Let
know
me
what you are
picture
doing. If you
what
know, if
people.
today you don't know
Let
what
me
your
picture
stands
what
for, it's
people
you
see
that you
when
don't
he
know what you are
talks.
doing.
Hold on now. Let me picture what people see when he talks. All the
Okay.
corrupt politicians will be dead. That's all they see. That's all
Is
he
that
seems to
what
talk about. Yeah, but that's all he
is
seems to stand for. That's his only
and
ideology.
if someone has the idea of all the corruption leaders to die, is that a bad thing?
No, it's not a bad thing, but you have to do more than that. People are selfish. It's not about the corrupt leader. They want to see a picture that you are painting. That okay, this
So
is
okay,
how
please.
the future is going to look, and
Okay,
this is
please,
the
can
way
you
the
tell
nation is
me?
going to
Can you list 5 things that you want Showore to do? 5 things
be.
that you think Showore should be
He
doing
can
that
say
he
that
has not
okay,
done.
I will deal with this is the corrupt politicians and the future when I'm the one governing the country. This is where you're going to get this country is going to be secure. The businesses are going to flourish. Your school
Okay,
days and
let me
your
ask you a
running of your school.
question.
This is how it's
No,
going to look.
Fully,
let me
fully, may I
let me
Not
add
just
let
say
me
I'm
one
going to do it. This
one
is how
point
it's going to look.
also, fully, to
I
what
want to agree.
you asked. Let me add
You
one
just say
point.
something.
Come up with
Look,
Please,
new
please, please, sir.
ideas.
Please, let's make it one by
okay.
one. I'm here. I'm here. I'm
No,
here.
I just
Let's
you
make it one
asked
by one.
why, so I just want to give you
Yes.
another
No.
point.
He has
Like
said something
Bobby,
now. Let me please now, please. It's me and him. Please. We don't make it look like we don't know what we are doing here. Please. Let me. I want to have a constructive conversation with that my brother. And I'm here. In fact, I have to step out of my house to come to the car to do this. Okay. Please let me. You are talking about Showore, as in what's the last thing that you just said? Because I lost my thought on what you said.
The things that he's supposed to do, he's supposed to paint a picture of what him governing is going to look like, what the country
Okay,
is
now,
going to look
sir.
like, what future is
Please, my
building is
brother.
looking to build.
2019. Do you go to Showore manifestation? Manifesto, I mean.
2022, I did.
No. 2019. Do you go through it?
No, I didn't go
Do
to the
you read?
2019 one.
Do you read that? Do you read that document?
No, I read the one
As at
for the last
2019.
one. But
In
the
fact,
last one should
had
be
it been
more updated now. Why are you talking
yes.
2019? How about
Okay.
2022?
Okay, 2019. Okay, 2023 on that will upgrade. We actually
I read
upgrade
that one.
2019 on. Yes, where. Don't you see anything like this is what a governor should look like in that manifesto?
No. What I
You don't see
see,
it.
let me tell you what I saw there. I just saw a human rights activist manifesto.
Is that what you saw?
Yes. That's the problem. Exactly. That's the problem.
That
I'm
that
telling
means
you.
that's not Showore's problem.
Sorry,
That
Folly.
means it's your home problem.
Sorry, Folly. Just 1 second. You read
It's a human rights activist manifesto.
hold on to Niger. You said you read Shore's manifesto 2023.
Yeah.
What was his policy on energy?
No, I don't know the specific policies, but I know what he was
Can
talking
you
about.
imagine? You don't know things and you are coming here and
Calm down,
telling me
calm
what
down,
you
calm
don't
down.
know.
You
No,
see,
these people are giving
you don't
people
even let me talk.
false information.
Okay, fine. Believe
These
what you
are
want to
giving
The
false
most
information about
popular
someone.
one is
You don't even
the
read.
most
You
popular
don't even
one
read.
is legalizing
Have you
marijuana.
finished believing what you want to believe?
In fact,
Believe what you want
legalizing
to
marijuana we actually change the narrative as
Oh
well.
my
It's part
God,
of the
make yourself
system.
feel good.
It's part
When
of the
somebody is telling you
change.
the truth, you want
Do
to
you,
close your ears. Make yourself feel
no,
good. Eh? It's going to make you
Madam
feel
Sita,
good.
just say
And it's going
something.
to keep you alone.
Madam Sita, no, you know what? It's not even people on the street that are Nigerian problem. It's people like you who will come out, will just throw something out without even finding out what you are saying.
I'm
I'm
telling
expecting people of your caliber to know better than what you know. Now, what you are telling me. If you want to talk down on somebody, do your research
I'm
very well
telling
about
you,
that person
okay, you want me
and
to
see
pull
what you
his
are and
manifesto
know
so
what you
I
are
prove my
saying before you
point.
talk.
You want me to pull the manifesto so I prove my point?
Yes,
I'm
pull it
telling
out.
you, that's what I
You are
saw.
telling me that he doesn't have any ideology, and you know that it's you that you are not even ready to know anything about him, and you come here and be saying what you don't know.
I'm telling you, I
I
read it
read it.
and I told you.
I read his manifesto in 2019. In fact, that's when I started giving to him
Not
because
in
when I read
2019.
He's
because
asking
when I
He's
read
asking
faster it,
I'm not
ChatGPT.
asking
Let
Chat.
him
Even if I
finish.
was asking ChatGPT, what is
is
your
asking
problem?
what
And you anti this thing.
Tonight,
I'm not
we can
doing
hear.
this thing. I'm just
We
pulling his
can hear you.
manifesto
One
now.
man, may I contribute, please?
We can hear
Even
you
for 30
typing.
seconds.
I'm
Yes.
not putting ChatGPT. Self-sufficiency. Is this his
Hold
manifesto?
on. Hold on to Niger. As you're doing your search for, let Baba come in, and then back to you, Folly. Baba.
Yeah, fully. What do you think of this? Because there are only three of them on the continent. Shure, Nigeria, I think Bobby Wine in Uganda, and Malema in South Africa. Bobby Wine and Malema, they are in parliament and they are making serious inroads, building from inside. Why is Shure not towing that line?
He's not one
Fully.
of them. He's not one of them.
Fully.
It
yep,
doesn't belong. It doesn't belong to
Yeah,
that level.
did you hear my question, please?
yeah, I hear you.
Okay. What do you think?
Okay, my brother. I think if Shura actually want to be a politician, proper politician in Nigeria, I think Shura would have been in Nigerian politics since 1999. He has all what it takes at that particular period to get involved in Nigerian politics. But what they do is this: they never believe in politics. Okay, and the reason, so for years, Shura has been working on the ground to make sure Nigeria is better, without making people know about his whatever he's doing. In fact, New Ribadu actually said something in 2019 when we were doing that campaign in Kaduna. He said, he said, Showore is the only person that will work tirelessly to give you an information and will never allow you to praise him or to give him to mention his name on it. Showore has been working on the ground to make sure Nigeria is fixed. Let me now tell you why Showore come to power. Why Showore is coming to politics today. Showore now gets to know that this country, if all of us that want Nigeria to be better, we are
Sorry,
running away from politics.
you're not addressing Baba's question.
No, I'm addressing it. I'm
No,
addressing
you're
it.
not
Showore
addressing
has
it.
been doing. No, I'm telling you. No. I'm addressing it. Showore has been doing. Bob Wine, Malema, they believe in their struggle. At the beginning of their life, They believe in politics. They've joined politics as early as. But Showore did not believe in politics. He didn't want to do politics.
They
The reason
hardly
why
rule the
Showore is now.
people in the
Yes,
democracy.
no. That is why he's now coming in. That's why
Folly,
it's
hold
not
on.
coming in.
Hold on, Folly. Showore has been in 2 cycles now, so it's no longer what Baba is asking. Baba's question is quite an interesting one.
It's like he wants somewhere to go to Senate or Assembly,
No,
right?
no. It's not asking Showore personally to go to Senate. But Showore has set up a political party, and
Okay,
he has a political movement. So the whole
okay,
thing cannot the whole thing cannot just wrap around Showore. When Showore becomes president, Nigeria will change. Within that movement, they should already be targeting spaces that they can have representation in terms of governance. So they should have House of
okay,
Rep members as senators, etc., so that they can, from within the political structure, start to pressure their ideological stance. So they don't have
okay.
anything, and
One man,
it's going to 2 cycles of
one man. I will
election.
give you an assignment.
Yeah, yeah.
One man, I will give you an assignment. Okay, for you to know, we are here. We are on ground. We know what we are facing. I'm a party chairman in my state. In fact, if I want to go debt in politics, by now my party will have been on here, been everywhere. But people that are pushing us were people that have the questionable character, and we don't want. In fact, I don't want to get involved in anything that after 2 years I'll be blamed for it. I want somebody that share my own aspiration, my ideology, what I believe about my country, the kind of future that I want for my children. This is what I want. In fact, if
But
I'm doing politics for money,
fully you see what you are saying. So because people are coming to you, you are stopping your own movement. Does that stop you? It's like saying, "Oh, because Jesus was preaching and some people don't believe in what he was preaching, you should stop."
no,
You
what I'm
guys want
saying
to
is,
be president. You are the chairman
boss,
in your state,
brother,
but
brother,
because the
I'm
kind of
here.
people are coming to you, is stopping you from progressing and
No, no,
moving
no.
forward and
I'm just telling you,
in what you believe.
I'm just telling you for you to practice this thing you are talking about, to get this thing you are talking about in Nigeria. You have to roll with these pigs
You don't have to
that
roll
already
with
have the
them.
money.
You don't have to roll with
No,
them.
they are the one that
It's
only
like
have the money
you
for
guys
you
have
to
a
mobilize
movement, but you are
you.
scared. You are scared to do what
We
you
are
need
not
to
scared.
do.
Okay, let me now tell you something.
It's
This week
painful,
Saturday,
though. You don't know how painful this
please,
thing is.
my brother, this week Saturday, we are going to have local government election in Lagos State. Go and check people who are campaigning in Lagos State. You only see AAC people campaigning. Seriously. In fact, the ordinary councillor is campaigning as if he's contesting for governors in Lagos State. As we speak, just
You see
go
my you
through
see
It's
that.
this
not
is my
only ASU,
problem now. So
APC is
No,
campaigning
ACC
seriously.
I'm telling go and check the
you see my
AAC, the way
problem.
they do their own thing, how they campaign seriously for that position. And I will now tell you on Saturday, if all of us can actually focus our attention on what Lagos will actually prove to you on Saturday, you will know that Nigeria is beyond that political section alone. These people, this is the same thing we did in Ibadan 2 years ago. Do you know, as popular as those guys were in their community, do you know they didn't brought ballot paper to that unit for people to vote for them? As popular as
Okay,
those
hold
guys
on a
were,
minute.
we only
Hold
have
on a
four.
minute.
We only have four
Foley,
guys that
Foley,
contest for
let
councillor
me
in
quickly come
Ibadan.
in there. Let me
Okay,
come in
sir.
where you stop. Where you just stop now. Sorry. You said
Okay.
there is going to be an election, local government election. If I'm sure, to be honest, I'm going to be in Lagos now, campaigning
Yes.
everywhere for this, speaking on radio station. But it will only go to radio
Well,
station
two was
to
in
be,
Lagos last week doing the same
hold
thing.
on. Has it gone to TV station, radio station to be saying, oh, people should come out and vote for
Yes, of course.
people?
That's why it's in Lagos last week. All through last week. He even do
This
first conference with them.
You should not even be contesting for everything in that essay. Just target spaces and go for targeted things.
And I'm now telling you, we are doing our best here. We are doing our best. It's only the system is so bad to like they can't even allow you to even drive it. When you are trying to bring things out. That's why people are not seeing it. In fact, somewhere is doing more than enough as a one person. And all of us
I don't know why you keep saying
under that
if he
AAC.
I don't know why he keeps saying he's done more than enough. We are not seeing the more than enough everywhere. That's the problem.
I've never seen any single person in Nigeria that have done what she would have done in terms of
He did a
in
lot
terms of
and he
making
didn't
people
even
to
get that
know.
much votes. You can't be a Lagos or Abuja politician alone, then you expect the nation to truly know you. People even barely know P2B in the north, and yet he's somebody that has gotten 6 million votes. That
Because
should
so
tell
well,
you something.
because Obi has his influence on the existing politicians, the same criminal we're all talking about, to sell
And
their
yet they
own
barely know
whatever they
him
used
in
to
the
sell.
north. They barely know him in
They
the
have
north. So
no, they
I've got
don't
Showore's
tell me,
manifesto. Let me show
don't
you what
tell
I'm
me
talking
someone that
about.
has
Let me
been a
read what I'm
governor for
talking
8
about
years,
now.
nobody knows him in the north.
Let
Don't
me
tell
read
me
what
that
I'm talking about.
he have his ally in the
I've got
north.
Showore's manifesto here.
Yeah,
You're
okay,
not the one looking for it.
All
And
right.
okay, yeah,
Sorry, Tunaja. Before you go into that manifesto, let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Ayo right there. That's Choma. That's Choma right there. And that's Ade Damola. So thank you to all three. More people should do that. So thank you to those. Tunaja, of course, you know what is coming. You bring it home when you guys are done. Switch off the lights and lock the doors. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
all right. So I'm just trying. Let me just go from the beginning now. It's security policy. The first
okay,
thing he said was stop the bleeding. So he will inaugurate a national amnesty and sustainable peace program. So
okay,
amnesty program is the first thing on the list of what he's going to do, and then he will go on to this thing: set up interagency special and violent crime task force. Oh, we
okay.
don't have it yet. Instead, then he says he's going to support, set up, and provide grants to elected committee level mediation committees. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's the third one. Strengthen ECOWAS and regional security initiatives. So he says he's going to strengthen it, but there is nothing about what he's going to use to strengthen it. What manpower? Nothing. He just says he's going to strengthen it. So now, no, these are serious policies. You know, when Trump is announcing policies, he's talking about what he's going to do. UK, when you're a politician, as a matter of fact, P2B and Tinubu even gave more details about what they are going to do. And now let me go to this one. Address root causes of active security concern. So invest in economic recovery and regeneration. You see what I mean? So you are talking about security. You are busy talking about other things instead of focusing on what you are going to do. But he went on to start adding more things. But it says justice, public accountability, and succor for victims. Okay, that's the next one. You see why I'm saying he comes across as a human rights activist instead of somebody
Oga,
that's about to govern a country.
Oga,
Now let me keep
Oga, when
going. No,
you
let me
with
keep
what you
going.
just read, okay, I'll keep going.
Let
No,
me
if
keep
you
going.
just read,
So the next
because you are
one,
reading now,
yeah.
when you are
No,
reading, read
I'm just
for
reading
us to
from the top.
understand. Don't
So
no, you know what? When you are reading, don't read and interpret to us what we should know about what you are reading. We all
you
have
want
the
me to
sense
share it? I can share
to
it so
grant
you
it.
can see it yourself.
Okay.
You want me to share
No,
it?
you are reading and you're already giving us what you think about
Okay.
what you are reading. No, we all have senses here. Read. Let's
No,
see.
I'm
Let's
reading
all
it
of
now.
us
Okay,
listen.
let me.
Yes.
It starts from 1.1. Stop the bleeding. So the first thing he talked about there was inaugurate a national, basically amnesty. Then you go to 1.2. Address root causes of active security concerns. Invest in economic recovery and reintegration. Now, the third one, 1.3, justice, public accountability, and succor for victim. Inaugurate and support local truth and reconciliation commission. This is third point in security policy. And let's go to the next one. 1.4, reform our security and criminal justice sector. Reform the Nigerian police force and security agencies. This is the first time he actually went direct to the security this agency, and he's talking about just reforming them,
No, my
which
brother,
is good, which is fine. I don't have any problem with that.
it's you that my brother, wait, it's you that you think insecurity, you should not insecurity actually start from social life. When a society is being guiding or ruling or is being leading and people are not see justice in whatever they are doing, is the those things that actually start the insecurity in the place in the first place. Because if you know that if you committed any crime and a nemesis will come after you, you will be afraid, you'll be scared to commit crime. That is where insecurity starts from. If you know that if you don't believe in judiciary and you think every matter you take to court and it's not going to yield anything, nobody will ever try to take people to court. They will take law into their own hands. So when you show where start from that place that it starts from, he actually understand whatever the problem is.
You
Insecurity
see,
starts from the
no,
home,
no,
it starts
no.
from the
See,
streets.
no, that is a problem because one, those policies are meant to be in other sectors or other sections of his policies, which is fine. I don't have any issues with the policies on their own, but it tells you the way he thinks. That's why I said he's thinking like a human rights activist. He's not thinking like
No, what that
somebody that is
And,
true
about to
and,
Niger,
govern.
what,
true
and what wrong with
Niger,
someone to be human rights activist?
true
What's
Niger,
wrong with
true
that?
Because
Niger,
then you are
fully,
missing the point. You are not
true
going to do the
Niger,
right things when
fully.
it comes to national.
We all
You
know,
can't perceive the organs of state. You don't know statecraft
true Niger,
properly.
we all know Showore has the activist thing in him, but his manifesto and all this policy you're talking about is what Nigeria needs. We can't, you can't, I think it's just in your head that you think, oh, because it's Showore and he's saying that is too much activism and
How
all
many
that. You know,
countries have you ever seen somebody is talking about security policy
we
and this
should
is what they're
stop
talking about?
comparing. Our situation is different from all those other countries.
Oh
Our
my
situation is
God.
different. My own point is fully from before I went off. My point is it was my internet that had issue then. My point is I would have expect the way Showere go on TV channel to go out and shout to people to say, "Oh, there's a local government election. This is how we should start. Let's vote ACC or my party. The people are
AAC.
contesting. You know, there is nothing, and these are the things that will even bring him more to limelight as well. Is an opportunity for him to
See,
even sell
can you
himself.
do you blame
And
me
Can,
after
can
reading this?
we? Can
Do
we?
you
Can I
blame me
say?
after reading this when I said he comes across as a human right? He wants to end the death penalty and he wants all the things that he's talking about. He just comes across as if he's not really a serious person that wants
No,
to run the country.
we cannot say it's not serious. The
exactly.
problem with that party is this. I've already given a suggestion before. You also have to go to the grassroots. You also have to have participated in some election. If you are holding one local government, or maybe you have a senatorial district that the winner is from his political party, and people can say what they are doing, and they have to make it public. They have to shout like other people. To be frank,
Thank you. Ah,
what is happening today? Some obedient are already moving towards Shore. That is the truth. Some are moving towards Shore. Some are saying if Obi is not going to be president, they are going to vote for Tinubu. But I want more forcefulness from Shore. You could come out there to fight for these same people. They are the youth you are canvassing for, but you are folding your hands. And I asked Shore a question when he came on this platform. The issue about you are the presidential candidate, and it seems you are also the chairman of the party. No, political party is not done that way. You should leave the national, what do you call it, the executive. Uh,
And then you still said he's serious.
You see, this is
Madam
the
Sister, go
problem
and
now.
sit down, Jare. Madam Sister, go and sit down. You don't know anything. Go and sit down. Go and sit down.
Nigerians can see when somebody is not listening.
no.
If you look at his power policies,
You
even the
cannot
power
say,
policies, no, his first power policy is number one is converting the economy to a green energy economy. It's like how can you start from there? Nigeria is not in any place to be having a luxury for that kind of stuff right now.
the
He wants to
issue,
end. He wants
another,
to end coal. It's like a woke human rights this politician. Like
I
this is
think if
not
I,
you're about to run
if
the
I were
country.
him, I think if I were him, I would go deep.
Remy,
Yeah.
Remy, Remy, listen. When somebody come out to say he's not a politician, you should be asking the person, what the heck is he doing contesting for presidency? Because at that point, you jumped
Can
into
can
politics.
I answer you, Madam Sister?
The moment you leave who you think you were and enter politics to contest for presidency, you have entered politics. You are no longer who you think you are.
So what's
So
your
for
point?
such a person to go out and be telling people, and his supporters will come to one-man platform and say, why Showore will not work with people to go
Mm-hmm.
from town to town, city to city, local government to local government, campaigning for a senator in AAC or a local government chairman in
And he
AAC
has not
or
and he has
a
not been
House of
doing that.
Reps in AAC or even in House of Representatives is because he's not a politician. He doesn't want to do politics.
Madam
Are you people
Sita,
actually kidding me?
you know what? This your hatred. This your hatred for Showore. Eh? I pray it didn't kill
Oh,
you.
don't do that now. Everything
No, no,
she
no,
has
no,
said here has
no,
nothing to do with
I
hatred.
hate
no,
Oh.
Obi.
no, no,
I
no.
hate
This is Madam
Showore.
Sita for you. He has never seen good in that guy. This is Madam Sita for you. He has
Okay,
never seen
That's
anything
not
good in
good.
that
tell you
That's
guy.
something. Let
that
me
is
tell you some
calling
things good
out the
about. I
bad.
think you are a
It's
Showore
calling
guy. Let me
out
tell
the
you some
guy's
things
bad
good
things.
about Showore. What I just saw here. You see, most of Showore's
Hey, to
politics
Niger, hold
on the
on. Let's
inside,
address what he said. So
like you hate him.
any politician, I come here to say my opinion about him. I hate him. Really?
No,
Are
I
you
don't think
people
so.
kidding me?
He didn't say anything that is so hurtful. He
You
just
even
made
butchered
a rational
Madam
argument
Sita's name.
against him.
Even you, Foley. You said you
No,
are the chairman.
some
You
things
said you are the
I'll call Madam
chairman.
Zita out, but this one I
You
don't see
said
what
you are
she
the
said that was so
chairman. You said you are
offensive.
the chairman of the party in your state, but you don't want to mingle. You don't want to get yourself involved with those people. That is the point Madam Sita is complaining about. If you want to play
No, no,
politics.
no, no. My brother. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. If you really want to be make a real change in Nigeria, you must run away from these people. These people are wicked. People that are contesting
But you
Nigerians
don't have to
are
run. You can run
they are
in
very
protest.
they are very
That shouldn't
dubious.
stop what you should be
They are
doing. That
very
shouldn't
dubious.
stop you
No,
coming
in
out to
fact,
campaign.
my,
It shouldn't
How
stop
many
my
you
brother,
from
my
Nigerians
brother,
are not
no,
campaigning.
dubious?
we are doing, my brother, we are doing our best. Okay, we are actually reaching out
But
to those
you are
guys
doing your
that
best. Your
needed that.
best is not
Folly,
good
Folly,
enough
can
from
I
what
ask
we
you
can
something?
Yes,
see.
it's growing. It's
Folly,
growing. You don't.
But
Folly,
We are not.
let me ask.
We are not. My brother, let me tell you something. We are not desperate. Okay, it's better it lasts. It's better we get it with time than for us to just get it and later we
so
still mess
stop
up the
wasting
country.
people's time.
There's
Stop
no
taking people's
We
ideology
votes
don't.
to
away from
We
them.
are
get.
not
That's the
wasting any
problem.
people's time here. Either I'm
Folly,
not wasting your time.
in,
Whatever we are doing here, whatever we are doing here, is our own confusion on how to
let,
get things right for the country.
let me
It's
tell you
not
guys
about you
something.
people alone.
Let me tell
It's
you
about
something.
the people
Sorry,
you want to
Georgie.
lead.
Let
It's
me
about
quickly
people that
Okay,
are following
you
you.
want me now
But
to
if I
pretend?
follow
Wait, you want me
you,
now, bros?
if I
What you are telling
follow
me now? What?
Foley, you need to listen. If I follow you and you said you want to take me to that building, top of that building, if we get to the stairs and I see that because you don't want to make further steps because some people are standing on the way, why can't you push those people aside and further ahead and think about our own
And we are
vision?
doing that
Now you even
already.
said it earlier on, like I said, you said you are the chairman in your state, but because you don't want to mingle with all these people, you are not doing what you should be doing. You should be campaigning.
No, no, no,
You
no,
don't
no,
have
no,
to
no.
say
Wait,
good.
wait, wait, wait. No, no, no. That means you don't listen to what I'm saying. I said
I've been
the reason
listening to
why
you, and I've always been listening to
I
you,
only
bro.
said the reason why we are not that out. The Nigeria police need money, right? You know, are you aware?
We all know that.
Yes, of course.
Fine. If I want to go that out, I want to collect that money to sell my party out. That means I'm going to be collecting the money from the people that I'm actually going against. So now, what
can
we
I
are
quickly
doing now, Remy,
I
please let
don't
me land.
agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Remy, what we are doing now, we are doing now, is to make sure we are aligned with the people that share the same mindset with us, who believe that everything is not about money. What we need there is your value, your integrity, and what you stand for in your community.
thank you.
Okay,
Let me quickly chip in.
those are the guy we are looking for, and we are getting it already.
Let
Let me
Remy
quickly chip
add
in.
something. Yeah.
Sorry, tonight, let me quickly chip in. That guys you are looking for, that means you already limit your scope. And if that's the opportunities you want to have, then you cannot divide the estate. Okay, we are going for this, although it's senatorial district. You put all your might there. But if you are
Thank you. You
saying,
guys need to be strategic.
so you
Ah,
And
put
that's not
all
what
your
we are
might
doing already.
you are
That's
not.
exactly what
You are
ANC is.
not doing
That,
enough.
that is what
But
ANC is doing
so
already.
another thing I want to tell is this: in
Last
politics,
month I was in Anambra campaigning for my candidate in Anambra.
politics is a dirty game. Everybody knows the truth. So if you are coming into politics and you are thinking,
So that
okay,
means that
I, I, let me
if all of us,
let me let me finish.
Remy, if all of us believe that politics is a dating game and we are all dating, the country will not change. Nothing will
No,
change.
no, no, no.
We need dating,
Let
we
me
need clean people as well.
let me finish. The issue you are having is here. You portray yourself as being saint or holy, but in the eyes of everybody in Nigeria, once you go into politics, it's a dirty game. I see everybody as dirty because you want to
And that
take
is
it.
why, and that
No,
is
no,
why you have to make yourself, and that's why you have to make people know you that you are not
I will
dirty.
finish.
Foley, honestly, you need to
I will
listen to
finish
people.
speaking.
This
I will
we
finish
love you.
speaking.
Even Madam Zita that you are saying she hates, she loves you people. But everybody's trying to make a point to make you pick points to help you people
Yeah.
too.
So what
We are
I'm trying to
watching.
say,
People are not
even
crazy.
if you are coming on board and telling people that your party is different, your competitor will also be looking at your own loophole and telling you don't believe in them. They are lying because you have never your
Yes,
party
and
has never
and
been
time
tested. No,
and
no,
time will
hold
prove us
on.
wrong
Let
or
me
right.
finish.
Time will prove
Let
us.
me
In fact,
we are not
let
let
me
us
tell you
finish.
what happened. Let me tell you what will happen in Oroshoki this Saturday. I dare Lagos State government to allow that election to hold in that community, okay, and allow people of that Oroshoki to vote for their choice candidate. They will pronounce AAC as the winner. But the problem is the system will never allow that to happen.
No, you can't.
And
That is
when
why
they
I said.
and when that happen, you guys will not actually speak
But
up for that party
let
that
us wait when they will
this thing
have
is
the
being
election.
done to.
Let us wait when they will have the election. That is your own saying.
They're having it this Saturday.
Hey, you cannot say your candidate is popular than the rest. Everybody go to the field. And if you have
And
the
what the,
okay,
no,
that's exactly
in
what you are
fact,
saying.
they
Relax.
are popular. They are
They are
popular
popular.
there.
Okay, now
Yes, people want them.
mobilize. You guys have to mobilize your own people.
We are doing that
That's
already.
it.
But
Hey,
what
then
I
wait
will
till
tell you is this.
Saturday now.
I'm only telling you what will happen before it happened. For you to know that we understand the system.
You see, the thing
We
is,
have that
the thing. You
we
see,
have the
why do
same
we hold on, folly. See,
okay.
the electoral system that we have now does have a point where you can hardly cheat if you can provide evidence. With the point where people are voting, they are collating it for every single vote. If you have AAC members there monitoring it and they didn't take bribe to betray their party, they will be able to record everything
Okay,
precisely.
my
The
brother, let me now
evidence
tell
will
you
be
what
there.
happened in Ibadan. Let me now tell you what happened in Ibadan. The same thing that is going to happen in Lagos this week Saturday happened 2 years ago in Ibadan. We have the same four guys, four AAC guys, that the community want them to be the one. But do you know what OSEC or is it OSEC, what they did to to those guys? They did not even bring ballot paper to that community for them to even vote, and they announced their candidates. What about that? And we went
I
to
think
court. Nothing
you're not
happened.
dealing. You didn't deal with the point that I raised. If
No,
you cannot be cheated if your officials do their job. You can't be cheated in an election in Nigeria. That is it.
it's just like you guys. It's obvious that you guys are not on ground. If you are on ground, you will know what we are talking
But you
about.
keep
It's what we
saying that
pass through. It's
it's
what
because your
we. It's
officials,
what.
either because your officials have been intimidated, they
In
betrayed your
fact,
party. One of those things
Let
has
me
to
tell you what
happen.
happened in Ibadan. Let me tell you what happened in Ibadan. Early in the morning on that day, all the AAC members, that even the chairman was handcuffed. They handcuff them. They elect them for coming here to cause fraud, to cause problem. They arrest them. Police arrest. This is how
So
Nigeria is.
they were
This is
not
how
able to
election
go
is
for an
holding it.
election. So they were not be able to. People
They,
were not able to
they
vote for
didn't.
them.
They didn't even bring ballot paper to their polling unit to vote.
Okay,
No
that's a
electoral.
different matter
No,
altogether. Now that's a
there is
different
no any
matter
electoral.
altogether.
There is no
I'm
any
talking about
electoral
when votes
officer.
are actually cast. I'm talking about
You
when
know,
they are actually present.
I'm now telling you what these people can do, because they know once you vote, that means you can actually have a say. But these people will not even bring an electoral officer to come and conduct the election for you, and they will still write the name of the person they want to.
If they
This is
don't,
what is happening.
then what
It's
are your
happening in
people
Nigeria
doing? Then
already.
what? Hold on. What are your people doing before that day that you don't verify where your votes are coming from? And if that stuff happens, you go to a TV station and tell them they are not allowing, they are
In
not
fact,
bringing a
okay,
vote to your this
my
thing.
brother, I will give you. In fact, we are the AAC chairman in Oyo State was on Arise TV, on Charlotte TV, on Central News. to expose all these things, but nobody talked about it after then. This is the problem we have in Nigeria.
See,
People don't understand
no,
this.
no, 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 no. I see. I simply refuse to believe that someone like Shore, his party will be conducting an election and they will not bring paper for them, and that doesn't become a national DC
Foley,
news.
Foley, let me help
My
you answer
brother, we
this.
make it national things, but nothing happened.
Foley, let me
We
help
are
you
here.
answer. Foley, let me help you answer this question easily. All these Nigerians, they are no better. They're on the internet doing the criticism. The best way they can show you how to do it is to just go to Nigeria and do what your is doing and show him how to do it better. Like, I'm not saying I agree with me too, looking from the side. It's easy for me to criticize, but I learned to shut up because I'm not doing what they are doing. If you know how to run do the policy better, just go there and show it. What I can't stand is someone that doesn't do and criticizing someone that's doing. You
No,
It's
I
understand?
not
think, I think, I
criticism. It's
think
not
what is
If
criticizing,
criticism
this
Mike.
is giving
Mike,
schooling
feedback.
someone on how
Mike.
to
We
play
are
his
not
politics,
criticizing.
I
We
don't
are
get it. I
we
don't
are just
understand.
pointing out.
See,
We are
even if it's
pointing
criticism,
out
even if
where
it's
we
criticism,
think
just because we are not
these
participating
Tuna
doesn't
guys
mean you
are
Showore is not in
criticize.
power. The people you should
lacking.
be criticizing are the ones in power.
We are not
Hold on.
Not someone
criticizing.
that just trying to do
Even
something.
movie critics are not part of the movie, so they don't criticize. You can
Tunaja, you
criticize
pay money for the
somebody.
movie. Tunaja, you pay money for the movie, so you can have right to criticize it.
No,
Are
actually,
you donating
movie
money
critics don't
to?
pay
Are
money
you
for the
donating
movie.
money to AAC
But it's
for
his
to be
country
Movie
criticizing
now.
them?
critics don't
Is
pay
it not
money
his
for
country?
the
Tunaja, how
this
much
thing.
money have you donated to
You
AAC?
can criticize anybody,
You
any
haven't
party.
donated a
No,
dime, and you are
you have
criticizing
the
them.
liberty to criticize, but when you are criticizing, make sure you will actually have the facts and whatever you are
No,
criticizing on.
I
Not
Anybody
brought
that
my
do,
wants you
facts to
to
you.
are
answer
you
question,
aware? Sorry,
Foley,
Mike,
when I
Mr. Mike,
criticize, I brought my facts to you. I brought the
Mr.
document,
Mike,
like
Mr. Mike,
ask
everything. You
them,
Mr.
understand
Mike.
ask
the
them how much
important.
they've donated. Tell them to donate before you waste your
Not
energy
even, in
answering
fact,
question.
in fact, even for us to even said for you to even for us to even tell people to donate for us, it's difficult for us because we see it as whatever you are coming out for money, people see you as you want to go and spend
But
their money for something.
you
It's
see
even
what
difficult
Tunaja is saying.
for someone
Tunaja is
like me.
he's telling you what to do, like to walk in and go and do this. That some he's telling you to do
For me
something
to
like
even
wait,
for
wait,
me to even ask for donation, do you think if I
wait.
want to come here to come and ask for donation, do you know people will not
Foley,
donate for
allow me
me?
to land. I'm actually supporting you. Yeah, Tunaja is telling you to do something that require money to do. All this effort require money, but it's not donating money.
No,
But
let me say
you are
this.
not giving him
Let
the
me
money
say
to go
this.
and do that,
Mike, let me finish. You're talking about money now. Do you know how the Bolsheviks were able to fund themselves? Do you know?
Tunaja, forget how someone is funding. No, how
No,
much are you putting
see.
to
Let me
tell
say.
someone what to go and
Hold
do?
on, hold on. Instead of you just to come and start having a go at people, the way you fund yourself, there are different methods. Either you can start doing write-ups or publishing information. Like some YouTube channels, they get views that produce a lot of income. You
And
can do
Tunaja,
that.
go and do it and show
But
us how
you
to
don't
do
see
it now.
show. I'm not sure show owns a channel even or anything that he used to
You
talk to
go and do
people.
it now and show us
Nnamdi
now.
Kanu was able to
You
use
guys,
it to make a
you
lot of
guys,
money. Can
Tunaja,
you hold on? Let me
you
finish
guys,
now.
you guys don't even know
Easy, hold
Showore.
on,
You guys don't even know.
hold
In
on.
fact, it's obvious that many of you that come here to talk about Showore don't even know what Showore is doing.
Calm down. Let's listen to each other. See, there are ways he can make money, but that's why I said he behaves like somebody that is a controlled opposition because by now he should have mushroomed into so many things if he's somebody that has
Tunaja, go and show him how to
an
do it now.
ideology. What do you mean go and show you? So
No, go and
if
show it
I'm
because
telling
you
you,
know
My
it.
everybody
my
is not a
brother,
specialist in all
Tunaja, you know
areas.
how to
Can you
do
my
it,
just
brother,
but
because my phone want to run. My battery wants to. I want to go off. Please let me make this. Let's just make this thing to you, clear to you. Are you aware today that Showore was the one actually leading police? What's it called? Police I fear protest in this month 21 of this month. Are you aware? Are you aware that police are now giving it to Showore? They are, in fact, all of them now they are now backing Showore up. Are you aware?
if they are backing him, then that's a good thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Because I remember
Yes.
mentioning to him, I remember
You
mentioning
guys
to
don't know
him
what Showore.
when he was on a
You don't know how
panel that
far Showore. You don't know what sacrifice Showore has made. In just one person. Just one
that is
person.
what I am saying. That if you are arguing on behalf of the forces and everything, you could become the most powerful politician or of a personnel in the country without even
But
knowing
it
it.
will take time. It will take time.
It
Tunaja,
doesn't
Anybody that
see.
wants to change this
Candice
country.
Owen. Let me say this. Candice Owen just emerged in America how many years ago? Barely. I can assure you, Showore has been in Nigerian politics longer. This woman doesn't even have a following or anything. But yet, President Trump is calling her to tell her, please stop talking about the this in the French president and every. Call a president of the United States is calling a black woman that is
black
just
woman, what are you
nobody how
saying?
many
Are you
years
saying because
ago
she's black, she's
to
not
stop
worth of,
talking. Hold on,
she's not
to
worthy
stop
of being
talking
called?
about a French president What does that tell you? Do you know what makes that woman powerful?
Which
Her
power?
words.
My brother,
That's what made her
we are,
powerful.
in fact,
So now when you
what we
talk
started
sometime, I just
here,
dey wonder.
what we started here is growing. I will just tell you that it may not be, it may not be grow to what people think it should, but we that we are in it, we know the momentum is gathering. People are coming over. People are getting to realize what Showore stand for, and people are aligned with that line, and that is where we are going last. That's where everybody will go last. I will just tell you this, that Showore has a future, and Nigerian movement with Showore has a brighter future than what we have today. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Now, Jack,
thank
can you
you.
at least agree that Show is better than Obi?
Not even close.
Oh, here we go.
Not even close. He not even he cannot even compete with Malema or
Obi that can't even
anything.
can't stand alone. He can't even hold a party.
Obi
Hold on.
ran
Oh,
So
Obi
is
ran
two
listen, listen.
Nigeria
one and got
saying
6 million
Showore is
Tunaja,
not
votes.
better
Tunaja,
than Obi?
this argument
What are you
you will
saying,
make me
two
embarrass you
Nigeria?
tonight.
Go ahead.
Obi, they give Obi a party on a platter of gold
Pattern of gold.
with 6 million for everything. They gave him everything. This guy did nothing to her and
You
none of
see
that.
that? You
He
see
had
that?
an
You see that?
entire ethnic group
It's
behind
the
him.
boy he's talking
He
about.
still abandoned the
Did
party
he just
to
say
go and
they
be
gave?
begging.
Did he just say they gave Obi 6 million votes? You see how our people just talk? It doesn't even make
Tunaja,
sense.
let me land. I don't have to mute me now.
No, no,
Let
but
me.
why are you saying they gave him? Don't just come. See, I think you just come here to just scatter and talk
No, you
nonsense.
are the one
It's
comparing
not making
Shore with
sense.
Obi now.
You
Hold
just
on
said they
now.
gave Obi 6 million votes.
But so how can you say somebody is not making sense? You are
You
saying
don't
your
need
No,
own.
to.
but
What
he says they
he
gave
has
Obi
to
six
say his
million votes.
own
Who gave
now.
Obi 6 million votes?
No be. Did
Naija,
Obi
let
work
me give
for
a
it?
scenario.
Oh my
Let's
God.
assume, that Tinubu
What
is
do you
not.
mean they didn't give him? I didn't say.
Mike,
Oh, hold on. Maybe you misunderstood me. I didn't say like Rigo or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he didn't really work for that 6 million votes. It's just by virtue of
So he didn't
being.
really work and
Hold
he
on
got
now.
6 million votes.
It's
So
just
what
by
happened when
virtue
he
of
worked?
being from a large ethnic group, and then people that do all the work. Hold
Isn't
on,
that
Tunaja,
how Tinubu made
Tunaja,
it
wait
into
now.
office?
Tunaja, allow me to at this land. I just came in. He had Niger Watch. He had so many platforms that he didn't pay a dime, and they all did all the campaign for him. People were doing all the campaign for him. His ethnic group, everybody, even a Afenifere tribe, they were doing everything for him. And this guy still couldn't hold the party together. He can't even look at his politics. And Showore has done more work than him
You
with
know what?
nothing.
So
With
No,
Showore
why
has done
why
more
no,
why
work
no.
are those
That see,
with
why are those
with less
platforms why are those
resources,
platforms not
hold
used?
on,
and you are telling
hold
me
on.
that Obi
No, no.
is better than
Okay, Mike,
Showore.
Mike. Let's meet on in the middle ground here. When the point you made about P2B's handling of the Labour Party, I think that's a valid point. And even I have
So
an issue
Showore
with
is
that.
better than him. That's what I'm telling
In
you.
terms of running a party, yes, you can argue that Shoede has proven himself to be more capable than P2B because I don't understand how P2B joined Labour Party, doesn't know a lay of the land, and just won 6 million votes, and he didn't even take over the party itself. I
So
don't understand that.
so you agree with me
Thank
then?
you.
No,
This
it's
is
a
what
fair
we
point.
want
It's
to
a fair
Niger.
point. No, it's a fair
So
point,
you
right?
spend all
Even
night
I make that
criticizing
criticism
Showore, but you can
myself.
never spend a
So when people
second
are
criticizing
talking,
Obi.
give them chance
No,
to
no, no.
talk.
On that front, you have to criticize him on that
But if you
front,
didn't
but
I've
give
it's
him
never
not
seen
on
chance
you.
to
every
I've
talk
never
front.
now,
seen
you
you
won't have understand
drill
what he
Obi
was
like
saying.
this. Where you are drilling Showore. Yeah, this is how we are bullying fully. Oh,
No,
Showore, you
no,
have
no.
done this, you have done that. When Obi cannot even do
But
anything that
Mike,
makes
Mike, to be
little
honest,
sense.
Shower is own. Nobody is arguing whether he's doing well or he's not doing. What we are just saying is where we think is lacking. Because
Exactly. And the same
if
thing
you
for Obi
truly
too.
look
No,
at Showere's movement, Mike, if you look at Showere's movement, all these years, Showere is still struggling.
are
Campaign
you
is
kidding me?
not growing. We don't see it growing. We are only seeing Showere's movement, what he is doing on his own. We are not seeing Showere's people calling Showere in some states, even moving around and growing that movement. The movement is not growing. It's
But how would you
Showere
know
that
if it's growing or not?
we
Who
all are
cares?
just
Did he tell you
accepting
that his
Showere for what
strategy is
he's
to be
doing.
growing movements? But you don't know his strategy. You have to sit down with him to know his
See,
strategy.
There is no
do you know
strategy. We
that
would have been
if
seeing the
this
impact of the
election
strategy.
cycle
Okay, here's
comes
the deal. Here's
along,
the deal. See, here's the deal. This is one individual using his own. No one is funding. I mean, he's not having Nigerians funding him or people supporting him or joining him. One individual left the diaspora to go to Nigeria by himself to go face giants, risking life and everything. And then Those of us there are trying to tell him, oh, he's not doing it well. He's not. What, are you
We
kidding me?
get that.
Of
You are
course,
not
it's
getting
not.
the
The, the,
Stop
the,
point.
the
making
thing you can
excuses.
do is this. The only person here today that could have talked about him not doing something right is Foley, because Foley actually went to join him to be part
See,
of.
no,
So
We
if
are
you
not
guys are on his
regardless
getting
of
sideline,
what
the
your
oh
intention
my
is, if you
god.
cannot build
Tonight,
after how
let's
many
talk
you're
years,
on his
you ask
sideline.
questions.
What he's doing is
tonight,
what you're
let us
supposed to be
speak.
doing,
Hold
and then
on.
you're
Remy, I'm
criticizing
coming.
him.
See,
Let me speak after
the,
Mike. I will
yeah,
not
yeah.
take your time. I will not take your time at all. I
Go
want to
ahead.
say a scenario. Let's assume that Tinubu is not contesting. And all Yoruba people, Southwest, because Showore is a Yoruba guy, is our candidate. Don't you think he will get more than that 6 million vote that will be got? This guy has worked very well, but unfortunately for him, he also have to understand that politics is local. You cannot come to Nigeria with all the idea of America alone. No, it's not done that way. And at the same time, if you want, okay, you want the right people in your group. Are this group that these people you are looking for, do they have the money? Because politics needs a lot of money. It's not a chicken. It's not a just blah 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 talk alone. So we must give it to him that he has tried. But
Yes,
maybe
right.
he has tried. In fact, he has really tried because he beat his party. If you compare him with Obi, it's better because Obi cannot beat any party.
Well,
In
I
fact,
think if Peter B wanted to build his own
he
party, I think he would have
cannot
done
build.
himself
Why
support.
can't he build his own party? Why can't he go around and build like I watch already? He cannot do
It
that.
doesn't have the muscle to build
It
a
doesn't have
party,
the.
Jerry. It
We
doesn't
make it
have
look
what it
like what Showore
takes.
is doing is easy when someone like Obi cannot do it. So that
I
alone
think I
doesn't
think
We
kill
I
don't
any
think
even
argument
say
here.
it's easy.
I
Oh.
think Obi
Even Mike,
could
Mike,
if he
before you
wanted to build
came
a
on,
party.
Obi could
before
not
you
even
came
turn the
on,
Labour Party
before
local,
you
and
came
you guys
on,
are
right?
like,
Foley
with all the
mentioned
resources he had.
something. Foley mentioned something, which is where me I have problem with them. Foley said, "Oh, he is the chairman of their state,
What
but because he
about
doesn't want to."
the obedient movement? Don't you know that the obedient movement is bigger than Labour Party? Don't you know?
With
And
all the
this well
movement, with all
proven.
the tools, Obi cannot even put a party together.
So what?
He
Did
has
even
the movement,
Shola?
everything.
Did you,
He
if
still has
Shola
to go
have
and be
quarter,
joining
if
somebody.
Shola have quarter of the obedient movement, don't you know that he will bounce into
He will
victory
be
now?
doing way better than Obi today.
If somebody
But
told
this is the
me
problem, and this is
during
what
the
we are
last
saying.
election,
To Niger,
if somebody
to
told me
Niger,
that during
sorry.
the last
This is
election
what
that
I'm. This
P2B
is what
cannot
we
take
are
over
saying now.
the Labour
For
Party,
for
hold
Obi
on,
Stem.
DG, the OG. I mean, if somebody told me that P2B cannot control the Labour Party by this time, I would never have believed that. That's for sure. However, the P2B himself,
But
So it's not easy.
Two Niger, don't you know the problem of having a party in Nigeria? Even the current coalition could not even register a new party.
then why did he join the
Yeah.
party? You have to know the lay of the land of what you are joining.
They
So
couldn't
Nigeria,
That,
because
register.
that's
it's
how
Just
not
I
to
look
tell
at
you,
it.
easy. So Nigeria,
just to
because
tell
it's
you
not
the
easy. That's why we have
difficulty
to applaud someone like
in
Showore
He
to
could
do
have,
having a
this.
he
party
might
in
as well have
Nigeria.
founded his own party.
Let Showore give the chairman of the party to somebody that will control. Showore stand to be the chairman of his party.
Because he's smart. Obi should have been the
Nothing like
chairman
being
of the
smart.
party. How can you
Nothing
come
like
into a
he's not
party
moving
with
the
6
party
million capital?
forward.
You can't figure a way to do the party.
Who knows his candidate? Where are they seeing his candidate?
Okay, why did Obi not just make Dati? He could have just created his own party. Even when he joined Labour Party, if he saw that thing he
He
didn't
could have been the
understand how
chairman
those
of
two came
Labour Party
together.
now. He could
Yes,
have
now.
been that.
All you have to do is
Two Nigeria
yes.
for you to get power in Nigeria. It's more than what we guys are thinking of. Even if Obi still join Labour Party and have the popularity he have in the last election, he cannot still win Tinubu.
Don't be
So
too certain about that. They see, let me
no,
see
I'm
what
very
But two
certain
Nigeria
about
wants
that.
hold on.
Showore to
I'm
beat
very
Kene,
certain.
hold
Tinubu.
on. Let me
I
say
am
what I
very
wanted to say.
certain. So
Let me say what I wanted to say. Can you just
the issue is that you cannot build politics by sitting in one place. And that is what Obi is doing. Whatever ideas other people are bringing, they are trying to align it together, to join hands, to fight.
With
That is
criminal,
it.
that is a
with
different
the
point now?
criminal.
So
That is a different
whatever you
Ekene,
point.
want
now
to
you
put
they
it,
talk
whether you
like
call it
this.
criminal or whatever, well,
Ekene,
even me,
I'm shocked.
I will rig for whoever that I want to win because I know it's by rigging. If I have the opportunity to rig, I will rig for that person. You understand?
So
So
you're a
you know one
criminal.
of the problem too. See, the
So
reason why I think
So you
P2B
believe
is
in,
not
it's
doing
a crime
well.
to rig, Ekene,
The
and you
reason
are,
why
you are
I
admitting
You
think
see
it.
all this
Now
your
here.
disappointment.
even I will read on
hold on
Saturday now. We have
now.
election on Saturday.
The reason
So you're
why
admitting to commit crimes, Ekene.
this thing what's his name Labour Party, you are saying that that Labour Party cannot win. They could win if they had been P2B had control of the party, all the elected officials were behaving like people that have integrity, that are not corrupt. They didn't take the money that they were giving them in the House of Assembly. They were not behaving like corrupt politicians. And you see all the Labour MPs or officials acting with integrity. By this time, the
Naija,
popularity will be through the roof.
why are you talking like a layman? Don't you think that Obi is an opportunist? And those people that get into
I'm
the
not
senatorial,
the point I'm making is not
let me
is
finish.
not exclusive of
Stop,
that thing.
stop
You should
muting me.
admit that if okay, hold on,
Let
let
me
me ask
finish.
you. I will ask you directly.
Don't ask me.
If no, you can't just make a
Let me
sideways
finish
point
one
and say you
minute.
are
Moderator
addressing me.
always say, moderator
Naija,
No, I
let
always
don't
this
like when
man
use
people are
talk.
disingenuous. This
hold
is our
on, let
conversation.
people
I don't
talk
like it.
now.
You can't say
Let
something
me
to
say
somebody and you don't
something
want
and
to
then
answer the
you
question.
continue. Stop muting people. Let me say something
To
and finish.
Nigeria, the
No,
moderator, you're supposed to be
What
asking
I
us
want to
questions
no,
say,
now.
what I
hold
want
on.
to say.
You're supposed to be asking us
He cannot
questions.
say stuff and not answer the question. I just want
Let
to
me,
ask him a question and then he's not answering it. He wants to dodge the
He
point.
has
You
something
can't
to
just make
put
a
to
point and
you
not want to
first.
answer
I
the
Let him
just
question.
want
put it
to
to you first.
observation, just an observation cannot take more than 1 second. Obi is an opportunist. Those senators
Because you
that
just want to insult him. That's all you want to do.
let me finish
Hold on
first.
now. Let him talk
Hold on
now.
now.
I don't like this whole conversation. It's disingenuous. People are not honest.
Hey,
Let
but let
us
Just
people
want to be
have
insulting
their
people
whold. Let them
online
have
all the
their
time.
say.
let
You
us
are
hear
having
out
your
our
say.
This
opinion.
is not where
What
you
So
I'm
come and
trying
have
Naija,
to
your
were
say,
you
say.
not the one who
During the
Ah,
insulted
session,
Timothy
moderator,
I'm
you
here
Ebelo?
to
still
have a
honest.
constructive
You are
As
conversation.
Were you
moderator,
not the
you are
one who
supposed
insulted
to
I'm not
Showore?
a
listen to
So what's the
him
moderator.
difference
speak.
between Showore and
Stop
let
calling
us
me a
talk
moderator.
now. Even if you are the moderator on call, what is so special about
So
that?
now, Jack,
What
can you
I'm
say you're
I'm
trying
not
not
to
the
a
moderator
moderator.
or you're
what
muting
I'm trying
everybody?
to say, what I'm trying to say is very simple. Obi is
I
an
just have
opportunist.
access to the backstage.
Obi is an opportunist, and those people that vie under Labour Party as senators and rep, they are also opportunists like him. So they don't have anything to.
You
They
just
don't
want to
have.
insult him. That's
They,
all.
no, I'm not insulting. I'm telling the truth. They don't have
Remy
any.
Obi is not an
Let me
opportunist.
finish.
Even what he's doing, even what he's doing today after the election, I don't think any other candidate has done it. Even Showere or whoever you are thinking about.
We shall
You
see.
understand?
We
So
shall see.
if those people that he's supporting today in their schools and everywhere comes out tomorrow to support him again in an election, you will still come out and so people like you will still come out and say he never worked for it. He never worked for it.
That
Check
is
the
not
amount of
what.
money he
Ekene,
has spent
Ekene,
since
I have
after
a
the election.
question. I have a
Even
question
today,
to you.
even
Let me ask you a
yesterday,
question.
in Edo
Ekene,
State
let
and
me
in
ask you a
Kaduna State,
question.
he has spent
Ekene,
over 30 million
Ekene,
naira in those states
Ekene, Ekene,
just for human capital development. So if those
Ekene.
guys come out tomorrow to
Ah.
come and support him, you still will say he's an
Oh,
opportunist.
he only
So it
spent.
doesn't your words doesn't mean anything
Okay,
because
let me
I
come
see he's
in.
working. He's showing
Let
working
me
even after the election. He's showing working. No short on top.
let
He's
me take
showing working every here and there.
a
Try to make the
conversation.
people love him.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Let's
how to
take
do
a
politics.
conversation. If Obi is spending 30 million on education, Tinubu and the rest have spent billions. So don't think that because he's spending 30 million, some
I
people
did
are
not
even
say that Tinubu spend his own on his own way. He just, no, I'm saying this for you to say. It's for you saying that he is an opportunist. Like
he's an
what do you mean?
opportunist.
That
Everybody
he's
knows
sitting
that.
one place and he's still working today, and you see him working in everywhere, spending money. Understand? So if those people
Time will
support him
tell.
tomorrow, you say he's an opportunist.
Because somebody is
Time will
spending money,
tell.
it's not an
Time will tell. It's
opportunist.
a small time. Time will tell.
No, that's part of politics. You have to. A politician has to be a
You are not.
philanthropic
You didn't
at the
even
same
listen
time.
to him. You
Even
don't
They
even
does
Tinubu
not
ask
listen
himself,
to
questions
me. They
even
honestly.
let
Tinubu
me
himself,
finish.
before he became
This
president,
is
you
a
people
very
were able to
important
confirm
conversation
he
with you.
was in the north helping them doing this when there is this. He's just
Let
go
me
give them
finish.
money
Let
and
me
all that.
finish what I want to
Let him
say.
land
So
his point
Let
now.
me land so that you can come after me, and then it will make it more better. What I'm trying to say is very simple. Everybody see an opportunity, and Obi saw the opportunity. The opportunity he rode on it was because the Southeastern people, they are together asking for their Biafran. And it is now said that if we cannot get this Biafran, then we can as well support our son. It's the son of the Southeast. It's a good opportunity. He latched on that one. He latched on the Muslim ticket. And those people that they vie under Labour Party, they also saw this opportunity. And they also they get the ticket. And fortunately for them, some of them won. So they don't have any authority to answer to Obi. If Obi was, if Obi
okay,
was, if Obi is good enough, he's supposed to have galvanized everybody together under that party that make them want that have that vote, and some of them won
Let
some
me
seats.
let me tell you. Let me tell
Immediately,
Now
you.
he's busy.
yeah,
He's,
I
now
will
he's
finish.
busy.
I will
He's
finish
busy
now.
running around with the
Immediately after this,
malami of
immediately
And
after
let
the
me make
election,
Amici.
let me make one other
I,
announcement. I think this is something that is quite a valid point that everybody has been making. I think Madam Zita made a point earlier on about P2B not running in primaries. So let me qualify that. Not that he didn't run in primaries, he did run, but generally he's not challenged heavily. Like in the case of Labour Party, Utomi and a few others, they all stepped down on his behalf. Like some governors stepped down for Tinubu. However, Tinubu was also still challenged to an extent. P2B in his own case, people generally step
what do you
down
mean to an extent?
on
Tinubu
his
was
behalf.
very challenged. And you keep muting people. You don't allow people to talk. You
Hold
just want to
on
talk. You
now,
are the
because
one
I want to
moderating the
make a
thing.
point. Can you
You
let me
can't be
finish the
doing
point I'm
that,
making?
Naja.
Are you going to talk
We
to
will
one man
all
like
go
that?
and you will moderate yourself.
You can go
Abba.
now. Is it by force? You have to let somebody talk now. So if one man is
You've been
talking now, you're not going
talking.
to
You've been
interrupt him.
talking. You can't be muting people if people want
But
to
tuna,
talk.
I
how
will
many
mute
points
you
are
if
you
you
going
don't
to
let me
make
finish
now?
my point.
Stop muting people
If
just
you don't
like
want
that.
to
Let
see, if
people
you don't,
talk.
I
Let
can
people
end
have
the
their
show. We
say.
go home. Oh. It's not by force.
My friend,
I
get
can
to
end the
it,
show. They
Joe.
will go
I
home.
beg. You
So the
keep
point
muting
is,
people. You will talk. You've been talking. We allow you to talk. If people want to
it's
talk,
not
you
by
still want to
force
talk.
now. We can go
Give people
home.
chance.
Let me
It's not
finish
your
what I'm
platform.
saying. Then I just started talking. I didn't even
Mike
talk
has
for
been
one
in your
minute.
position before. I've been in your
Tuna, I
position
just
before,
started
but I'm
talking.
not muting
I've
people
not even
anyhow.
spoken for 1 minute.
Let's
He
respect
kept
each other
interrupting
here.
me.
1 minute.
Yes, actually.
no, Naija, let other people make
Tuna, I've been listening to you for
submission.
hours, man.
The
Come
new
on,
So
now.
one,
Not 1 minute.
want me to
like
play the audio
Oroyo.
that I just started playing just now when I started talking?
Oroyo
So
and
I can play
Midwest.
it so
Let
that I
them
can
make
see
their
it.
own
So I don't
contribution.
have time to be making this in. The point I was making was that Madam Zita did say that P2B didn't contest. Yes, most of the time he didn't contest primaries to win because most of the people stepped down for him. That is true. And the point Remy was making that he didn't, if Tabini ran the Labour Party and the officials and the people that won election during the last election went on to perform very well, I don't think he will need to, he will have a lot of support now. And you can say that is his fault. Anybody that's supposed to be has to acknowledge that is his fault because he didn't plan it properly. He didn't look at the Labour Party and say, okay, this party, the way it is laid out, is going to cause me problem later on. Maybe I shouldn't join it. By now, he would have a party that he controls. The people that he chose to run for primaries and all the rest, he will control them. And if you don't control them, then what kind of leader is that? I don't understand that kind of style whereby you just go to parties and they just give you way. Because if he goes to ADC now and gets the same treatment again, it means he has a pattern of going from one party to the other, people stepping down for him. You can say that's a great skill to have. But at the same time, you ask yourself, when do you actually build anything in terms of, although he did govern, you see, that's the thing about P2B, he's a very, very interesting character. He did govern and he governed relatively well. So this is where Shore is falling down. Shore should have governed something like Molema is doing and other people are doing. If he had done it, maybe he would have gotten further by now. So you can criticize P2B all you want. It would have been easy to criticize P2B if he was never a governor. And I don't think.
Is it not Jugu that gave Obi platform to become governor?
Two Niger, can I now say my own?
Yeah, go ahead.
P2B did not only govern. P2B has won an election with an unknown party, and that party is still standing today, which is Apoga. So, and ever since the beginning of that party, he was the only person that won an election with an unknown party in Anambra State, which he stood with their mandate till he finished his 8 years. Other governors that won under Apoga could not hold their mandate because they were threatened by the federal and they decamped. Not Obi. Obi never decamped with the people's mandate in Apoga. He finished with Apoga, handed over to another Apoga governor before he left to PDP because definitely he wanted that federal to join the federal. So he knows that the only way to join the federal is by getting into PDP and was helping Goodluck Jonathan government, which you cannot say that Jonathan government didn't do well economically. So anybody criticizing him of not doing well in party or whatever is just doing that for their selfish interest.
Yeah, but
Because
can you
yeah,
no don't you see that there is a pattern whereby he didn't do his due diligence? Because you have to admit that
Labour Party, if he had taken control of Labour
Let me
Party,
let me tell you.
Labour Party
Let
will be
me tell
very
you. Let me
popular
tell
right
you to
now.
Niger. Let me tell you to Niger. The highest ranking member in Labour Party today is Alex Soti, not even P2B, and it's in the constitution. So well, that's why even if you look at their last meeting, Alex Soti was the head of that meeting, and Obi cannot break protocols because he was a presidential candidate. Yeah. So
Yeah.
the
So
person
the
you
person, Emeka,
the person you see fighting to
Emeka,
take over,
fighting to take over. Emeka, I want to put
or
something for you. Wait, are you guys hearing me? Good morning. Look, Peter Obi. How will I put it? Look, that very OT you just mentioned as the leader of that party, that is one faction. Be honest. There's another leader elsewhere, recognized by INEC. The party don't supposed to be
I'm
so.
not talking
I'm
about
not talking about.
I'm talking about what
I'm talking
people
about
be.
what. No,
It's not the faction I'm
it's not
talking
the
about.
faction I'm talking about. Just be honest and say one faction of Labour Party. Alessoti is the head. So that listeners can understand. And
Mute your
that
mic.
faction,
Disturbing my thought. Mute your mic is disturbing my thought.
is not even recognized by INEC. It don't
Let me
supposed to be
finish.
so. Let me finish.
Let me I'm not saying that what you are saying, there is two faction in Labour Party. Yes, everybody knows that. But the point I'm saying is this: according to the constitution of the party, the person that's supposed to be the high-ranking member of that party is Alessoti, not even P2B. After Alessoti, the deputy governor of Abia State. So P2B is even a front member of Labour Party.
I think
He was
what you are saying is just making excuses, really. Yet
no,
Alex
it's not.
Oti
No,
hasn't.
no,
Hold on,
no.
please, hold on. Let me finish the point I'm making. Alex Oti hasn't won 6 million votes. That is the point here, and you should know that 6 million vote count for something. In other words, the support he has surpasses anybody in that party. That
Tonight,
matters.
it's not about winning 6 million votes. It's not about making an excuse. It's about the constitution of
You
the
can
party.
even argue that. You can even argue that it's because of
Let me tell
Peter
you.
Obi, Alex Oti
Let me
won that
ask you.
election.
Let me ask you. Even
Ekene, can
Tinubu
you
you are
argue
talking
this
about.
point? Can
Even
you argue
Tinubu.
this point?
Let me say
Ekene,
this to
hold
Niger
on
because
now. Answer one
even
question.
Tinubu was able to take over
You don't like
APC
to.
after he
Why
became the
people don't
president.
like to answer question? Ekene, are you going to say Alex Oti's victory in Abia State is not as a result of Peter Obi's momentum?
I did not say so. But
Uh-huh. And now
whether
he's his
Obi
senior person.
whether Obi gather momentum or not, the constitution of the party has to be followed. Because if Obi fight the way you guys want him to fight to take over that party, then he did, even the one that is being done, they took it as he want to hijack the party, or
Okay, let
Lestoti
us
wants to hijack
also
the party.
let us also
You understand?
contribute.
So the
Let,
person in the person of Tinubu, let me give you an example. In the person of Tinubu was able to take over APC after he became president. He
Mhm.
now appoint the chairman that he wants. So you people should, because at that particular point in time when he becomes the president,
that is
at
exactly
that,
what we are saying. Can I listen to this?
at that particular point in time when he becomes president, he now knows that he is the highest ranking member of
Can I
APC. Everybody
listen?
in APC is under him. Whatever
Can
he
I
says,
listen
they
to
will
this?
obey. And he
Can I
was
listen?
able to remove the former chairman and put on the chairman that he knows he
Ekene,
can
stop
control.
making excuses. If
Can
you
I
are
listen?
the main candidate of your party, you should be able to do something.
Tunaja, listen
Please
to
go
this.
ahead.
Before the election, Abure and Obi, they were in sync. They were together. They were strong. And after the election, you got 6 million vote, which is not a chicken change vote. And you cannot manage that party. You brought division in that party by yourself. It is Obi that brought that division. I remember the National Executive Convention they did, is it in Benin City or wherever, where they now said Abure should continue. Obi was there. And within 2 or 3 weeks, you quickly change and then bring another faction immediately. You brought the division by yourself. As you have 6 million votes, if you are able to galvanize that vote and then you put that party together, you don't need to go and meet Atiku and begging him. You went to Atiku by yourself to beg him, and you expect them to just put you at the top of their ticket. Are they stupid?
Remy, let me tell you, you are just making a nonsense excuse. Very sorry
Okay.
to say that.
Okay.
Let me tell you,
Go ahead.
yeah,
No
I
problem.
am part of Obi movement. Not even I joined Labour Party because of him. You understand? So, people, what you should look at, if you are very honest and they follows Obi politics, Obi knows where he can control, not a party that has constitution. And in doing that, he appointed the leader of the obedient movement, which is Unisouth Tanko and Ife Salako, and one other guy from Yoruba. And they are doing a perfect job keeping the movement together. And we have our registration form, which is going very perfectly well. And the movement is being organized.
Okay, thank you. Now,
You
a quick
understand?
question
Which
for you.
means today, let me finish. Let me finish. Which means today, if Obi wants to choose another platform, he is choosing it with the obedient movement, and they are going into that platform with his group.
Okay, my question to you
And
today is that
but if you want to say that Obi is not a
so I just want to
good
ask you a
leader,
question. So you can take it along.
if
When
you
they
okay,
ask to be a question by Sheon Okuboleye, which party do you belong to now? He said he's in Labour Party, but they are doing coalition with ADC. So my question to you today is that if at the end of the day ADC did not pick Obi as the presidential candidate, what will you do? What would your obedient
he
movement do?
doesn't necessarily. After all, he has made it in his own argument that he's not desperate to be Nigerian president. So
I
if
just
that
asked
is
you a
what he
question
did,
about your
let me
movement.
let me finish. Whatever it's not a must that Obi will contest to. It's not a must. What you guys are saying? It's not a must. If he
How
find
can you
it
say he's
necessary
not
that he's not
desperate?
going to,
He's going to the north with
if he
his wife.
find it necessary
He's not desperate.
that he's not going to have any chance in that 2027, I think he will relax. He will not kill himself. You understand? It will be Nigerian president. But what I know is this: that whatever decision Obi is making today, he has his obedient movement intact. We have our online registration, we have our leader, we have our zonal, our regional leaders, both southwest, northwest, and the southeast. And I know them, and they're doing a perfect job. Both abroad, we have
So
our leader in abroad. So
what
what?
you are what
Come
you are
on.
telling
Why
us,
are you doing this now? You're
what
not
you are
Let
helping.
me
telling us
You're
finish
not
now.
helping the
Do
case.
Naija.
the movement
What
that
matters is to keep your people together. If the party wants to pick you as a presidential candidate, they will do. Then you come with your group. After all, before Buhari became president, he has 12 million votes without a party. That's what Obi is doing. It doesn't matter.
Okay, then what is
Buhari has
hold on,
12 million votes without a party.
There's
And
a
that's what
potential.
matters.
There's a potential that P2B could do this stuff to a point whereby he loses the chance to become this in a primary any party's candidate. In other words, I think Labour Party is saying that they're going to close the potential of him being nominated as a Labour candidate within days or so or weeks.
Go
And
and
if
check, the
and
number. Go and check the number of people Labour Party has lost
yeah,
within
no,
few
no,
days.
that's true. No, it's not about loss. I'm talking about also the idea that because
No, it
if
doesn't mean
no,
what
listen
the
now,
immediately they
hear me
announced
out.
it.
Why
Immediately
is it
they
that
announced it.
let me
All
try
the
to
people
explain.
unfollow them.
Let me try to explain potential dangers. Because if as a candidate, potential candidate for ADC or Labour, let's say ADC doesn't go on to make their decision on time and Labour locks him out. Maybe they go and select some other person because they feel like, okay, our time is rolling on, and ADC doesn't make their decision. Especially, I think when ADC is going to make their decision, it's going to be when they decide to either zone it. If they zone it openly, then clearly they are going for this in article. But if they zone it to the south, then they are going for OB. So when they zone it, that's the time for P2B to know where he's going to go. Because if he either decides that he's going to form his own party or he's going to go with this thing. Labour Party. Personally, at this stage, given the fact that he hasn't taken over the Labour Party, I would recommend he just forms his own party. Because whatever is happening in the Labour Party doesn't seem to have any power there.
Two Niger, in the next election, forget what Showore is doing. I will not advise Obi to form any party. It's a waste of money, honestly speaking. So if the coalition didn't pick him and pick Atiku, let him support the coalition, and I will not advise him to be the vice president. You understand? He still
why?
have a
Why
chance.
is it not why are you
Yeah.
not advancing
Let
to
me
be
tell you, that is being sincere. That is being sincere.
But he's going to
And not
lose now.
wanting.
If he supports the coalition, he's going
oh
to
my god.
lose. That's
He's
the
not going to
coalition is going
lose.
to lose. I mean,
Let me tell you,
I'm
it's
saying the
better. Let
coalition
me
is
tell
going to
you,
lose.
It's not the only way I feel he can lose if he becomes the vice president. You understand? So I will just tell him to relax,
Ekene, you may have a
bury
point
his
there.
ambition for the
You may have
moment.
a point there, Ekene, but do you know how many Southerners, and including Southeasterners, that I've
If the
seen,
if
I've
the
heard
if
of?
the coalition didn't choose him, if the coalition didn't choose him, it now shows that the coalition don't have vision.
Yeah, let me finish the
You
point I'm making.
understand?
Do you know how many Southeasterners and South people, or even Southwest people that don't like Tinubu, that are saying that they would rather vote Tinubu or not vote Atiku instead of to let Atiku win because they would rather have a
Atiku
southern
honestly,
president?
Atiku honestly, Atiku honestly will Ghana northern vote in the next election. There is no two ways about
Yeah,
that.
but he's not going to
If you
garner southern
so,
votes
but he's
because
not going to Ghana out the way he wants.
yeah. The
You
problem,
want this?
When
So
you are talking about Northern vote, remove North Central from it. Don't always
yeah,
talk about just as a
eh,
block like
no,
that.
yes, North Central. North Central is not among it. Honestly
So
speaking,
even the
North
North,
Central is not among it. So,
let me
but they are
highlight
not
one
seeing
point
the problem
let
I
me
have with
highlight one other point that
the
you are
problem I
missing.
have with our let me
Wait
say
for a
this.
second. Wait for a second. I want to highlight you're going to go ahead and add this to what you're going to say. Let me highlight one point that we have not addressed yet. If Wike had been the PDP candidate last time, you would not have had an obedient movement. If Amechi had been the PDP candidate, you would not have had the obedient movement. As a matter of fact, if Osibanjo had been the candidate of APC, P2B would not have had the impact that he did. The problem that people have now is two old men running for office, and that is putting them off. And if those two old men show up again, whether it will be support or not, that vote is going to go somewhere else. Either it goes to Showore or a new candidate that shows up. And if that happens again, Tinubu is going to end up in office. So it's a very, very tight situation right now.
Let me say this. Let me say this. Obi, the only thing Obi need is northern support. Very strong, not very strong. Which I don't think if he didn't get it, he will become the president. And I see what he's doing there to get it. So
Ekene, can I come in here?
let me finish. You will come in. Let me finish the statement I want to make. So if Obi is not getting that northern support, I wish him to relax. Even if all the southerners support him, both southwest, he will not get the presidency. Honestly speaking. So you really need that northern support. And once we admit it and swallow it, then we are making headways. You understand?
Everybody needs not support now. Everybody
So
does.
what will happen in 2027 is if ADC they now have numbers. Even governor of this governor of current governor from the north is already supporting the coalition. I saw him on the national TV yesterday. They are not even in support of Tinubu. Sitting governors, PDP from the north. So it's a very good move now that the coalition is very strong. But who would their candidate be? The governor was making a bold statement. They are in support of the coalition, according to his interview. This one, no, they even fear Tinubu. You understand? So,
The coalition has a chance if it is
so they
PDP.
really have a chance because they
Uh,
have a lot of people
Ekene, may I
around
just
them.
talk? Good morning, everybody. See, the issue on ground, the politics in Nigeria have so many effects. One, religion and zoning within the so-called South zoning and the North zoning. And you also come to tribal trust. If you are convinced that the Northerners will support an Easterner to become a president 2027, I want you to go and reanalyze your country very well. Consider these factors that I've just mentioned. One, the Northerners don't trust Igbo, but they play around them so they can always play into their emotion. And with emotion, they always get support because Igbo naturally believe in emotion. So they don't calculate. I'm just telling you the truth. If you think the Northerners will open their eyes after 4 years, knowing very well, if they are able to remove Tinubu, good for them. If they are not able, 4 years later, it is their turn. They will never take that risk of putting Peter Obi there, because once he have the power of the federal government of Nigeria, you don't know how powerful is your president. They can change law. Sometimes they can even abuse the law, and nothing will happen. So they are not going to make that mistake, my brother. Let not anybody put that one aside. No matter their suffering, they know how to endure suffering.
Yeah, but Tinubu
That
has
that is
already ostracized them.
so that is one. No. Just he has not. They know what they're doing. 4 years later, will they even consult you or go to Senate before they overturn all those rubbish reform? They will not. They will not even consult anybody. I'm telling you the truth. Let power go to them. You will see the way they behave, and they know how to manipulate the certain politicians, and they will achieve everything. It's only the Satanás that are difficult to move forward. So now, that one is one factor, because now here come a coalition. I call it coalition of vultures. Vultures. There's no other. Why Peter Obi went there. Rufai was not able to win his state in the last election. That's why he was with Tinubu. Onyegun has no political relevance in those states.
I thought Rufai served 2 terms.
The last one I'm talking now, this election they did last, the one that brought him when he supported Tinubu, he was not able to win his place for Tinubu. That's why he was there. He was a Tinubu's man.
He
If he
was
has
a
to be a
governor.
minister,
It doesn't mean that they will vote presidential in the same way in presidential
okay,
election.
wait now. If Tinubu have given him a ministerial position, that man would have been supporting Tinubu. So his grievances is that they have maltreated me. I will fight back. Not for the interest of Nigeria, and not for the interest of even the Northerners. So many,
But
many
what
of
if they
these
told you that it
guys.
was for the interest of Nigeria? Because, in Chatham House, Erufai was the one that spoke on behalf of Tinubu regarding his security
Wait now,
policy.
let me land my point. What I'm saying is that
Midwest,
the
let me
whole
tell you
I will
this.
let I will let you. I
wait
want to
now,
add this so that you
wait a little.
understand what
You
may have
guys will be
happened to
talking now.
Erufai.
To Nigeria, wait. That I'm going somewhere. I'm mentioning one factor. I'm talking about the second one now. When I look at the faces of these guys, and again, this coalition will tell you 60% of Tinubu men are already inside, and they are going to break it like egg. So that is another factor again. Don't think Tinubu don't know what they're doing. He understands that his economic policy to some certain degree is not working. And then the politics itself is also a game. And he understands how to play this game very well. Coalition will make it easy for Tinubu to win. Go and mark my word. Then here come a
Midwest,
party.
let me tell you this. Let me
Here,
tell you this.
what, now,
What you are saying is like, what you are saying is that it's not possible to take away
what
Tinubu. And
I'm
that
saying,
Nigerians, when I
wait,
see Nigerians
Emeka,
thinking in that
wait,
direction, I don't like it.
to talk. I allow you. Can you wait a little bit? Now there comes another factor.
I
You
don't
guys,
like giving Nigerians impression that their works are in vain. That's what they are doing.
no, their works are not even. But politics is a game. It's also a number, and it's also a strategy. So now, nobody comes to power without opposition in the whole world. The country where we live in Europe, everywhere, their political system is a well organized. But when it comes to election, the party have to buckle up and they have to strategize and look at areas where their opponents are failing and concentrate on it to convince people that they are coming to solve it. Not only there are many, many things because they know they know what to do, what their people need. Because you don't give promises in abroad. You must tell them where the money is coming from. Like where we live, I don't know of America, but I'm talking about most European countries.
Can
You're
I
telling
ask you
them
a
you want to do
question?
something.
Can I ask a
So now,
question?
let me go back to where I'm coming from. Here come Peter Obi, you said Obi movement, the online movement
Never
that
seen
are
anybody
already
that will
constituting
post
nuisance everywhere across the
It's
globe.
not online movement.
We
It's
already
not online movement.
look at the political party that received
See,
Obi. Is
No,
whatever you
not
say,
I'm getting.
is
Hold on, hold on,
it
hold
is
on.
human being that comes online.
President, I
You
give you
see,
time.
sorry. Let me say this. I've hosted many panels. I've never seen a panel like this where everybody just come to insult the other. They are not there to actually discuss
I'm not.
the
I
point.
am not insulting. I'm not insulting. I am giving my own opinion.
You are
You
saying
try
they
to
are
listen to other
online
person.
people. But let
I
me
have
ask
listened
you a
to you.
question. I wanted to
I have
ask you a
listened to
question and
you.
you're not listening. You see that you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to anybody. I wanted to ask you a question and you don't want to even answer it because people just want to talk and insult the other side. One way or the other, diminish the other side. I see this is not a joke. This
So now
is
you
a
are doing
country.
this. Once you are in a platform, you don't allow people to express themselves before you throw in question. I'm also
No,
going to
no, you
another
don't have to
factor again.
express yourself. This is not a place for you to just spread anything you like. You are supposed to be subject to questioning. Then you
Naja,
answer the
let him
question
land
instead of
first now. Let
no,
him
no.
land at
He's
least
been
before you
talking
start.
now. He's been talking, but the
Just because
question
you don't like what
Listen,
he's saying doesn't
listen
mean
to
you should
two.
cut him
I
off.
listen to two Naija.
because
I
yeah, I
listen
don't
to
like
two
what he's
Naija
saying.
who was expressing
If you don't
himself,
like what he, you
but
don't have
he's
to like
trying
what
to
he's saying
I
distract
now.
don't
me
like
People
for
what
don't
he,
like what
nothing.
you feel you are saying.
see.
He's trying to
He,
distract me for
that's the
nothing.
whole
And stop
point.
We
muting people
talking
too,
about
Naja.
That's
Stop
the
leadership.
whole
it.
Talking
point
about
of having a
leadership here.
moderator. You are supposed to be able to question people.
Yeah, but
That's
let him
how it
land before you
works.
question him now.
The question I wanted to
Somebody
ask you.
last question to
Can
question
I
the
just
person.
ask the question?
If the person said give the
Your audio
question, you
is
give.
breaking
If you
up.
give me
Your
question,
audio is
what
breaking up.
is it?
Your audio is breaking up. I don't
My
know why
audio
your
is
audio.
breaking up.
Now it's sounding better.
Okay, see, to Naija, Peter Obi ran in a political party last year. He didn't build that party. The party invited him, and he injected a lot of positive momentum into that party. We cannot deny that. After election, there come a little, I call it a little misunderstanding. But because they are so loud and a lot of so-called online talking people, something they're supposed to solve inside their eternally, they started beating themselves anyhow. Before you know it, everything escalated, and Peter Obi could not stop it on time, not knowing very well this thing is going to affect his political career and also affect the land that is trying to say, I want to come and change. Here come a party where you have almost three faction now. The other two were able to. It's still three. And Papa is still. It's like that one is still on his own, doing his own one corner. Now they have the another caretaker committee, and they messed up the party. This is a man that is coming to rule a country that is so chaotic like
let me
Nigeria.
tell you, if you want to use party
What
to
are we talking about?
criticize Obi is the most decent politician that has ever built a party. If you want to know that, and I
Was
stand
he
by
going
that
Why
stand
did
to
he
because
build?
coalition
even
with us? Who
Atiku has never
people
had any
fighting
party.
today?
I gave you an example.
Say, show
Tinubu
me your
has never
party and
taken
I
any
will tell
party
you
until
who
he
you
became president of Nigeria. So I don't know the argument that you guys are
have.
making. It's only P2B
He
that's
became,
won an
he
election
became
in
president
an
of
unknown
Nigeria.
party and keep
Look,
the party.
a man,
And because of his legacy in that
we
party is
see,
still
we see,
functioning. Nobody wants to
we
disrupt
see,
that party in a state because of the legacy he built in that party.
we have
So
hope in Nigeria.
don't use
The
that
only hope
sentiment.
we have is also
One at
we
a time. Now let
support
me
us.
ask the question I wanted to
The,
ask. Your audio
the
is
only
still breaking
hope
up
we have
midwest.
today
Your
is
audio is
also
still breaking up. He doesn't hear. Your audio is breaking up midwest. Your audio is still breaking up. I don't know what is going on. There's this popping sound that's coming from me. It's just going up and down, up and down. So the question I wanted to ask, because that point that Kene is making is that P2B emerged from almost nowhere with a no party that hasn't won anything close to even 50,000 votes to get 6 million votes from that party.
That's a lie.
Can you just let me finish the
Listen,
point? Oh goodness.
Mimiko of Ondo State. I've used Labour Party before. What are you talking here?
Okay, what?
I'm
So
not
He
talking
has
about
won
Labour
what is the
Party.
senatorial
I'm
question?
talking about
election.
where he started. I'm
Oh
talking
my
about
God!
Let me tell you.
Don't do that!
Tunaja,
Don't do
give me
that!
two.
Don't do that! No! One at a time. One at a time. When you say Mimiko, what? How many votes did he win?
It does it not win more than, I don't know, more than 200,000 votes or
Okay, let's
300,000
say not
votes?
more than two hundred
It's a,
thousand votes.
it's a
Then
governor, it's a
okay,
gubernatorial election. So
good.
that's
You
what
are
we are
disagree
saying.
with me, and let me take the correction that he won 200,000 votes, but P2B went and took it to 6 point something million. So the point
Ask
I'm
him where
making,
the party is today.
let me
Ask him where
finish
the
the
party is
point,
in the
please.
state.
Let me
But
finish the
not in
point.
one
But
six
Obi
The,
point
didn't win the
something
presidency
Jesus
million,
in
not
Christ,
Tunija.
Igbo
not
can't
as
let
a
people ask one
governor.
question.
Mimiko won the governorship.
So
The
the point, the
governor,
question I wanted to ask is, given that P2B came from nowhere and won 6 million votes, even when he doesn't have a machinery, he didn't even spend a lot of money. When all these people that are arguing that Tinubu is so insurmountable, does that not tell you that the people have some element of power? If the people's mind are made up in some way, you can't change them. No matter how much Tinubu's money is, no matter how many police he has, he can't
It's
even
not
convince South
about money,
Easterners.
it's about structure. This that what you are talking about is
Um,
about structure. So
Peter Obi
why are
didn't
you
have
going to say
structure
money,
too.
money, money?
No,
Obi
my
also
point is
spend
that Peter
money.
Obi didn't.
Obi
See,
To
spend a
Niger,
hell of
give
the
people
money.
chance to talk. These people have not
okay,
said
Peter
anything
And
Obi,
no
meaningful.
stop.
okay,
Tonight, I need
BOG,
2 minutes. I need 2 minutes to say something, please. I need
No, no, you
2 minutes.
will have
Ekele,
your chance. You will
please
have
stop.
your
Let other
chance.
people talk. These people have been
The
here
point,
since they've not said
the question
anything.
I ask
Give
is:
them chance now.
Is it
Uh-uh.
possible? Is it possible that the people themselves can decide who the outcome of this election? Because all this narrative that people are painting that is insurmountable. Peter B's outcome, this result the last time shows that it's not insurmountable. You can't even rig it if the people don't want you to rig it. So is it inevitable that Tinubu is just going to be president no matter what? That's the question I wanted to put to what's his name? He's
Niger,
gone out now.
so Niger,
Let
the
me say
problem
this.
with
Let
the
me
for
say this to
Nigeria.
Niger. Let me say
So
this.
Niger,
Let me say this
make
to
I answer
Niger.
the question.
If the
Last
people wants to defeat Tinubu, the people will defeat Tinubu with their zeal and their passion. After all, we have done it before. We know how we got that 6 million vote. That only 6 million vote we got. We know how we got it. We know how we fought
Ekene,
to got it. And then
Ekene,
and they
wait,
put in a
make I
candidate
answer to Niger,
and they
to
put in
Niger,
a candidate that will not inspire us to fight.
to Niger,
That
to
will not
Niger.
happen.
Wait, your question, eh? To Niger, to say you listen to waiting I first of all submit for the first time, you go understand. The Northerners, they will never take that risk of second ten or Igbo person because that will be 12 years power in the South. That's what it means. There's no trust for them to say one tenor. No way. They understand the game. Let us not be deceiving ourselves.
The point I
The
made
way
has
it
nothing
is.
to do with that.
To
The point
Niger,
I
You know
made
to
what?
was
You know
Niger,
what?
have the
You know
vote
what?
not
to
You
cast
know
Niger,
what?
out.
Okay,
to
okay.
You know
Niger.
what?
To
You know
Niger,
what? To
Ekene,
Niger. You know what?
Ekene,
To Niger.
Ekene,
You know what? To Niger. To
Ekene,
Niger. Let
wait
me say this.
West,
Let me
wait
say this to
West.
Niger.
Guys, hold on. These people came in. You didn't even give them chance to talk. The other coca was trying to talk. You guys shut them up. The guy is a Femi. He's not even said anything. To Nigeria, you are the one anchoring. Invite other people to talk. They didn't just join to come and listen
That's
to
the way
you
obedience behave
talk.
now.
It's unfair now.
Please, can we
What's
be
going on?
organized? We should arrange this. I have not seen anything this morning. Please.
Okay, good. Okay, now let's organize this since you guys like organization too much. And now what is going to happen is that everybody will speak to 2 minutes.
To Niger. I need to make
And
point. I need to go. It's almost
two
day
minutes
don't
now.
break here. I need to go
Can
to
you
work.
let me organize it? You are the first now.
Obedience always want to be the only one to talk.
2 minutes. One Mike, Midwest D OG, Aderemi Coca, is Remy, and Femi will speak. This is the last. So Ekene, go first. 2 minutes.
Okay, let me say this to Niger. Let me start with this. The talking about to be my candidate. I will not deny that he's my candidate, and I'm still supporting him till tomorrow. But I will not want him to go and kill himself because he wants to govern Nigeria. Honestly speaking, any day he decides that this fight is over for him, I'll applaud him. So I know what he stands for. I know what he can do. People criticize him about party. You see, in Anambra State, that I know where he started. He started with a small party, which is Apoga, and the party is still in control of that state because of his legacy. If you want to believe it, if you don't want to believe it, people criticize him that he never conducted local government election because of his civility, lawsuit, and everything. No governor in Anambra State has conducted local government election apart from P2B. It was P2B that started it. Since the creation of that state, you cannot conduct a local government election. But with court case, with everything he went through, he tried to get court through court remedy. He was able to conduct an election, local government election, before he left office. So we know what he fought, even to conduct that election, that local government election that people are criticizing him for. We that is in Anambra State know what he fought to be able to conduct it because there has never been a local government in Anambra State since the state was created. So all the thing he did was in that state was the first. He was the person that started it. Everything you see as an institution going on in Anambra State, going very well in Anambra State today. He was the person to start it. No governor. In terms of zoning, there is nothing like zoning in Anambra State. He was the person that started zoning for peace to reign in that state. That is why when they asked him, what was your greatest achievement in Anambra State? He said that his greatest achievement is bringing in civility in Anambra State. And that is true. That is true. So bringing in civility is one of his greatest achievements. And I believe it. And that is true. That civility is still there. And you see people saying that he doesn't know how to.
Time up,
That
time up,
man
time up.
won.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let me finish this last statement. The man won under Apuga, never run with Apuga mandate, even when the federal are threatening him. Another person that won, which is Roger Sokolocha, the
Thank
federal just
you,
threatened him.
thank
He
you.
left
You can't
Apuga.
start talking about another story. 2 minutes is gone. Thank you very much,
So,
Ikene.
so, so,
Mike,
whatever the
Ikene,
coalition wants to do, they
stop
want to give him
me.
ticket. Let
Follow
them give him or not.
rules. Eh? Follow rules. Let's not do this thing. Okay, Mike, go ahead, please. 2 minutes.
Let Femi go. He hasn't said anything. I'll go last.
Okay, Femi, take his 2 minutes, then you will swap with Mike.
Oh, Miss,
Femi, please go
Mr.
ahead.
Mike, I'm very, very grateful. Thank
Yeah,
you very
very
much.
nice man.
Yeah, this I like Ekene. I would like to talk to Ekene. Will you prefer your candidate to win the election or your party to win the election? I think that should be a question. What I just want to make a point about what Okonkwo said about the coalition, that he will prefer the Northerners to be the candidate of the coalition because he want to win the election. And I think every right thinking individual should think in that way. Like, you have to win the election before you be Obi coming to be the candidate. Is just like, I'm telling you, if Obi be the candidate, Tinubu will have over 25 states in Nigeria. Seriously, it is very obvious. But you guys are just emotional all the time. You want your person to be the candidate. You cannot use Obi to win the election of 2027. It's a very true mathematics. Mr. Midwest said it in the, like, the Northerners will not trust another Southerners apart from Goodluck Jonathan, because they believe, they know every one, this single time I will just use 4 years. It's not possible. Nobody will allow you to use 4 years. Your I mean your tribe people. I'm talking about Igbo, Igbo as a tribe. They won't allow it. They will tell you, how will you use 4 years? Other people have been using 8 years. Everybody knows this game. In my own, if I'm a politician, if I'm in labor, in ADC, I will prefer someone that will win the election. That is for me as a person. And in my own view, I think Atiku should be the candidate of coalition. And you can win the election with that. Very simple. But 100 Obi, I'm telling 100 Obi, thousands of B
Thank
cannot
you,
win
thank
Tinubu.
you, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I think you do have some point, but who's next? Midwest, 2 minutes. Midwest, are you there? Midwest.
Hello, are you hearing me now? I don't know whether my
Yeah, we can
device
hear
go.
you. We can hear you.
My device is good now. Okay. The thing I want to say is this, and the way I'm looking at this game, uh, 2027 coalition, whether it will be or Atiku, they are still going to make it easy for Tinubu, because once they nominate Tinubu, Atiku, the whole thing will change again. They are coming to steal power like the way they stole it from Jonathan. So Obi is, I don't know what he went to go and do in that coalition. But however, the way it is, as Nigeria, we still have hope. The only hope we have is Osowore. But however, the way the game of politics is, Tinubu is already having 70%, whether the economic crisis is there or not. The game, he knows it, and he know how to play it. Anybody who want to underrate it, let it continue. That is just my submission today. He knows the game. And this so-called coalition, 60% of politicians there are Tinubu men. He can never fold his hand. He know when they were forming it. He know what they are discussing. He's so strategic. I don't know where he got his wisdom from. May God give him wisdom to help us so we can grow as a country. Because people don't analyze the politics of the country. The chances we have to change Tinubu should have been Jonathan. There is a constitutional law. I think some lawyers were telling us yesterday. I don't know whether they are here. Next time when they come, I ask them. You know, because it's like they have sworn him 2 times. So there's no need for third time. You can see how complex is the law. So the situation we find ourselves is to say, Tinubu, I beg, check your policy. Things are not working the way we expected. Do more. I don't think also Wore is the rightful person, but how we going to put in there, I don't know. You understand me? I have to be honest. This is just it's so painful when I look at my country, the 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 dynamics of these politics that they are playing. We need to also study it. Look at whom we are, how divided we are, religion, ethnic. They all play significant role in the
Thank
politics.
you.
Let us
Thank
not be
you. Thank you
playing,
for that.
just
Thank
playing
you.
everything down. It's just a
Thank you.
fact.
Thank you. Time's up. Yeah, Aderemi Koka, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Why, what are you doing? Can't you see? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, at the end of the day, it's very simple. What I see is that the coalition is dead on arrival because there is confusion among themselves. Who want to be the president? Who want to be the VP? If you put Obi there, the Northerners too, like they said, they are not stupid. That means they have to wait for 12 years. If you put Atiku there, the Southerners will call foul. Why is Buhari spending 8 years? Why is Tinubu going to spend 4 years? Now, the icebreaker is this. A lot of APC stalwarts are preparing for 2031. And those one of them that are preparing, those one of them are the ones that will Tinubu also win in the northwest and the northeast. The north central is already locked down for him. The same thing with southwest, and he's in a comfortable lead in the south. We all know that southeast will not vote for him. So you throw your coin up between Obi and Atiku. It's already dead on arrival. I rest my case. Thank you.
Wow, thank you for that. DOG, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I will yield for Mike because I've been here for a while and he's not really said anything as well. So I will yield for Mike to go on first. Yeah.
All right then, Mike. DOG has yielded for you in this brotherly, behavior is really, really good. Mike, please go ahead.
Because we
Two
are not
minutes.
obedient now.
Look at that, the haters. All these haters. Go ahead.
We actually respect, people's views. But anyway, uh, just like Remy said, man, those guys, Obi is not, the guy is not very clever. But hey, I'm glad he's doing it. Maybe after 2027, him and his followers will learn politics. They will understand politics. When I listen to Ekene, people like Ekene, they still believe that that momentum in 2023, where they have a bunch of, South people doing obedience. You think they will get the same kind of momentum in 2027? Most of Obi followers, people, most of the voters that have voted for Obi, that are non-obedient, particularly people from Southwest and South and even Middle Belt. Most of them have changed their mind. Trust me. I have many of them in my family, even my own sibling that was doing Obi. The guys no longer they are no longer doing it because they've been insulted. There's no more obedience that been insulted since you know all this why everything's just they've been demarketing Obi. They think they are campaigning for him. They've just been demarketing the guy on a daily basis, like provoking other people from other region, thinking they are fighting for B. But hey, it's good. Shall we see 2027 how it will be? That if Atiku hasn't retired from politics, and you somehow think because if Atiku retire from politics, it's not going to be in a political party anymore. It's not going to be using energy forming party. So for him to be using energy to go and form a party, and you think he's not going to run when he hasn't retired. I don't know what you're thinking, man. That's why I know be the guy. He just retired, man. He's going there, hoping that Atiku will make him run. So Atiku would be then what was Atiku doing there? To be what? Vice president? Or to be a
Thank you.
minister?
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
anyway, yeah.
All right, well done. DOG, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't want to give me your 2 minutes. so I can speak for 4 minutes.
now,
You
now
can,
you get it. Now
you
you
can
the
be just
answer the day
generous.
now. You can mute me if you like, Abby. Anyway, let me go on. To just add to what almost Mike and the other guys have said, to be honest, I don't know what Obi is thinking joining this. And to my surprise, it's surprising that the obedient are happy with Obi forming coalition with them, likes of their Malami, that run with Buhari government that they hate so much. Malami is part of the people that really messed up that government. And for Obi to go and join this coalition, it's not going to happen. They are not going to give him the ticket. The same thing that happens to him inside PDP is what will happen that made him run to Labour Party. And if Obi was wise, he could have kept that Labour Party together. They could have built on what happened in 2023. And like Michael said, trust me, that momentum is half dead though. That obedient. A lot of people with this coalition alone, that Obi is going to join the Matiku alone. Some people have written him off already. And I'm not even sure he's going to get the ticket. I don't think that, because one man show the building, others they are building is Atiku's picture in front of everything. So I don't know what people are thinking. If people are still in their daydreaming, they are in 2023 and they are not awake that this is 2025. People like Ekene should reason well. And Nigeria needs to start thinking out of the box. We can't just say because we want this person, everything is saying is right. Let's fact check things. Let's figure out, is this thing true? Is this thing true? Like, I like the way to Nigeria succumbed to, I don't know what happened earlier on that you said, oh yeah, you agree with that. That is how we want this conversation to be flowing when we come on one man show. If you are obedient, allow other people that are not obedient to hear their own say, to have their say. That is how we can have the conversation. That is what makes it interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now I will have my say. Thank goodness all these rough people will not interrupt me.
So
Uh-huh.
you also have
So
2 minutes,
hey,
right?
hey, hey, yes, it's 2 minutes.
You
Let me
also have 2 minutes.
of course it's 2 minutes. I told you now, it's all equal opportunity. So see, I think that we are a kind of overlooking that these people are relatively intelligent people. They are P2B is not going to go to that party in any way to join it if he doesn't think he has a chance or somebody hasn't given him a reassurance. He knows politicians can betray people, so he's not as stupid. And Atiku too knows what he's doing. Maybe these people are all playing games, smoke and mirror, and you don't know what is going to actually happen at the end. Personally, I noticed that everybody is saying that Peter Obi cannot win, but I don't. I think the reason why they are saying it because they know he could win because Peter Obi has low negatives. That's one thing you guys always forget. And I also reminded you that the reason why Obi movement became a thing in the first place was because Atiku was chosen at PDP and Tinubu were in APC. That is what created the obedient movement. If to have been it was Wiki, there is not going to be any obedient movement. And you think you are going to repeat that again? And if Peter Obi goes and runs, what happens? Except Peter Obi says, I'm not going to run. I'm going to throw all my weight behind Atiku. But I'm not going to be vice president, but I'm going to throw all my weight behind Atiku. And he's going to lose votes. A lot of people are not going to support this PDP because many of them will peel off to go and support APC because some people just prefer a southern leader. So you're going to get Tinubu again. The only way you can hope to beat Tinubu is Atiku standing aside, supporting one of his candidates, maybe Tambuwa to be a VP for P2B, and support their campaign heavily with Erofai on
Sorry,
one side.
Tunaja, your
Uh,
two
uh,
minutes is up.
it's
Your
not
two
up now.
minutes
The
is up.
phone is
It's up.
still. You see all
Your
this.
two.
You see
I
all
look
these
at the
Agbado
time when
people.
you started.
No,
So
no. The time is still
it's
counting
up.
here. You see, he
Up.
just
It's
interrupted
up.
me.
It's up.
I actually started counting it myself. Look at that. It's going to ring now.
How can you count it
This
yourself?
here thing
I'm
just stopped
counting
Now,
it
yeah,
for
you're
you. I say your
counting
two minutes.
African
No.
time.
The
Yeah,
phone
look at
didn't.
this
The
guy,
phone
sir.
didn't ring loud.
You
Now
are
I
not
have it
fair.
here, but
Mike
the phone
said
didn't ring loud.
African time.
These people are really
Ah!
ojoro. These people are really ojoro people. He's like, he didn't even let me finish my point.
You
He just
started
ojoro
at
me.
8:49. It's 8:51 now. It's
No,
not
no,
going
no,
to
no, no. You
8:52. You
can't use
can't.
that now. You have to
Now,
use the
yeah, it's 4 minutes
seconds.
already now.
It was
So
remaining.
give it
It
up.
was remaining about 20 seconds before you interrupted
Oh
me.
yeah, land your point.
So
Land your point
let me
to
do my 20
Niger.
seconds. So the point I'm making is that P2B has low negatives. And if you go and put Atiku again, you are going to create the same situation whereby all those voters will run asunder and you are not going to get them. if Atiku decides to support P2B, choose a candidate to run with P2B, with Erofai and the other, that's the chance they have to defeat this Tinubu. Anything else, they are wasting their time. It's not going to work. Thank you. So now,
You
this thing
Niger,
is,
you made some
your audio is
Nigerian
gone.
will come.
Your audio is fading in and out.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said you made some valid point there. You made some valid point. What will matter in that coalition is the support the South is going to give the North, and then support the North is going to give the South. What matters in that coalition. So whoever
Ekene, I have a
emerges,
question for you. I have a question for
yeah.
Ekene. Ekene, so you are telling me, let's say Obi won't contest under this coalition and Atiku contest. You are going to vote Atiku.
Honestly, I would not like Obi not to contest, but Atiku, he get the way what Atiku go do. I no go support him. Honestly speaking, he get the way. Yeah, I'm just looking at the coalition how he get the way. I'm looking at what will happen in the primary. I'm just looking at what will happen. So if that primary don't, if they do that primary, if
Ekene, I've
Atiku
only
just wants
asked
to lead
you a
the way they
direct. I
pass.
have two questions for you. I've only asked you a direct question that yes or no. Are you going to vote Atiku? If
No,
let,
DOG, leave this,
I'm not saying
leave this.
that is what will
Let
happen.
me, let me,
But
let me, let me. There were even if though you want a direct question from me, yeah, there is
you are
a way you
using
have
it
to
both
ask me.
sense. You are
There is a time to ask me that question. DOG, after the coalition primary, ask me that question. I'll answer you.
Before the I'm just asking now. It doesn't
No,
matter.
I will not answer you now.
You will still do
I will
what
not,
you will
because
do.
Tinubu might decide to do something good
That
before the
shouldn't
end of his
affect you. What
tenure.
Tinubu is doing, you are obedient. You support Obi. That shouldn't. What
No,
Tinubu is
what
doing shouldn't be
Tinubu?
your
The only thing
problem.
that will make me,
My
the only thing
question,
that will make me,
Ekene,
the only thing that will make me
Ekene,
support
Ekene,
support
come on
Tinubu
now.
in 2027
Come on
is if
now,
he has done
brother.
something differently.
My question is, if okay, let's say they do primaries. Should you want to do
There is no
primaries?
way I
Let's
will
say they
support
do.
him.
It's just we are assuming now. Let's say they do primaries, and Atiku is the one going for presidency. Are you gonna still vote for Atiku because you're an obedient?
I will be a stupid man to answer you that now. Honestly,
Okay. That way
very
I can't
stupid.
ask you my second
So
question. Then let's move on. Carry on.
you can ask me your question for your second. If it's something valid, I'll answer. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean you
yeah.
know.
That second question has to do with whatever your answer is now.
No, I will not say I will support. I don't really
So
see.
okay,
Let me tell
second.
you
Okay,
here.
let me ask another question. Are you happy with the people Obi is having this coalition with the likes of Malami? How we know what Malami, the damage he done in the last regime, the likes of Amechi,
Are they not
and
Nigerians?
do you think even let's say they give Obi the ticket, do you think Obi will be able to govern the way he wants to govern if he has all these vultures around him?
I believe. Are they not Nigerians? Are they not Nigerians? Whether what happened, whether they are. See, let me
Do
tell
you
you.
think Obi will
Let me tell you. If you are a good human being, you think like God. Those people can still make heaven. You are not the judgment of human being, and you are not the one that created human being. You understand? If at all there is heaven, those guys you are
Ekene, you don't
mentioning
enter Bible now. You see, na simple question I ask you. This one
can
na
still have
politics.
can
God not
still,
dey for with
see. You are the
you.
people. You that is criticizing human being can be the worst human being in this life. As bad as Tinubu is, he can still make heaven. The way you guys take him for. You understand? So, but when it comes to human being, you begin to say this one is bad,
you
this
see
one is
what
bad.
Tunaja is doing?
Are you
Tunaja
the one that
took me off. Eh?
is not too Niger?
Look at that. Don't mind him.
Network.
I'm just joking.
Decide
I'm
to
just
blame me
joking.
now.
Fine.
So,
Wants to
so are
Malami
you happy?
and can
So
guarantee him
he
victory.
is judging,
It doesn't
you
mean
are judging Tinubu as being as bad person. But you are not judging Malami as bad. And you are not judging Obi as bad. Look at you. Very funny.
no.
Continue.
Everybody has
Continue
his
now. You be God.
almost
You
all
be
our
God.
politicians has their bad character. You understand? Which we all know. But that doesn't stop them from maybe you cannot be the one to judge them. When it comes to the judgment seat, there is the owner of the judgment seat. Your judgment doesn't mean anything. After all, when they say Christ came. Christ did not come for
But
the
your own judgment
for the
matters
We are
when
state.
you
not
judge
talking about
He
Tinubu.
came
religion
for the
here today,
sinners.
my friend.
So your own
We are
judgment matters
talking
when you
about
judge
politics.
Tinubu,
Don't
Abi.
put that religion there. Okay?
No,
When you
I'm
judge
talking
Tinubu, your judgment
Everybody
matters.
can perceive anybody the way they like. If you perceive
you
your
can
obi to be
perceive
fake,
anybody the way you like. So, but that
it's
doesn't mean
everybody's opinion.
if just
Okay.
like when you said that
No,
when you
no,
said
no.
that Obi
You
walk when you said
you make a
let
statement
me
the other
say
time.
this when you said that Obi walked for Abacha. When people that ask that question, I begin to laugh. And Nigerians very stupid. How do you mean? Even if Obi was for Abacha, yes. Even if I am Obi, I will not be telling you people these stories, trying to go and
No,
bring
you did not get the
letter and
context,
all this to make it
the
wrong.
context of what people are
See,
saying in the last
if you tell me
interview.
that I work, if you
Listen,
ask me, if you
listen.
ask me
Answer
that
the
I work for Abacha,
question.
I will tell you yes, I work for Abacha.
No, no, no. I
There
cannot
was
call
a
that
time,
way.
if you talk about Abacha,
Listen,
if you talk
the
about
last
Abacha today
interview,
in the Nigerian
the
system,
last
Abacha
interview.
is way more better than Tinubu.
Hold on,
Very
hold
far.
on, hold on.
So
Ekene.
what are you saying?
What people are,
If you
what
are
people,
asking in terms of governance, Abacha is very far better than Tinubu.
fine, we accept. Okay, what
Ekene,
we are talking about, sorry,
Ekene.
Joji, what we are talking about is this. In the last interview that
Then as I
Shehu
idolize
asked,
him, they respect him and all
Obi,
that. So you are
Ekene,
now trying
let
to
us
bring
let's
in
talk
the
now.
information that
Let us
Obi
say
works for
our
Ekene,
Abacha
own.
to
We
wait a
use
say
it
your
little
own.
bit
to
now.
castigate you.
Ekene, Ekene, we
Let
are
us
not
say
talking
our
about,
own, Abi. Okay, I
we
was
are not
saying
talking,
that
okay,
Shehu
continue.
asked him about Abasha, and Obi said, I never met Abasha in my life. I've never had any dealing with him in my life. But there was an old video in which he said they went for a meeting, and then after talking, Abasha said, this man, you are not the MPA chairman. And this the same man just last week said he never met this leader in his life before. Come on, man.
He never
When
met
you
him
this
to
guy a
rob it for
The
liar,
position.
problem will
why?
be, will
I
be
think
lie
that
too
was
Why?
much,
his
man. That's
lie.
his problem.
He never met him to rob it for any position. During that time, Abacha, I don't think
Now you
Abacha
want
was
to speak for
in a
him.
political
is
space.
it not his lie? People like
So,
Ekene is
but
falling
more
for.
that is
Why
not
is he
even
talking about
my
Abacha?
concern. My concern is that if I were
How is it not
Obi,
your concern? The man is a
Obi,
liar. You're saying it's
Obi
not your
pen,
concern.
Hey,
You
Obi
want
voila.
me to be
pen
an
that story
aggression?
is too much. Obi pen that story too much that I almost use it to dislike him. But I will not dislike him because if I am him, that is a straightforward answer question. Yes, I work for Abacha. Is Abacha not a Nigerian? Because I have many indices
So what did he
to
So he
even
lie?
say that
lied.
Abacha is
So
more
he
better than
lied.
Tinubu.
Obi,
So he
Ekene,
lied.
Ekene, can I come here a little bit? Let me put something before you. We are not talking about the characters of Tinubu here. We are just analyzing the politics on ground. You understand me? I understand that character plays a role. We're talking about the game of winning an election. Let us be honest here. I'm not saying Tinubu is good. What I talk about is intelligence when it comes to calculation. Obi supposed to be on that track. I'm just telling you the truth.
Oga,
Because
everybody will
the
not be. Let me
the
tell you, Obi,
Let him
Tinubu
see,
land
is
his
intelligent when
point
it comes
now,
to playing
let
the
me
good
Ekene.
politics.
We are not
land
enjoying
this
this
point.
thing anymore.
Look, this election that is on ground, eh? I said coalition will make it easy for Tinubu. If care is not taken, Tinubu is the one that conducted this coalition. Just to end
What
all
are
of
you
them.
talking about? What
One,
kind of
let me say
gaslighting is that?
somebody
Why would you say that a
somebody
coalition
say,
will make it easy? Come on.
wait, let me tell you how it's going to make it easy. If you like, you take it away, you will see, you will come back here, you will see what will happen. Now, somebody has a simple question. Will you vote for the article if he emerged? It became so difficult for him to say yes or no. Like for me, may God forbid, my household will never vote if that is the person they are going to nominate. And I believe, even I look at my statement, Tinubu is not going. I never said Tinubu is a genius leader, but he knows the politics of the country. But I pray for
Okay,
him to use
Knowing
that wisdom to
politics,
help
what
knowing
if
all
politics
of
at the
us.
detriment
Now,
of the progress of the
my
country. Is that what
brother,
you call politics? That is
hold on
I
wait,
don't like
now,
this kind of
hold on,
conversation.
leave that
Ekene,
one alone. Leave that one alone.
yesterday,
Then what if
yesterday,
P2B?
Mike asked a
Hold on,
question.
Midwest. Let me ask you
Mike,
now. I want to get a
Mike,
clear
wait,
idea from
put
you.
this one. Mike asked us a question. Say, we diaspora, what are we doing? I realize that we have
Midwest,
opportunity. So what is our opportunity?
slow
There is
down.
no other way.
Slow. What if P2B was chosen? What happens? Let us.
It
What
become
do you
another. That is why I said it become another issue with the northern support where yes, certain power. They are addicted
No,
to
will you
power.
support him?
You can't play
Will you
that
support
away.
him first?
is whether will you support him?
Forget about
Who is that,
Northerners.
Obi?
Would
We
you
not
vote
support
Yes.
someone
Obi?
that's not going to win. I've analyzed it, it's not going to win.
Hold
I
on.
will not do
Would
that.
you
Relax. Now
support
we
him is the
already know
question.
you are a
You don't
Tinubu
answer
supporter, so
another
forget
question.
about
Hold on. Would you support him or not?
Wait. If they nominate him, I will not support because that coalition is not going to lead him anywhere.
Okay, he's not
I'm
going to win.
fully
That's
convinced.
nothing. Okay,
Fully convinced.
the
Except
coalition that won
maybe along the
50% of the
line, I look at it
previously.
very well. I look at it very well that the way they are playing the game, even I don't, he's not going to win. The Northerners are addicted
Midwest,
to power.
Midwest. What if I told you that that coalition won about 61% of the previous election vote? Do you know that
But
Tinubu won
that's
about? Do
previous
you know that
See,
Tinubu won
election.
so hold
36%
on.
of the
If
vote?
Just
this wait, see where the coalition would have worked. If this is the chance for the South just to start the next 8 years, like 2023, that's another factor. That past election is a different election again because that was the turn of the South. That's what we badge upon. Now, the 4 years we go out of it, we only have 4 years. The Northerners want power. They are addicted to it. Then, if you submit Obi, the coalition itself, you will see those you think will support Obi will walk away. That is when you will see everything will be crumbling. So,
All of them have said, all the southern candidates have said they will do 4 years. They may not believe them, but if key northerners believe them, then they will support them. And if they support them, the northern vote is likely
okay,
to
I don't
come
want.
with
I rest my own there. The only thing I
to
want to say
Nigeria.
is this:
There is something
the
different I want
the
to say.
the
In this, let me Midwest. This tax reform that these people talked about. There is something that concerns me that I don't like. You understand? There was explanation that Cardoso gave there that every month the banks will report account that has over 5 million naira transaction. Me na that one I go criticize this tax reform. Oh.
Why do you have a problem with that?
I really have a problem with that.
Because they
Nigeria,
will track
because
everybody that is spending more money than 5 million now. Is that not a good thing? They will track Tinubu's account too and track everybody's account.
I don't think they will do that. 5 million. This
what, are you, what are you
because
doing? Why are you worried about 5 million?
I am worried. See, what are they doing with the account that has 5 million transaction every month, not
Ekene,
even yearly?
Ekene, here come another problem. You say you are supporting Peter Obi and you are a businessman. You see, the structure in Nigeria is opposite the restructure, the repurpose why they make those structure. You are a businessman. In abroad, here, somebody where I live, I don't know for that country, somebody that run kiosks, sell tomatoes, is bank movement. If you are just a sole proprietor, every 3 months you must take it to Ministry of Finance. They have it. They have access to it. Just not to talk of you 5 million. Do you know how much is that? The government will they see everybody's account. But the only danger is this: a Nigeria whereby the structure on ground, as I said, the way they run it, maybe they start targeting people, they start abusing it. But on normal circumstance, if anybody want to transform our country, that's where we are going. They will see your account, both your private and both up. Prepare your mind for it. But in Nigeria, they know how to descend on the common man. But whether they will do it good when it comes to the federal, this is what I don't know. It is government
That's
responsibility
the
to see the
problem. I
account of
fear that
everybody.
system. I fear that system when it comes to
Uh-huh.
that where it affects the common man. Because 5 million naira traction now, it will turn to many things. So it will turn to many things that we begin to hear stories tomorrow. Which I
It
don't trust this
is going
government
to it's going to be a
to even
problem
handle it
because
very well.
if yeah, for me, I'm worried whether they
You
will
you
handle it
don't
very well. But
you don't need to be afraid,
in
okay?
reality,
Unless
in
you are making
reality,
50 million annually, you have to pay a tax.
in, in
But if and
reality,
do
even
you register your business? If you register your
in
business, you don't need to
reality,
worry at all.
yeah, in
Why?
reality, this is the principles of how to run business, even in developing country. That's why I don't think Nigeria is a developing country. It's part of it because me, I'm still in developing country. So these are just the principles.
The issue is this,
You can
Remy. The issue is this, Remy. I cannot be afraid in a system where law and order is moving very well. Because bringing this to 5 million naira transaction monthly, I don't really trust this government. Because we're already talking about the interest rate and
But
all
why
that.
are you even
So
bothered about this five
I am
million
bothered about it
monthly?
because I know that
Why
it
is
has
it the
already come
issue?
come to me and the government, and I don't really like things that involve me with
Okay?
all this government. This is coming down to me and the government as I am now. You understand? The way they are bringing it now is coming down to me.
If your
And
business is
I don't like
legitimate,
anything that will associate me with this our
if your
government.
business is legitimate, you should not be afraid of anything. Even if your if
Exactly
your
my
transaction is more
point.
than 100 million
Why
in a
is it
month,
an
why are you
issue?
afraid?
Why are you
No,
afraid
it's
of
not a
this
big deal.
problem? Why is it a problem? I
I
don't
People
don't
say
like
woman
understand.
no
Just
the
work.
way
because
government
Tinubu,
because
Tinubu is the one giving
their
you
law and their
Ekene,
policy
Ekene,
is
Ekene.
to come and affect the common man and
Sorry,
rip off
can
the
I say
common man.
something too?
how?
Ekene, are you
Yes.
saying that the government should not monitor people's accounts?
I'm not but they should start with the August,
Mm-mm.
100 million, two
Talk
hundred
first.
million.
Are
All
you
those.
saying, answer the question? Are you
I'm
saying
not saying
government
that
should
they
not
should not
monitor?
monitor people. I'm
That's
not
what they
saying
want to do. That's what they want to
the
do.
only problem I have is, are they going to do it properly, or are they
No,
going to
no,
use
no,
it?
no. Listen,
Are they going to
they
use
will
it to
monitor the account, and whatever decision they will take, they take with it. One of the decisions they can take is that they might see laundering money, they might see people sponsoring terrorists, they will see a lot of things
People sponsoring IPOB.
that is even
Ekene,
beyond tax.
Exactly.
Ritualists.
But they already or
Let me tell
they
you,
already
Mike?
have
the ever
access to it now. Why are they not doing
hold
Mike
it?
on
thunder from
now.
IPOB fire you there. Hey
Let's
God.
hold on now. You
Why are
see,
they not doing it now?
if they've been monitoring account properly, they say before they do NDLA is just doing sampling. Now they have technology to monitor everything, everybody's own, not sampling now. If we have that kind of structure, somebody like Evan, that kidnapper wouldn't have gone that far before they see him. You
And
understand? He wouldn't have.
it might make kidnappers job a bit
Let me tell you
Yes,
this. Let
now
me tell you this, Patoski. Let
it
me
will
tell you
improve
this. Let me tell you
security.
this. Let me tell
That's
you this,
apart from
Patoski. Yeah?
tax.
Let me tell you this, Patoski. This country, it is good to monitor accounts, but you see, it will come to a point. It will start affect business. The way it
How?
happens during the time of Buhari. I know during the time of Buhari, when they begin to do dollar transaction, they bring it down to $10, bring it down to $5,000, and all this before you can do transaction. It really affected business that time.
How do you
Really,
think
really
this one will
affected business.
affect business?
So,
This
but
monitoring.
this one now, bringing it down to 5 million.
Mm.
It will come out with Nigeria policy is not a straightforward thing. When you give them evidence, maybe 50 million, 100 million that you want to do transaction, maybe from here to abroad, they begin to see it as if they begin to ask too many things that will maybe
Mm-mm-mm-mm. I think you don't
result to,
understand
and they
what
will
they are
not even
saying.
do a proper investigation.
Let's see. Let me tell you what they are saying. You see, before now, even when I was in the industry in Nigeria, we used to report transactions to NDLA, but the purpose is just for maybe anti-money, like anti-drug, whatever, then
Trafficking.
anti-money laundry and stuff like that. Now that time, I think they used to, like I said, they used to sample, and we didn't have the infrastructure to report heavily. And in some cases, we've not had instances where banks that fail to submit their reports are being sanctioned. Now, in this case, they want to use it for tax purposes. It will motivate them to capture, because that time, the incentive for capturing all those data, the benefit, the cost of capturing it, maybe they felt outweigh the benefit, because they're also going to spend a lot of money putting up infrastructure to do that. But now, if they know revenue will come from it, they will put the money there, capture everything. There's nowhere in the world where you just do, no meaningful country in the world where you just do transaction and nobody's capturing. You will do the transaction. If you have $10 million business to do in China, you will do it, but they will report it that
Mm,
Ekene did 10 million. Oh,
there is the danger though that in the
they will not
context of
wait. Now let me
Nigeria,
finish. They will not block your
when are you going to
transaction.
finish?
You will do it, but they will report it. If at the end of the year you don't, they check your inventory, you submit
The
your
the the
you
the,
submit your taxes.
the,
Hold on. You submit your taxes, you do your income statement and taxes. They don't see, and you report that
the,
you have inventory of maybe 2 million,
the
whereas
problem.
they remitted
Listen
10
to me.
million for you. Wait now.
Let me say this,
How
Patoski.
long
You
are you
report.
going to go, Patoski? Jesus Christ, you've already made the
I'm trying
point.
to explain. You people have been talking since
You
now.
can't tell
Just
us the whole
the
history
background.
of how they transfer
Let
money
him
and how they
educate.
put
Let him
accounts.
educate us, Abi. He's telling us
No,
If
but
what
we've
to
at
do.
already
10
gotten the
million,
message now. We know
No,
they can
Tunaja, allow
transfer.
him because he's in that sector. I think he understands it more. Let him
No, but,
if it's
explain.
up
he
to
has
10
already told
million,
us how it works in Nigeria. Now he's going to China.
no, if our people buy things from China or anywhere, if you buy something and you say they send 10 million for you for raw material, at the end of the year, you are reporting your income statement and everything. Oh, that I didn't make so much. Oh, I only made 2 million. But then they look at your income statement, they expect you to still have inventory worth 8 million. Because how can we remit 10 million for you and all you made is 2 million? So they begin to ask questions. And that's how it is. So let them
Mm.
capture everything. All those people that buy houses, they put their money in real estate. They should put a register
Patoski,
where
the
those
real
things will
question
be
is the
captured.
real question is many business people, just like I will tell you like this, I'm not benefiting anything from the government. And the government has also has any right to benefit from me. Because they cannot even give me an affordable loan. So I hate this country so much that in a
Which
country
country
where you
does
do
government
business,
give loan to businesses?
let me finish. Let me finish. At least there should be a system that provide good loans for SMEs like us. You understand? With good interest. So that when you are paying tax, you know what you are benefiting from the system. That's how it should
But
be. And it happens in every other country. It's not after all my sweat trying to save some money to do business. You come and want to come and collect tax from me. Go fire that
that's
government.
a different case.
Hold on. I think taking tax is not always a bad thing because it will enable. Ideally, it should enable the government to build that system that you prefer. This in Kenya is not outside that. What I am more concerned about is the potential for abuse. Given how the Nigerian politicians abuse the state already, they could use that to abuse people's rights, and they can track your financial transaction, your interactions, or even sabotage your account for all you know. Because if they can monitor it, they can sabotage it. They know what is going on in your account all the time. There's that danger, and we have to keep an eye on that. But I said, I think I need to move this thing to move this thing to another discussion. Because I just saw this video that Africa is banned from building nuclear weapons, and but the lady was talking about the reason why. This was posted how many hours ago? Was posted 16 hours ago. So I just want us to review this so that you all come to scratch on why the continent doesn't have any form of protection. Let's see. Let's play this.
Over tensions between the US and serving our community. So while the world holds its breath over tensions between the US and Iran, with missiles flying here and there, nuclear threats flying left, right, center, there's a whole chapter of this story that happened years ago that actually doesn't get talked about. And that's what we need to talk about today. Where does Africa stand in the global conversation about nuclear weapons? Let's unpack this. Let's start with what actually triggered the latest tension. As you know, or you may not know, that the United States launched targeted airstrikes on Iranian military installations, reportedly in response to some intelligence that Iran was advancing its nuclear capabilities and allegedly planning regional threats. So Iran, of course, condemned this entire attack and responded with its own military movements. We've been seeing the news. And now there's global fear that this might escalate into a much larger conflict, with the word nuclear hanging over everything like a cloud. It's getting scary, and people are trying to figure out what next. But this isn't just about two countries here, like, say, Moscow. Nuclear weapons are a global issue. They affect everyone, whether or not we're holding one. So everyone should actually be worried about what's going on. So where is Africa in all of this? Now, you'll notice that Africa is hardly ever in these conversations. And that's actually not by accident. It's a treaty that was signed years ago, the Pelindaba Treaty. It's also known as the African Nuclear Weapon Free Zone Treaty, which is one of the most powerful declarations that Africa has made as a continent. But it's not without its, criticisms. It was signed in 1996 and enforced in 2009. Now, this treaty commits African countries to never manufacture, acquire, test or station nuclear weapons on the continent. Yep. It's named after a place in South Africa called Pelindaba, which was the site of South Africa's nuclear research facility during apartheid. At one point, South Africa actually had nuclear weapons and is, in fact, the only country in the world to voluntarily dismantle its entire nuclear arsenal. They did this in the early 1990s, right before the end of apartheid. Now, this Pelindaba Treaty became Africa's collective statement to the world. We choose peace and we will not be a part of the nuclear politics. That's why you would rarely hear Africa mentioned in any nuclear weapons scenario, because we, as in the continent, made a decision, conscious decision, to stay out of the game. Was that really a smart move, though? Just think about it. Africa, which is the hub for some of the most sought after natural resources that the world keeps chasing after, was it a smart move to stay out of nuclear politics? But the question is why? Why did Africa choose to do this? I have all the details. Now, this decision came from hard learned lessons, from colonial interference in Africa to even Cold War exploitation. I'll explain exactly what that is. Africa's decision to become a nuclear weapon free zone wasn't just symbolic, it was deeply strategic. Long before this Pelindaba Treaty, did you know that parts of Africa had been exploited as silent labs for global superpowers? What does that even mean? Let me break it down. During the Cold War, the Sahara Desert became a nuclear testing ground for France, with
Tuna,
devastating.
yeah, don't you think it's becoming
In
more boring?
Algeria alone, France conducted
Can't you just
17
stop it?
nuclear tests between 1960 and
No, I think it's
1966,
important for
exposing
us to
local
It's not
listen
populations
to
important.
this.
You are just,
to
this is your own
dangerous
topic.
levels of
It's
radiation.
irrelevant. They won't
And
let you
some of
have it.
those
It
consequences
may
are
not
still
be
being
relevant
felt
to you,
even
but
till today.
please let just
South
indulge me.
Africa,
The
under
time is
apartheid,
5 hours
secretly
now.
developed and stockpiled nuclear weapons with the quiet backing of Western allies, using its arsenal as both a political bargaining chip and a tool of internal suppression. Now, at the same time, colonial powers extracted uranium and other critical resources from countries like Niger, the DRC, Namibia. Often they did this without consent or even compensation to these countries. They just come and take. They did this to actually fuel their own military interests. By the early 90s, African nations recognized that nuclear weapons had only ever served as instruments of dominance and devastation, especially to its citizens, and they refused to let their own soil and their own people or politics be used in that way again. So, this Pelindaba Treaty was not just about peace, it was actually Africa reclaiming its land, refusing to be collateral in someone else's war, and also choosing long term stability over short term geopolitical gains, as it was in the past. Now, to be very honest, while Africa's decision to, reject nuclear weapons was morally upright and it was strategically sound in many ways, the conversation isn't so black and white, right? Because in today's world, nuclear capabilities often translate to political crowds. Nations like the US, Russia, China, and even North Korea, they use their nuclear arsenals not just for defense, but also as bargaining chips at the global table. So the question then becomes, did Africa, by choosing the path of disarmament, also choose to stay out of the global power conversation? Let's ask ourselves that question. Did we actually give up leverage a bit too soon? And here's the hard truth. While Africa kept its end of the deal through this Pelindaba Treaty, there's no absolute guarantee that the rest of the world will continue to respect it, especially when some of the same powers who signed on to support nuclear non-proliferation have a history of breaching international agreements when it actually suits their own interests. So yes, Africa made a bold and dignified choice. But whether that decision will be respected in a world that still equates power with Weaponry is another conversation entirely, and it's actually worrisome. As of now, 54 out of 55 African Union countries have actually signed the treaty, and many have ratified this treaty. Even more interesting, the treaty doesn't just ban African states from creating nuclear weapons, it also, prohibits any country from testing or deploying nuclear arms on African soil or even in African waters. So it's a comprehensive rejection. And so this conversation still needs to be had because while Africa may not have nuclear weapons, the continent does have things like uranium, rare earth minerals, and strategic ports. And all these things are critical in the global nuclear conversation. And as world powers actually scramble for influence over these resources, Africa's political stance becomes more important than ever. So the Pelindaba Treaty is a moral and I would say a strategic stance. It says Africa will not be part of nuclear escalation, and it is a way to protect every African citizen on the continent. But the question remains, was this a smart move by African countries, and will the West actually respect the treaty in perpetuity? What are your thoughts about this? Do you think this was a smart move by African nation? Drop your thoughts in the comment section. My name is
Yeah, sorry about the length of the video. I to be fair, I was enwrapped by it because I know about the Pelendaba Treaty, but I never had it discussed this way, and that's why I wanted to play it to the end. Not that it matters anyway. The viewers are the ones that matter the most. I think we still have even more people watching, and it's very interesting what she said. And I think there are some parts that I felt was not well fleshed out when she said. That it was a power move and that we are not taking part in the power discussion in the world. She doesn't seem to realize how consequential such statements are. If you're not taking part in the power discussions in the world, you're not taking part in the life discussion in the world. In other words, Africa is not partaking in anything to preserve us, in other words. Because if you cannot be part of the power game, then you are going to be the fodder for the power game. It's just that simple. And the Mumu people that decided to sign this treaty, if it was a strategic one, I can assure you right now, and they should better find a way to break it because these people are going to break it and there's no consequence for them. And that is the problem. The nuclear powers, if they decide to break the rules and attack an African country or a African country, what are you going to do? Throw sticks at them? You're not going to do anything. Just like nothing happened to America when they attacked this in Iran. The consequences will remain. And my people, you see, now the viewers, I hope you are all watching. You see how our panelists keep dropping one after the other because all they care about is talking about how they are going to cheat one another, how North and Southwest is going to outsmart this one and that one, but they don't care about your survival. These are the type of people that went and signed that deal. They went and signed a deal that only gave us poverty. Because why would anybody consider you when you are not even in the game at all? You sign your rights for survival away, all because you want to claim moral high ground. What kind of moral high ground is that? It's not a moral high ground. It's cowardice disguised as moral high ground. Is capitulation described as moral high ground, and is sacrifice of your people disguised as moral high ground, except of course why they sign it and they go behind the scenes and do something to protect themselves. But can anybody truly say that Africa has anything to protect itself? We barely even have one submarine. We barely have anything to defend ourselves at all. That is not life. That is not life. Pretending as if power is a game of just politics. It's just a game of exchange of resources and just an innocent thing that doesn't have any consequence to your people. It's a grave, grave, grave mistake. As a matter of fact, it's beyond politics.
it goes to the very law of nature itself. If you are not going to be the prey, you become the predator. I mean, you become the prey. And our elders went on to sign us on to become the prey. I don't know. Lexi, stop with the holier than anyone to Nigeria. You ain't special. Who cares about being special? Check what I'm saying, whether it is special or not. I don't care whether I'm special or not. The important thing is you get the message. Is it important for us to take part in the power politics of the world? Is it a foolish decision to sign on to a treaty that we can uphold, but we can't punish them if they break it? Guess what? Because you don't have the power to punish them. Let me tell you right now, if America nukes Africa, who is going to punish America? If China nukes Africa, who is going to punish China? If North Korea nukes Africa, do you think America is going to nuke North Korea for Africa so that North Korea will go and nuke New York? No, we are just keeping ourselves vulnerable. And our leaders that signed on to that document, they pretended as if they were free, but they were not free. They were just pretending as if they were free to sign it. They were all compromised. They were all made to sign that document, like they are made to do everything. What kind of situation are we living under where we pretend as if we are being honorable by not having nuclear weapon? You're not being honorable. You are leaving your people defenseless. It's like, you know how somebody says, you know what, every other person can have burglary proof in their house, can have gate man, can have fence and everything. Then you decide that all of them tell you that they're not going to rob you. So they're not going to rob you anymore. So you don't need to have burglary proof in your house. You don't need to have doors. You don't need to have anything. You should remain without any form of protection. And you go and believe that. What if one of them decide to rob you? What are you going to do? You don't have any way to fight back. That is the problem with that treaty. I remember when I saw the treaty, I put it through AI. I said, this is the treaty. And I asked, what was the punishment if any of the nuclear powers broke the treaty? They said, the only thing they can do is condemn. I said, but is there any stiffer punishment? They said, nothing. Then I said, what if Africans break the treaty? He said the nuclear powers and the Security Council will be able to enforce it. So why would our elders go and sign a treaty that is so one-sided? You tell your people not to touch the nuclear weapon, but you don't tell the other people to be able to be, so that they can be able to be punished if they break the rules. So are you people hearing this? Because it's a one-sided deal. One side can be punished, the other side cannot be. And the entire African continent almost the entire African continent went and signed on to such a deal. It is really sad to watch our people do these things that they do. I don't understand the kind of psyche that does this. There's a reason why Asian countries didn't sign it. As a matter of fact, most Asian countries will not accept such a deal. They will never accept such a deal because they will know, they already understand. They already understand it, that you can't pretend as if power doesn't exist in the world. You can't pretend as if they are going to treat you like a Garden of Eden where nobody will touch you. Clearly, they do touch us whenever they want to touch us. They do whatever they like with us whenever they want to do whatever they like with us. Personally, I will recommend that most African countries start pulling out from that this deal, that treaty. Because if you decide that you're not going to be part of that treaty, they will condemn you and all the rest, but that's the end of it. They might even sanction you for pulling out of the treaty. This is a stupid thing that those African leaders went and did. Because now if you go and decide to pull out, they will start sanctioning you, punish you for it. Go and sign on a deal that you can't even protect your people at all. Please adopt UK as your country. Oh, look at that. Samuel Adeleke is telling me to adopt UK as my country, and Lexi is telling me not to be holier than thou. I see. For the life of me, I don't know what is wrong with our people. Oh. So the day a bomb falls in Lagos or falls in Abeokuta, is that day you want to react? Is that when you want to react,
See,
Adeleke?
to Niger, to
Tonight,
Niger,
can we say something?
Yeah,
to
yeah, you can
Niger,
go
make
ahead.
okay, talk.
Midwest.
This guy, talk. You can talk.
Okay. You see, we understand and we appreciate the fact that if we eventually succeed in building nuclear weapon, we might be able to stand up to some of these people, like North Korea is doing now and stuff like that, which is okay. But okay, now let's see the practicality of being able to do that. Because it's not just enough that, oh, we could have done that. Yeah, we didn't do it. That's the real situation now. Our people, they signed off. Fine, that's the real situation now. Now, what's the practicality of being able to do that now? And currently, I believe China has nuclear weapon, but I'm sure they didn't just start to build. They probably maybe they acquired from Russia initially with Mao from Stalin or something like that. But the point is, let's even start building light weapons that we need for our defense now. You understand? That we need for our defense now. Like the example of the house that you give. If I'm a house that, if I live in a low cost house and I don't have so many things that big arm robber can come and steal, maybe I can make do with dog. I can make do with a malam. But if I am living in Lekki and I know that people might come, I might need to go and get mopo. I might need to go and get. So that's the succession now. If we had signed nuclear treaty, by now we couldn't have used it because we currently don't have anything that threatens us to the point where we can decide to say we need to defend ourselves with nuclear weapon. And nuclear weapon is not a major defense in actual fight, but it's a deterrent for anybody that is coming to attack you. You
Hmm.
understand? Nuclear weapon is an offensive weapon. It does not defend you, but it's a deterrent. What we need now, we need to be able to fight off uh, bandits. We need to be able to fight off ritualists, kidnappers. You don't need nuclear weapons to do that. And that's the mistake that Buhari also made. The Tokano, he did some stuff. But what we really need to fight banditry is not those Tucanos. Those are major investments. A Tucano could probably have bought very major drones. A Tucano could have bought maybe 10 drones or 20 drones, powerful drones that we could have used for banditry. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And so if we say we invest in nuclear weapon now, it is not it's not it's not it's not going to be a wise decision at our stage
Hmm.
in economic and national development. Let's build ourselves to the point that we would have acquired enough technology to even be able to maintain it or to be able to enough resources to be able to even protect uh, ourselves. You understand? If, for example, we want to develop nuclear weapon now, the people that will help us to do it are the people that you want to protect yourself from. We currently cannot develop nuclear weapon by ourselves in the next maybe 2 years. And so, okay, let's build. Do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the talent? Do we have the? We cannot put all that together in 1 year. We will still depend on the West substantially, and these are the same people you want to protect yourself from. So, my advice, anyway, is not even an advice, something that is practical and possible. We currently cannot build that now. Let's start developing nuclear capacity in other area, energy, especially energy, and that's what Egypt is trying to do now. Egypt
Mm.
is trying to create nuclear plants.
I hear what you are saying regarding the capability. Personally, there are ways you can do these things. You know, send people to go and do what they need to do. and emerge when they need to emerge. But the way I look at it is that because others are not going to want to share it, but there are always going to be some nations that are going to want to share the technology. First of all, you have to look for a way to African countries need to have to look for a way to step out of that agreement, or they don't need to step out of the agreement. They just do it
To
very, very
Niger,
secretively.
to
Pardon?
Niger, can I
Yeah, go
come in
ahead.
here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as this our brother just said, you see, we don't need to go out from the treaty. We need to plan, remain in the treaty, and start from somewhere within first. As it is today, in the olden days as a Benin, or this our brother that just spoke, I think it's also from Yoruba side. We cannot doubt that our ancestor doesn't know how to design bow and arrow, produce it very well to defend their settlement. They were very good at it. Today we can't even make bow and arrow. I'm just telling the truth. We don't have those local technology. We can't. Few of us, so children growing up can't even make catapult. Then when it now come to the government itself, as he said we bought to come supposed to buy this. The problem is this: even if we choose to buy the drone, because of corruption, people will prefer the less effective drone so they can have enough to put in their pocket. They will even arrange when those people are presenting their interest. Our people will be presenting their individual interest. What will go into their purse? Those people will be presenting their national interest, their union interest. So we have a long way to go. We have to be honest. They are not our problem now. We are not willing to do things differently. That's just the problem. If you sign that, if you go out of the treaty, why are you going out? They will bring sanction. They will punish you, destroy your administration. Let's say Tinubu go and try it now. He will not rule the next 4 years. They know what to do. Because the so-called democracy is also a weapon. They design the weapon aspect of it against Africa. Election is not actually happening in Africa. It's just the game of calculation. They created these countries, and we are not able to see down whether indeed do we really need this country that we say we are one. Then if we need it, then how can we really manage ourselves? We've not done that. In this of my country, the only man I was crying for that is Ahmadu Bello. If I look at all of them that
Mm.
were really effective, that we need to talk. But here we are today. To be honest, they are not our problem. We must build for that grassroots. Stop buying bullets when we can build even small local factory. You don't even need to go far. Pakistan is making it. They are even doing it in the street. I'm just telling you the truth. We should go there and it's okay. We don't want to do it like Pakistani. Oh, let's do it like industrial scale. We have Nigerians that are working in these factories that can produce. Some are in abroad, but they cannot just come because those ones are no longer working for I want to be rich. They want to work out for a system that is effective.
Mm-hmm.
So this is my own submission. If you think we want the technology, country have the technology and they are still powerful, but they don't have it. It will not take less than 1 month for Sweden to develop that. It will not take more than 1 month for Germans to develop the tools. Nearly the entire European country. So the treaty is good.
Why
So
is
to
the
some
treaty good
extent,
for us?
it controls so many countries that you think in their DNA they are democratic, whereas they are not. That is why America is bad. To me, it's still a lesser evil when it comes to the black race. If you lose these Germans to start developing weapons, because the German
No. You're
chancellor,
not understanding. Miss, you're not understanding. This treaty is only by Africans, not anybody else. Only Africans signed that they will never develop nuclear weapons and nobody should bring nuclear weapons to Africa. Only Africans in the rest of the world
wait,
have done
the
this.
the the Swede, no, not only Africa. There's a treaty that banned all nearly the entire European country never to go into nuclear.
No, they
It's only
didn't ban
France.
them. I think okay,
Wait,
see, hold on. Let me try to explain to you. They didn't
Yeah,
they are allowed to go into nuclear power development, and many of them, like
yeah,
Japan now, can
yeah,
enrich uranium to 90
yeah.
over 90%. So Japan can build nuclear weapons if they choose to. Brazil can build nuclear weapons if they choose to. They've got the fissile material already. I think
Yeah.
from what I can, Saudi Arabia has also got it. So what that tells you is that some countries have the ability to build it very quickly.
No, they are not reaching to 90%. Oh. No, no, no.
Uchibo.
You say that the Japan reached to 90%.
Yes, no,
Brazil, no,
Japan, yeah, Japan is nuclear threshold
No, no,
nation.
no. They will not
no,
permit them.
no.
Not they reach
You
that
only
level. Around
need
60, and then they stop it.
70%. You only need
Maximum 60,
70%
70.
to 60, 70. So if they have been reached to that point, that means they have nuclear weapon already. That's all.
No, they are a nuclear threshold nation. They call them nuclear threshold. In
You
other
see,
words, they know
the
how to
point is
build it,
this.
but they
Let
are
me
not
give you
building it.
another thing. Let me give you another dimension to this argument. You see,
So Nigeria, I want to
if
understand. I
sorry,
want to understand that of
may I give
Africa
you one
again.
information. If we get nuclear weapon, if we start doing that enrichment today, we become a base for controversy, and it could. They say now, person wey carry sugar na him fly dey follow. That's what
Happy?
those people saw.
Nine
They will
out they
start,
follow.
and na ant dey follow. So ant go dey follow you. So why not just save yourself all that stress and face what is important? Which country, all these countries that have nuclear, which of them have been able to use it? Those people that don't have nuclear weapon, are they not living their lives? Are they not enjoying the benefit? A country like Saudi does not have nuclear weapon. Oman, all those countries. How many countries in the world even have nuclear weapon?
Let me see. I think you are missing the point. Like
Which
all the
point?
great, let me explain it. All the
So
great
Nigeria,
races.
so
Oh
Ni-
boy,
I
Jesus
wanted
Christ. Can I get one word through, please? All the great races in the world have got a nuclear umbrella. The Asians have it. The Indian subcontinent, which includes the Arab world, have it, including Israel in the Arab world, have it. Clearly, the Europeans have it. The fourth great race that numbers over a billion is the black race. We don't have any protection.
Let me tell you now. So you think China nuclear weapon is to protect Asia?
Of
So which
course, you don't
race?
know that.
No, 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 no. It is to protect China. Which one is race? Are they not fighting themselves? Is Pakistan not ready to use? Is Pakistan not ready to use that nuclear weapon it's having on India? If they no
No,
stop them, not be the
see,
same race them be.
no,
Pakistan.
you are not
So
seeing,
forget. No, no,
you are
no,
not
no. I'm
understanding
not
the
seeing.
implication for us. You are not seeing the implication of
I'm
that
just
for us.
disagreeing
It's
with
okay.
you. I'm not. The point
so
is that
Nigeria, so Nigeria, I wanted to ask you a question. The treaty, did this ban us not to use it for the civil purpose or the one for
no,
energy?
no. You can use it for
Okay,
civil
No,
purpose
it
now.
didn't ban
okay,
us
I
for
don't know.
civil purpose.
So
It didn't.
that's why I wanted to see whether there is difference between the treaty between the Europe and Africa on. Because no European country can build nuclear weapon apart from France, Britain. I think those are the two power we have in Europe. And
France and the UK have already got it, and the UK,
that's what I'm
the
saying. They can even wait. They've gotten it. They can advance it. They can build more.
yeah, but they
You
don't
see it
need
now.
to. Don't you understand? They don't need to because they have all the protections that they need. Because you are not going to. Do you expect any nation to go and nuke a European country? Most of them are in NATO already. You don't. If you touch one of them, you touch all of them. But
So
Africa, we are not like that.
Okay. Wait.
can they
Let
nuke?
I understand. The one you are talking, it be like you want me to go the pull hand for something we pass us. Let me not use that word.
No,
Small
so
thing go one friend
see
here we
Naija,
fit pass am.
may I ask you something. You think if they nuke Japan again today, China will say no, we are Asia.
Oh
You
yes,
think
you don't know.
that's not true? China, if care is not taken, even of America, China go like to nuke them by themselves.
No, no, no.
China
China will,
self
will want to take over that
will,
place immediately.
yes,
They're
China will
planning to
want to
take
go
it.
and
They have
nuke
in
Japan.
their agenda.
See,
What
there's
are
a
you
See,
saying?
reason.
uh,
Oh my God.
make I
So let's
my
have
open for
nuclear
you.
weapon because
Make
of
I just
Africa.
quickly put this one. Eh? This European way to say they be our enemy. They are still the lesser evil. If not for their democratic setting, many of their leaders will just wake up and say, let's go and take Africa back again. Chinese intention is to take us if these people are not there. And they will do it without looking back. These are people that have a philosophy of a country that doesn't have boundary. So have that one in the back of your mind.
Who has
These,
a
these people you
philosophy?
are pointing to, they are
Which people?
bad. But the real enemy of Africa, we don't even know them. These Chinese are number one, but they don't know.
Wow.
They don't have this. They don't have the chance to do it. Yes, if you think they are your friend, the problem we have, these bad guys. How can we what can we do to convert their thinking about us so we all can develop with them? Let's focus on that. If you are a president of Nigeria today, with how divided we are, you will not tell the world you want to build a nuclear weapon. You think your administration will even last 4 years?
They will now say go and put it in the north. They'll say Mala go use am.
If Tinubu go there today, Atiku will be our next president in the next election.
So by
Jonah,
what you are saying, hold on, please.
Jonah the
Let me
election
ask
because he
now.
refused to sign.
I
He
think we are
refused to
over
sign a law
talking. We
to
are
permit
over
gay
talking.
gay
Please calm
marriage in Nigeria.
down. See, by what you are saying, are you saying we are already dead? Because that's what you are implying.
No, at all. No, that's not what I'm aligning.
Because
We need to look
see,
inward.
let me say this. If you
Wait
think this is
now.
an option,
Wait. We need to look inward. First of all, today we don't have a know-how, no single technology of ours, confirmed technology that we can build bullets. At least, even if we cannot build any of our own make gun, we have gotten the license from Russia that we want to build AK-47 on our own. The factory is confirmed, or we even design our own that can compete with that level. Gradually, we are building our drone, building our missiles, being able to launch
That's what we
satellite.
did now.
Then we are growing. Then we will not grow to a point where we say, okay, even we say we want to build nuclear, politically, military, we are secured. That's when you start
Which
thinking of
nuclear?
that.
We don't even
so
need
in
nuclear
other
now.
words,
Let's be
you are
realistic.
not fundamentally against it. You are just saying we are not ready yet.
We don't
Yeah,
need
we are
them
not ready,
now.
and we are
Me,
not ready yet. That's it.
I feel that we
It's
don't
good
need
you
it.
to use that word.
Hmm.
Me, I
So
feel that we don't need it now.
what? No, if you don't need it, then you've just capitulated that we don't
We
deserve
wouldn't
marriage.
need it. How many countries would eventually need it? The world
All
will
of
not
them
need
already.
it.
You don't understand. I just explain it to you. The other three great races have already got protection.
I don't. That's not an argument. I understand what you are saying. That's not an argument. Those
That is
races
how it
that
works.
no wait now. Those people that have it, they don't have it for their race. They have it for themselves. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
That's
why
what
do
I'm
you think
saying.
they have is ASEAN? Why do you think they have China, this in Shanghai Cooperation, this in, and why do you think they have NATO?
Those are just Shanghai waiting. What's Shanghai waiting?
This is an organization that China has in the
So is
Asia,
it, do you
this
think they are
continent.
security organization?
No, it's not. See, you have to understand. If you are sitting here now, another African country is nuked, would you want that to happen if you have a nuke?
I won't go and because of them use nuclear weapon.
Yeah,
That's the
but
point.
if you see a country threatening the African country with nuke, will you just sit by and say it's
I
okay?
will weigh my option if the thing will pay me as a country. If it don't pay me, I'll keep quiet.
Ah, you see that? That's very interesting.
No, but
In
the
other
point is
words,
that no, wait, let me.
you
I just
sit by and watch an
even
African
now.
country
No,
get
no,
nuked
no,
and you
no.
not do
Hold on. The to Niger. I don't need a nuke to be able to speak up for African countries. Have they not been speaking up for themselves? Even
anything. So
now,
talk is what you think is going to defend you.
we don't need. We can use trade. We can use other things now.
Or trade is going to defend the trade defend the
Yeah,
Iranians.
Iranians. What gave Iran problem is their desire to create nuclear weapon. That's what they like for.
Yeah,
Okay,
Why does
okay.
Iran need
So
nuclear weapon?
so what gave
even the
what
West.
gave Saddam his problem? What
Okay,
gave
let me give you an example. Let me give you an
Libya
example.
his problem?
No, Arab. Pakistan is an Islamic country. Why is Pakistan not using its nuclear bomb to protect Iran?
How do you know they wouldn't?
Why did they use it against Israel and against America?
Because they have no need to do it so far.
Because
Iran has
America
not
was the one
fallen.
that gave them that nuclear.
But you said the race
America was
have
the
it.
one that gave them that nuclear bomb.
Yeah, but they don't need to use it
They
now.
cannot.
Iran has already got its own.
They cannot. They
What do you mean
cannot
they
use
cannot?
it. Let me tell you, the moment they want to launch that thing, you just go and say the nuclear bomb go sit down like sitting duck.
Why? Why
And
would
e
you
no
sit
go
down like
launch.
sitting duck?
The
Why?
country will give you.
To Niger. See what you they analyze. See the
I
way
think
with me I
that's
take
how
the understand
science
it.
works. That's not
To
how
Naija,
science
make I put
works.
something there now. To Naija, wait. Here come which one be the heavyweight boxer now? Okay, let me use my when my where my Tyson was raining. My Tyson want to fight. Then you can't carry small picking we be like say it just they learn how to work out say now they want fight together. That's what you are just saying. We not even reach any level to think of that at all. I'm telling the truth.
See, let me
If we
make it.
think of defense, that shouldn't be the first step. The
Hey
first
now,
step is first of all, there are many military gadget hardware in the world. How can we develop our own? Forget about that. There are many powerful countries in the world that doesn't have those things. You can't hear them. If that Japanese you see, that South Korea, they don't have nuclear weapon. That does not mean when China come today, we overrun them. No way. And
Which
there is
one?
nobody in the world.
Which one are you
There is
talking about?
nobody in the world.
Japanese?
I mean, Japan and South Korea. The China cannot just rise against them because it's big
has
and it will
Russia been
overrun those
able
two
to
countries.
over
China will
No,
take
has
South Korea.
uh,
China will take South Korea, but not Japan. Japan
has
can build their own
Russia
nuclear
wait now,
weapons.
has
now you
Russia
they
been
see
able
to Niger. Now
chairman,
you they
let me
look at
ask you a
like that.
question.
Look at
Let me
look
ask
at
you a
Ukraine.
question.
Ukraine
As
doesn't have a
exactly
nuclear weapon.
has Russia been able
Are
to
they not
overrun them?
And look
defending
at what
themselves?
happened to them.
What
Ukraine,
is
Look
that's
at
happening
why
what
to
we
they
them?
did
look
to
at what
Russia.
happened to them.
Look at what they
What,
did to Russia.
what has happened to them? The desire of Russia is to go there
They
and
have
take them
been
within a
invaded.
piece of you.
That's what's happened to them. If they
Wait,
had nuclear weapons, they won't be invaded. Who has
no, no, no,
invaded
no,
North
no.
Korea now? Ah, you
Wait.
should know this thing
Yeah,
now. Who has
that,
invaded North
that
Korea?
wait. That is a good point. I can't throw it away. But what I'm telling you is this: nuclear weapon does not give you a guarantee that you will win a war. Have that one in your mind
It gives you a
because
guarantee
it's
that
not a
people are
weapon.
not likely to invade you. They are not likely to invade your country
To
if you have
Niger,
nuclear
to
weapons.
Niger,
Wait, look
we
at
have not had
India
nuclear
and
weapons
Pakistan the
since.
other day. You see the way they were throwing jab. They don't care whether they have it. Didn't
Who?
you see it?
Who? Yeah, but they were
India
not
and
invaded.
Pakistan.
They were not invaded. And why do you think America stepped in to contain it very quickly before it gets out
They
of control?
Okay,
couldn't have used
yeah,
it.
everybody
They couldn't
understand the
have used
danger.
it.
You're talking about the danger. But get
They
this
couldn't
point.
have used it Midwest. They no fit use them. Let me tell you,
They know fit.
I was discussing with
Ah,
an artillery officer, the Nigeria brigade commander. He did his training abroad. I say our uncle is like an uncle. I say all this nuclear weapon. He say what's the benefit of having a weapon you will never use? He say
Which
let
who
them try
told you that?
to. A senior military officer was telling me, say what's the benefit of having a weapon you will never use? He
You know
said
what he's telling you? You know what he's telling you that
they
you're not
will
listening to?
never use it.
Can you just listen for a second? What he's telling you is that 99.9% of the times it's not going to be used. That's 0.001% of time that it will be
That's not what
used.
he tell me. He said they will never use it. He didn't tell me
But
99.
that is not true now. Of course, it's not true.
They will
Come on.
never use it. Let them you pray. They won't use it. The
See, let me
word has
see. Hold on. One, it has been used before. And
mhm.
secondly, no nation has made the mistake to trigger another nation to use it. To assume it's not going to be used, it means that it's even more likely to be used. That is complacency there. If you are that complacent, then it's far more likely it's going to happen. You have to guard against this thing because it's like a tsunami. When a tsunami is coming, you see that the ocean, the water goes away. Then before the flood, because we assume no, there's not going to be a nuclear war because it's never happened once. But because you become complacent, you make it more likely to happen. And that is the thing. And this calculation is a dangerous calculation when people just say, no, you're not going to use it. All those people that say those things, they don't know the risk they are taking. Because there is far more likelihood of
To Nigeria,
us
we don't
having
even
a
need to
nuclear war
argue this
than
thing.
winning a lotto.
We don't need to argue this thing. We don't have that capacity now. We cannot even buy it. We don't have what it takes to buy it. Not talk
Who
of
said you
even
can't
build.
buy it if you needed to buy it? See, point is that the way me I look at it is that
We no fit buy them.
let me explain. Let me
People
make
will
it
get
simple
money
for
say
you.
they no buy them.
Patoski, let me make it simple for you. If you want to survive this world, we as the people want to survive this world, we don't have a choice. This is not even optional because those people that have it, they will use it as blackmail someday against us, and it will be done. And God help us. The punishment that we will endure and our children are going to endure if that kind of stuff happens. Look at Iranians were sitting minding their own business one day and suddenly their country is on fire. That is how it can happen. The world
Now
can change
nuclear
at
weapon
any time.
make them. Now nuclear weapon cause that attack. So
Now because they don't
See,
have it, that's what
see,
the,
causes it.
the
Japan.
reason
Wait. To Nigeria, what you are saying
Because
is
they
true.
don't have it, if
We
North
under,
Korea have it,
we
if
un-
they want to attack, they won't they
wait.
didn't attack
To
them.
Nigeria, may I quick say something now?
Go
There is
ahead.
that deterrence when it comes to that thing. I understand, but the truth of the matter is that the power don't want it to spread more than the way it is because of the danger. So if your country want to go into that, then you have to prepare yourself for uh, a kind of a pushback from all these guys. Are you prepared for that when you cannot even make catapult? I don't understand your argument telling us that we should go into something. We cannot make bone and
I
arrow.
hear your argument.
We
If
don't
you
know how
say
to
that,
shoot it.
let me now see. I
We,
hear your
we,
argument. Can calm down now.
we don't.
I hear your
We,
argument when
yeah.
you say that we should not just go out of the treaty and just listen. I'm saying that we should
You
not
don't
remain.
need to go out. You don't need to go out of the treaty because one, take Turkey for example. Turkey is advancing in drone. They are advancing in some, sophisticated missiles. The question you should ask yourself: what are we building? We are not building anything. So now I want to leave the treaty. So and you don't even have a nuclear
Not
plant.
saying
Um,
I'm not saying we should leave the treaty. I'm saying that you have a point. We shouldn't leave the treaty, but
okay,
it
what
doesn't
should we
mean you
do?
shouldn't be
What should we
pursuing.
do? Now, assuming you are, what should we do now as Africa? Okay.
Personally, I will have a clandestine program to learn how to build it. Even if I'm not building it, I will learn how to build it so that just in case, and I will learn how to build it. I will have the facilities to build it, no matter where I will put it. But it doesn't mean I will build it. I will wait just in case there is a threat that start emerging because there's always a threat. I think somebody made a comment earlier on that we don't have any real enemy. No, you actually do. Any nation that is technologically and militarily stronger than you is a potential threat, especially if they are not even within your region. They are a major threat to you, and because tomorrow you may have something that they want, or you may even be a supplier of resources to their enemy. They want to get rid of you just because of that. You didn't do anything to them. No. Just because you are giving their enemy something,
because
they'll
you are
come
giving
for
their
you.
enemy something, they'll come for you.
So you don't something you didn't
So
even do. You didn't do
you
anything
done
wrong.
something you didn't even do. You didn't do anything wrong.
You could be a victim of circumstances like that. Many of the wars that you see happening in the Middle East and many parts of the world, do you think it's because America needs oil? America has oil. America is one of the largest oil producers. But they want to be able to control the oil so they can control who is the oil is sold to. Like China, that is a rival. They want to control it. That is why that region is strategic for them. So it's not only about acquiring stuff, it's also denying their rival stuff. And we as Africans, we might be sitting here minding our own business, but because we are defenseless, we are vulnerable to anybody. You don't have to have a direct enemy before you are facing a threat. And this is the thing our people don't think about. It's almost as if we have a problem doing threat assessment. We have a problem. We all live in Western countries. Don't you see how paranoid they are? Don't you
What
see
we
how
are
paranoid
saying
they
is
are?
that for now, we don't have such capacity, so we don't even have to worry ourselves about it. It's not even it's not too big, it's not in our front burner now. We do that, we don't even have electricity.
I agree with you on that. I think that we have to build from the base up. Like me now, my belief in this security sector is we already have the human beings. Let's start with that one. Recruit them, put them in the
Let me
security
give you a good
forces, protect the
example.
borders.
Let me give you a good example. Assuming we have a plant, hmm, nuclear plant, where we are doing nuclear weapon, we need to secure it. We need to put cameras there. Those cameras have to be online, real time. We don't even have 24 hours electricity. So
Mhm.
one day they will take light. An invading country will come here and disable your nuclear capacity, and you will think it's working. Or they remove a vital thing there, and you will think it's
Exactly.
working. You want launch and you go see say the thing no move. So we need to start from somewhere. This is like what Imai said. said that Rufuseni is like somebody, a farmer that say wants to send his child to university to instead of going to primary. He said no, I want to start my own by first of all trying university. He said now that one he wants. He said no. Say you have to start from somewhere now. And
I know.
the best
I
way
already agree with that point. We
the
should
best
start
way to
from.
even start from is to feed ourselves.
Oh God, you come with this old this thing.
It's not
See,
old now.
see. Let me
Shebi
tell you
said they
this,
talk am for here. Say Tinubu no
Patoski,
fight food. You
Patoski.
no hold on.
Let me break
You
this
said
down
be
to
they
you.
talk am now. Say food Tinubu no fight food.
If you talk, I talk. You talk, I talk. Let's not argue over each other.
I'm making reference
You
to
made a
you.
point. Let me make a
You
point
used to
against your
say
point.
no. Hold on. Let me finish. You used to say that
Now you want to
Tinubu
start with your mind.
no
Let me
fight
finish
food
again.
inflation. Hold on. You say Tinubu no fight food inflation. There's no food, and I'm just bringing your argument back to you. We will never fit chop. Now we dey talk nuclear weapon. May we do that
Um,
one first.
do you know that other nations have suffered and still built their DC capabilities? You
Oh,
can't say
okay.
because you are hungry, you don't build your capabilities. Sooner or later, if you carry on like that, you're going to be hungry when you actually die.
Tunaja,
Because
can I ask you a question?
either way, you will be gone. Yeah, go
Tunaja, what if you build a bomb and Boko Haram going to kidnap the bomb? What will happen? Are
ahead.
we not in trouble?
By the time you are sophisticated enough to build a bomb, you are sophisticated enough to be able to handle anything like Boko Haram.
You
That's
sure?
Eh. So you have to
that's
start
generally
from
the way it
somewhere.
goes. Yeah, yeah, this is it. Let me say this. If you whoever is capable of building a bomb is capable of repelling anything Boko Haram has to throw at them.
So you are nowhere
That's
near
very much.
capable of building anything there. So why are you wasting 3 hours talking about it? At least get close to being capable of doing it before you start talking about it.
No. It's more of a thought. This is an experiment, and
So that guys, you do.
the
It's
direction.
common. It's common sense to
There's no need
know.
to interrupt me when I'm talking. You finish making your point. Um, it's a more of a thought experiment and the direction we should be going, and that's it. And if you have issues with it, you can raise your own points, and then I can respond to it. Go ahead.
Yeah. The thing is, it's common sense that you know that it's going to be very powerful. We all know that. But when you are nowhere near, you know, being, I mean, being capable of even being that. I mean, what's this sense of even talking about it? Because at this point, to be honest, like you're not. It's not even a conversation you should be having. With the basic things we cannot even do. You understand the basic thing we haven't gotten right. So you're talking about. I mean, right now you can't put nuclear bomb in the hands of a place like Nigeria. You can't do that. Even if they offer you, I would say no, not right now, because it's more disastrous for you to possess it now. You understand? So the basic things is what we need to get right in Africa. Just the basics. You understand? And then when you get to maybe position where you are functioning well, everything our head is correct, and then maybe you start debating, okay, is it cool to now do something like that? But if you ask me, even when you get to that point, I'd rather take a different approach. I'd rather say, okay, let's go into research of doing something more better than nuclear bomb. Maybe something that can neutralize nuclear science that can neutralize nuclear bomb, or science that's more advanced than nuclear bomb, because that's the whole science, man. Even the people that possess it right now, they're thinking of something better. They've taken the step of even knowing how to shoot it down. You understand? They're looking for more ways to science to, maybe to neutralize it. That's the kind of science we're talking about, man. Something more advanced. No, something, because that bomb is just useless. First of all, you get that bomb, you have to spend a lot of money to do the maintenance. You have to be now. Other countries that have it start be pointing at you. They'll be pointing their own weapon at you. So the day one we launch, they start shooting at you because you have one. They don't want you to shoot your own at them. So now you put yourself in a more fucked up position. Just possessing
Actually,
it.
I just mentioned that you could be nuked just by doing nothing. You didn't do anything at all. You could be nuked just because you represent
Tunaja,
the interests of another country.
Tunaja is the psychology of countries that have
As a
nuclear.
matter of fact, you are actually more likely to be nuked.
No, no.
Let me put it this way. Let me
Okay.
no hold on. You are actually more likely to be nuked when you don't have nuclear weapon
because you are an interest of another country. Let's say America doesn't want Nigeria to be selling oil to China, and
They will not nuke you.
after America barricades China completely, only Nigeria is supplying oil to China. They could nuke us for that
No,
purpose.
that's not true. Naija, no, no. You see, you're not thinking right. The when you are likely to get nuked is when you have a nuclear bomb. You saw, listen,
Because not Japan hardly
Naija,
even nuked them
no,
twice.
no, that's different. That's because they wanted
It's
to
different.
show. No, no, no.
Okay.
They needed to show the world that a weapon has arrived. That's
Okay.
why they did
That's
it.
the only context.
And you are talking about a different era. We're talking about present day now. Countries that have nuclear bomb, right? The only place they are pointing their bomb is another country that has it. You understand? Because the day that country launch at them, then they will launch on their own back. That's what they are pointing. Now
Or
you hold on, calm down. Now let me learn. Now you that don't have nuclear bomb, right? When they want to attack you, they rather use non-nuclear bomb because they know that your response is not going to be nuclear. You understand? Like for example, if Iran had nuclear bomb now, and Israel wanted to attack them, they will attack them. Israel will attack them with nuclear bomb because they don't want it to retaliate. Because they know that once you attack them, there's a chance they will shoot their nuclear back at Israel. So Israel would have used nuclear, just wipe them out because Israel know their retaliation is likely going to be a nuclear. But the reason why Israel didn't attack them with nuclear bomb is because Israel knows that the response is going to be just ordinary bomb, and Israel took a chance of okay, let's just trying to shoot them down. But if Israel thought that there's a chance that the bomb that's going to launch back with nuclear bombs, then Israel would have used the nuclear in the beginning. You understand? So a
Israel will
country,
not attack
so
them
the
at
point I'm
all.
making, you're likely to be nuked when you have nuclear bomb than when you don't have it.
I think that point sounds credible on the surface, but reality doesn't support it. If you look at the main front of the war in the Second World War, it was mostly in Europe, in Russia, and this D-Day and all of them, and they didn't use it on their continent. They decided
They
to
didn't have it back then, huh?
they actually decided to use it in this in Japan instead. And
But it wasn't a new European power that used it in Japan. Japan.
And also, if you look at when they were testing it, they don't often like to test it in Europe. They prefer to test it elsewhere. Sahara Desert, Atlantic Ocean,
Europe does
Pacific
not have land
Ocean,
now. Does not have
America.
the kind of place
Of
you
course,
can
they
use
don't
to
have
test.
land. Of course, they don't have land. You are excusing them.
But but Tunaja,
It's
US
okay.
they
Keep
tested on
excusing them. You think
They
these
Tunaja,
people are
test it in the
stupid?
ice kidney now. Russia tried
Tunaja,
to
United
test it.
States tested on their own soil now. They tested
Yeah,
in
but it's not
United
Arizona.
their own
States,
soil. It's not their own soil.
No, on
Don't
their
you get
soil,
it?
United States soil. That's where they tested it.
US
Yeah.
tested it
United
in
States
US.
soil, but not Europe.
United States is not European country now. What the hell are you talking about?
My God, you guys don't understand. Yeah,
You, you,
you see,
What are
I
you
think
See,
it's
trying to
hard to get
say?
people to understand. You can't think clearly
wait
when
yeah,
you
so
speak.
now,
United States should have gone and tested in Europe. Is that what you're saying?
Mike,
They should have gone
not
to
Mike,
Europe to test it.
to Niger, look, this thing you are talking about, as far as Africa is concerned, we don't need that. Just agree on that. What we need is to ask ourselves a question. Ancient time, my ancestors
Do
know,
you
like I
need
said, they
life?
know how to
Do you
make,
need life?
they know, wait now, they know how to make bow and
Life.
arrow. And it
When you
was
say
a,
you don't need that, do you need life? If
I
you want
need
to
life.
survive, then you better need a way to defend yourself.
So Naija,
It's just
yeah, nuclear bomb is
all
not a defensive mechanism. It's not
see,
a defensive weapon. Now.
you want a baby that's just learning how to walk to go and confront Mike Tyson when he was in prim, they call it.
Then
It
you better
doesn't work
start
that way.
walking. You better start walking
So
fast.
Naija, nuclear bomb is not a
No,
defensive
you
weapon. Now. What are you
better
talking about?
It's still a
walking,
defensive weapon because
walking,
if it
bro.
deters, it's a
Wait
defensive
now,
weapon.
you must mature to defend yourself before you start calling for a fight. The
Uh,
jammers cannot wake
then
up
start
today and
maturing.
say,
Then
wait now, the jammers cannot wake up today and want to do nuclear weapon. America will fold their hands. I'm just telling you the truth.
they don't need it
Because what do you mean they don't need it? Those people,
because they are
it
part of
is
NATO.
no, 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 no. It is the agreement that kept them down. You don't know the way their mind work. That is why I said they are still lesser evil. The true evil that we just say we need Africa. Thank God with this American less evil, they are still making us to survive. Unfortunate, our leaders or the way they structure us, we are not willing to build. We don't have technology for catapult. It's not in Nigeria. This generation growing up is as worse as anything. If you don't know, they don't know how to farm.
They cannot work in office. All they want is to hammer money. Now this you just looking at the past because you are not in Nigeria. Go there and test them and see the way they reason. My dear, they have finished us with their finished product. As I said, until we have a leader that will look into inward and said, look, first of all, let us manufacture at least our own bullet. No need of buying. Set up a factory for that. Okay? We need some pistol. Let us look for country that can help us. Pakistan is making it in the street, as I said. They have the know-how. But do we want to build those kind ones, or we want to build the one that is advanced to that? We look
Monday,
elsewhere.
UAS,
So
manufactured
with that,
missiles and bombs, begin with the
oh boy, Mona comment this video something. You don't know as our
also
country.
included an inspection of the bomb testing site, where safety protocols
Yeah,
for
it might be a
use
copyright
of
video.
defense-grade drones.
I don't know why he put this one. No, through Nigeria law to distract people. I bet through Nigeria where industry address dey. Huh?
No, the reason why I'm showing it, you are saying Nigeria cannot do anything. This is manufactured in Nigeria,
I
just in
did
case.
not say we cannot. Don't use that word. We cannot. No, I never use that word. We
We
can.
are saying we should not. No, we cannot. That's not what he's saying.
The
Yeah,
visit
I'm not saying we can't. We
Cannot make
have
an
what it takes to do, but we are not ready to do anything. It's like
but we are already
I don't
manufacturing
understand,
in ships.
my dear. Even some product here, finished product, the ships come from somewhere.
Wow.
So there are yes, even some of this Iranian missile you are seeing, some product is from somewhere to them.
Okay. So what does that
So
mean?
we're we're in a global world. Once you are determined, start from somewhere. At least the next thing we need now is to just to
To
get bullet,
Naija,
some
I
gun
don't know why
to
we
protect
keep making
ourselves.
this argument. We all know
Uh-huh.
that we
I don't,
currently don't have that capacity. So, let's pick another topic. We don't have the capacity
Is
currently. We have more important things that is affecting
it's
us
not
now.
about capacity, it's the direction of
We have
travel.
more important things that is affecting us now than nuclear
What is
weapon.
more important?
Even if they give us now,
Ah, yeah, so nuclear bomb is
we
the most
wouldn't
important thing
take
right
it.
now, right?
No,
So
And
nuclear weapon is
because
the
it's
most important thing. How many
our
countries?
biggest our
Hold on. How
biggest
many
problem.
countries in the world have nuclear weapon?
Um, oh God,
so
you need
Nigeria,
me to
those
spell it
black
out
Americans
here.
have been shaming you, right? They always shame Africans on there.
Our
They say these
biggest
Africans
problem
don't have nuclear bomb. They are
is
useless.
our existential problem.
There's no
If you don't
existential
have the
threat.
ability to
There's
So
survive,
no
Nigeria, what is the
currently no existential
existential
threat
threat
to
you are talking
Nigeria,
about?
to
Somebody
Africa.
threatening you.
let me see. The existential threat is that if somebody wants to take you out, they have the capacity to take you out, and you
Mhm.
can't do much about it. As a matter of
Mhm,
fact, we are even worse than Iran. We don't have any underground structure, nothing. Only
mhm.
market women even have better protection. So that is the
uh,
situation is in.
through Niger, through Niger, nobody in this world that will just come and drop nuclear weapon on us. Nobody.
They don't need to drop. I'm not talking
But
about nuclear. I'm
wait
talking about
now, but
even jet
wait,
fighters
but
and everything.
people
They can use it to finish.
wait. I can learn that there is possibility for people to launch an attack against us. I agree. But can we defend it when we cannot even make bullets? We don't know how to build catapult. I keep saying it. Forget
Then you
about
should
this
be
photo
advocating for
that
those
you want
things.
to show here.
Why are you arguing with me?
Ah,
You should be advocating for all these things. Why are you arguing?
Now,
but you are
if
not
you want,
advocating
guys,
for that. You
you
are
should be showing us
advocating
how to
for
build it.
you
Don't
are
tell
advocating to Nigeria. You are saying different thing. You said we should just go and break a treaty, a treaty that this
I
guy
told you
he
that
told you
we
that
should
when
not
you
anymore. You can't,
wait
why can't
when
you
you
listen
have
to me? I
to
said
Nigeria.
we don't need to break the treaty. I just told you that. I've told you that before now. You keep going back to the same point. We don't need to break the treaty. I'm saying that you can still go ahead and study all those things. I'm saying you should learn how to build it. You don't even have to build it. You
Oh,
should learn
Nigerians are
how
learning already now.
capability.
We have
Pardon?
Nigerians learning already, so no problem. We have Nigerians
Exactly.
in
That need
Nigeria.
I don't think there's any ban on learning how
to
to do it.
Nigeria to Nigeria. Wait, you want to go and study something that require constant maintenance, that will draw attention, and so many things. Where
You know,
rights you can't even
nuclear
maintain, you
scientists are
can't make,
vulnerable now.
you cannot
Nuclear
even
scientists are
maintain
vulnerable.
Oh, so now
as
you know you need
as well.
protection. Or niggas are that
Okay,
vulnerable. You know, now you begin to understand that everything is a struggle for life.
Me, I will not allow
You
my
have to
son to
protect
start
those
studying
scientists. You have to
nuclear.
protect all those people with that knowledge. Because
Uh,
so
at
They
the
Nigeria,
are
end of
vulnerable.
okay, right now in Nigeria, so how is not having nuclear bomb
How's it
suffering?
affected us
How's it
negatively?
affecting our life?
one, you can be subject to intimidation very easily.
How is
In
it
other
currently
words,
So
affecting
intimidation
us?
right now is our problem.
it's affecting everything you do. It's the reason why your leaders go to Washington and when they are talking, they look like houseboys.
Okay, so
That
if they
is
have
the
nuclear
reason why.
bomb, they will go and talk to look at
That
houseboy.
is for that is more
Of
to do with
course, because you're not
no no
equal. You're
no
not talking.
hold
You are
So
on.
not
Naija,
talking
the
equal.
reason your leaders go there and talking at houseboy is not because they don't have nuclear bomb.
That is
It's because
Actually,
more
they are useless. They don't know how to run their countries, and they need America to be giving them hate.
if it was
Even if
me,
you
they
give
will
them
talking
10,000 nuclear bomb, they will
intelligent
still
to
go
be
to
talking
Washington to
like
beg
houseboy.
Washington to give them aid.
can I sorry, hold on, Mike.
They
They
will go
going there
ahead.
for hold on, it's more of your economic strength. Nuclear North Korea has nuclear weapon, but they still if they need money, what do? They use that as the leverage and just shout, screaming, yeah, and they get money. So having nuclear weapon doesn't mean you won't still be begging people for money.
Even Pakistan is broke now.
Yeah, so you need to work on your economic strength
So North
first.
Korea and Nigeria, which one is more developed?
Between
But
what?
it's not because nuclear bomb now. It's not
Not
because
because of nuclear weapon.
Hold on. North Korea and Nigeria, which one is more developed?
We don't know, Sha,
so
because
Naija, if you get
North
nuclear bomb,
Korea,
it doesn't mean you
Most
develop.
every country, North
It
Korea is
doesn't
more
even
developed.
yeah,
So
so
Naija,
Wait,
North Korea nuclear
everything about
bomb is not the
North
reason
Korea,
why they are
everything about North Korea na
Pakistan
photo.
has
Nobody
nuclear
they go
bomb
there.
now. Pakistan has nuclear bomb. Have they developed?
Yes, they are more developed
no,
than
no
Pakistan is broke. They are being bailed
So
out by.
Pakistan is more developed than a country like South Africa that doesn't have
of
nuclear
Africa
bomb.
is even poorer than
I'm
Nigeria.
talking about
Sef.
Nigeria.
Mm-mm. We are trying to let you know that countries that have nuclear weapon does not necessarily mean you are going to be developed. There are too many developed countries that don't have nuclear weapon. Countries way more developed than Pakistan.
Name the
Pakistan are at
countries.
the
Name
bottom
the
now.
countries, please.
Saudi
uh,
Arabia, Oman, Qatar, Vietnam, South
Singapore,
Korea,
really doesn't
Do
uh,
you know?
yeah,
Do you know
weapon
that
on
these
this thing, man.
countries are under the umbrellas of other nuclear
South
powers?
Korea, so many countries now. New Zealand,
Australia,
uh,
Australia.
even the Philippines is to me is more developed than than Pakistan.
And Baba, if
Morocco,
okay, which president is going to do it for? If Tinubu decide that today, even before the next election, they will remove him from power. You know that. So, my dear,
If
let's do
Tinubu
the ones
decides
that the
that,
rest
if
people are
Tinubu
doing.
decides that he's not going to tell anybody, he's going to keep his secret, and nobody's going to
mm-hmm,
know about him
Look
Secret,
at
for
this one.
mm-hmm,
secret, what are you talking
because
about?
Mama,
nuclear weapon
you do well. You do well
because
now.
nuclear weapon na paper where you go just put for your
And
pocket.
I
Nobody
can
go know.
assure you right now, if your leaders are not doing anything by now, then our futures are very, very questionable. I don't
My
Exactly.
future
understand
is
how you
not
guys don't understand
questionable.
this.
so Naija is so scared of white men.
No, I'm not. I'm not just
So
scared. It's
Naija,
just
you
nature.
don't turn to
It's
black
not. It's
American.
not.
Like they fear Oyibo man.
It's not a
Una no
white
fit live
man
without
that
Oyibo
is
man.
doing it. It's nature itself. It's not white man. If you are
Naija,
weak, nature punishes you. It's just that simple.
Here's the thing with nuclear weapons. You don't Nigeria doesn't have this ideology that is strong enough for them to even care about you at that level. Like all these countries that you refer to in the Middle East, they hate the West. So if you add nuclear weapon is a concern to the West, what is that thing in Nigeria that scares America that you're gonna come bomb them also? You don't we don't have that kind of ideology like, as a country. So having nuclear weapon does not make any difference. Work on your economy first. When you have if our own economic strength is more threatening to the West than having nuclear weapons. That they are more scared of Nigeria becoming like an economic superpower now than us actually having a nuclear weapon. That is more
Wow.
threatening to them.
If that is trading to them, how do you think they will stop us if they wanted to stop
They
us?
they they, they, they don't do that already.
Also, they are
Do you
stopping
use
us
nuclear
already.
weapon?
So it
Do you
was
use
so
nuclear
easy for them
weapon?
to stop us.
Did Burkina Faso use
Economic
So
nuclear
sabotage.
Naija,
weapon?
how can anybody stop you
Babati,
from thinking?
did
You
Burkina Faso
Good.
use
being
nuclear
productive.
weapon?
So they will
No,
come to your
just
country and stop you from being productive. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what B1 is made clear, and it is true. They
um,
do that.
Economic
to
sabotage is
Niger,
what they do now. It's
how
not
did without
joke.
nuclear weapon, Burkina sent France packing. So how were they able to do that?
They sent France packing because France wanted to leave too.
No,
If
no,
if
no,
Are you
if
no,
kidding me,
no,
so
no,
No,
Naija?
no, 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 no.
that's not
Who
true.
told you France wanted to leave?
So Naija, the fact of the
France
matter
says
is,
they are not going to leave, who is going to force them?
they
And
They
you
will
go
make them
will
leave now.
start
They
seeing
will leave.
different reactions.
see the reason why France left is
Hmm.
because of the same reason why they don't attack black African countries. Because they know if they start a fight with Niger, they are going to have a problem on their hand. The entire northern Nigeria will be on their case, and maybe even people
Okay,
from the
so we don't need
diaspora will
nuclear
come in
bomb
and
then.
fight
This
them.
is your argument.
They will be on
Then you
their case.
don't need nuclear
No,
bomb.
Pato,
That's all.
they will be on their case on Twitter. That's what they're saying. Typing. That's the be on their
But
case.
you are
Tunaja,
even
what,
saying the
Tunaja, what
same
you need to
thing now.
understand is this. There's no
That
country
means they
that
don't
has
need
enough army
nuclear
to go and
bomb.
occupy another country. Even America could not occupy Afghanistan long enough. They have to leave. You understand? You just don't have
With their
enough.
nuclear weapon.
You don't have enough army to occupy a country. You understand? Of millions of people. For you to do that, then you need millions of soldiers to occupy a country. It's not possible. If
How
it,
it's astonishing. Our GDP per capita is well below 1,000. I think just somewhere about 1,000 now. That we are living under. We are not under one sanction, and we still don't see that something is odd about our way of
What?
life.
your solution is
How
not
is that
nuclear bomb
related to
now.
this
It's
nuclear
because you need
bomb
to be
now?
productive. You have to learn how
Because
to.
everything else we've tried.
What did you try?
So let's try
We've
nuclear.
tried economic measure. We don't
No, no,
SAM.
they didn't try
We
anything.
done
Trust me.
Let's
IMF.
try
The only thing
nuclear
they've been
We
trying
do
again.
is
all.
corruption. That's it.
As a matter of fact, they wiped our debts. We are back to square one. There is nothing we have
So it's
not
because we
done
didn't have nuclear bomb. That's why.
because you cannot defend yourselves.
Tunaja, no, Tunaja, I don't want to attack you to be corrupt where you are, you're messing up your own system. It's not because you couldn't defend yourself. Whether if you had the best army in the world and you're still this corrupt, you don't know how to run things,
Corruption is
you're
not
gonna
a
have the same situation.
problem. Corruption is not a
It's not
problem.
the Oyinbo man that's making you go broke all the time where you can. I mean, you're
Mike,
not running anything.
don't you? I mean, don't you understand that corruption is not the real problem?
What is the real problem? Some
The fact that the money that we are stealing, we are sending it overseas.
Okay, so it's because you don't have nuclear bomb. That's how you're sending overseas. So if you have nuclear bomb, you stop sending it overseas, right?
Likely, yes.
So, Tunaja, if you have nuclear bomb, your politician will start sending money overseas.
As
So
a matter of
the,
fact, the reason why they have nuclear bomb will also stop them from sending more money
so
overseas that
no,
much
Are you
no,
because
kidding
no.
me,
Your
Tunaja?
it's
argument
that,
The
is
hold
nuclear
on,
bomb will be the one
let
policing
what
me
kind of
politicians.
argument are you making
because
now?
because see, let me put it this way: if you have the consciousness to
So the
understand,
FCC will be using nuclear bomb to stop politicians from sending money overseas,
the
right?
point is that if you have the consciousness that you go and build a nuclear weapon to protect yourself, you
Mm-hmm.
understand that sending money overseas is damaging your people.
Tunaja, what
Ah,
sense are you making? So
your
tell me the
argument
reason
to
why
the make
politicians are
you, but
sending money
you,
overseas.
you
So
don't
Tell me.
sorry,
say
sorry
you don't
guys.
say you don't
Sorry,
drink nuclear, you
Pato,
don't drink nuclear nuclear
Pato,
bomb.
Pato.
Tunaja think nuclear bomb is God.
Where is the correlation between nuclear weapon
Eh
and
now,
corruption? Sending
this
so
argument
Pakistan.
we are making.
So let's say Benazir from Pakistan now that was caught for sending money to America, but they have nuclear weapon, but they still stole money and put it in New York.
Yes, some will do it, but not. America does
So
it too.
it's some now. It's some, not
Of
But you
course,
just
some
dey
will
make
do it. Now,
I
you don't
argument.
don't
even.
know.
Oh my
Tunaja is
God,
saying
you know that
EFCC will
now.
use
You
nuclear
know
Just
that
bomb.
dey
now.
make argument.
Even the US, people take money from the US and put it in other countries, but it's not
Oh my
epidemic like
god.
Africans.
So
So,
so
so the way to stop
You
this
basically,
will
just
use
dey
nuclear
make
bomb.
you
so
just
We
dey
equip
make
EFCC with
argument.
nuclear bomb to stop
so
corruption.
so you say if any country takes money from our guys, we'll come on there and just bomb them with nuclear weapon. That's
You
your threat.
just dey make argument.
No, you are making ridiculous argument now.
That's what you are
The,
telling
the
us
point
now,
the
Jack. Come
point
Na
on.
of a
you dey
nuclear
make
weapon is
ridiculous
that
argument now.
no, the point of having nukes is that it protects you from being
Corrupt.
from existential threats. In other words, people cannot threaten to wipe your people out. They cannot threaten to wipe, but right now they can, and they can do it. That is a problem. If your people live in this world and you know full well that you could be wiped out and you don't do anything about it, God help you.
So what can you do about it, Tunaja?
You start instead of you to argue about anybody that tells you about it as if they are the enemies. They are telling you the problem.
Sunaja, your nuclear bomb is not going to stop somebody from wiping you out.
Actually, it will help
Help? It would wait. So they launch nuclear bomb
because
now.
they are not going to want to throw it at you when they know you can throw it back. Don't you understand? That's how bullies
Okay,
behave. If you can
No,
okay,
punch
Sunaja, someone that's
bullies,
determined
they
to
are not likely to punch you.
Sunaja,
okay.
Sunaja.
So right now, are they trying to throw it at you right now?
Of course.
When? How? Who? Where did they make that threat to Nigeria? Towards Nigeria?
Because you've not risen high enough for them
No,
to
no,
be.
I'm asking. You said now that we are under threat for nuclear attack. So who is trying to attack Nigeria with nuclear weapons right now?
No, you are not under threat right now of nuclear attack because you've not risen high enough for them to pay attention to you.
Okay,
How
so
will?
you're making the point now.
So I said economic strength. You must be strong. You're not strong enough for them to even
But you
care
are not
about
going to get that if you don't have it. You are not going to get that. That is the point. You are
So
not understanding that if
you.
you don't have any this in any nation within your race that has the capability, you are not
Forget
going to get
about
that.
race. Forget about race. This argument about
Tinaja
race.
is so
That
racist. He's been hanging out
there's
with
no
those
race
black Americans
involved.
too long. They don't brainwash him to be racist too. Yeah,
It
he wants to
has,
save the
it has
black
nothing
race
to
with
it
nuclear
has
bomb.
nothing to do with this thing. There's a reason why
He
Arab
wants to
nations
save the
were able
black
to
race.
there's a reason why Arab nations were able to take black people as slaves, and Europeans are able to take black
Because
people
you
as
sell
slaves.
yourself, man. We sell ourselves. That's why.
You are already selling yourselves right now because you are willing
And
to
if you
sit
get nuclear bomb,
around
you probably sell
without
it
any
too.
form of protection. And then you sell
If you build it, you will sell it. Trust
as
me.
a matter of fact,
Your fellow Najama is one that will sell the bomb. Trust
the
me.
way we behave, we have a slave mentality. Actually, it's like we don't
Yeah,
have any
that's the
need to
first thing you need
protect
to work on
ourselves.
before you start talking about nuclear bomb. You need
So
to work
so
on
We
your
have to keep
mentality.
talking.
so
No,
you're
you work
saying
on
that
yourself, not me. You are the problem,
No,
not me.
Tinaja, you are the problem.
You
Papa,
go
hold
and
on, please.
meditate and find out
Hold
whether
on.
it's
Oh,
good for
oh,
your people to
no,
be
hold on now.
exterminated.
The way you
Hold,
are reasoning, you are
hold
the problem.
so
Okay,
this
you go and
hold
think,
on now.
go
So
and
this
meditate.
hold on, please. So you're saying that this has more to do with race than the country
It has more to do with race than the country.
That's
because
what
you
you are
brought up
saying
race
now.
earlier that one country in the black world has to have nuclear weapons. Is it like more to protect everybody else? So if Nigeria asks it for instance, that
Yes, we
covers
have it
all
for the
black
rest of
countries.
Tinaja want
I,
nuclear
I
bomb to
think I
protect the
think
black
something
race.
happened in the world in the last 200 years or so
Mm-hmm.
where the parts of the world started recognizing themselves on a racial level
Mm-hmm.
where they are able start seeing continent killers that can be able to destroy entire continent of a race of a people
Mm-hmm.
by another race, and hence you notice that the moment the Chinese rose, the other Asian countries started rising too with them. The moment
That's
and
not
when the Indians
That is
saw,
more to do
that's
with
not true.
that
Other
has to
Asian country rose before
that's
China.
more to do with no we're too far. That has more to do with economic strength, not nuclear
Economic
weapons.
than nuclear. Yeah.
it does. Okay,
No, it was
I
no,
can give you the
it
reasons
was
why.
no, hold on. It was manufacturing. Now they became manufacturing. They focused on manufacturing. That's what made them superpower, not
You
because
mean
they had nuclear
are you
weapons.
talking about China?
Yeah, because you said China now.
China,
You say
They
India.
have,
China rose, that's why
China
others were
was a
rising. That's a
nuclear
lie.
power
Japan
in
and not South Korea already right. They already rose before China,
if
but they
I'm
didn't
not
have nuclear
mistaken,
weapons to do.
and they didn't have nuclear bomb,
China tested their first nuclear weapon in 1965.
Tested. Okay.
and they
They
were
After
had
the
still
a
poor,
nuclear weapon in 1965, their first one.
and they were still poor until they started manufacturing.
And by 1967, the Americans have already made rapprochement with them because they became useful to containing the Soviet Union. In other words, they made themselves useful
Mm.
to America to contain the Soviet Union. They didn't sit down. As a matter of fact, while they were building their nuclear weapon, America was threatening to nuke them. This
See
is a country
Niger.
that has already
See
nuked
Niger. How has nuclear
Nagasaki
weapon
and
been?
Hiroshima.
How has
Pardon?
nuclear weapon been able to help Pakistan? Pakistan is like Nigeria. Sure, got our independent the same year. How has having a nuclear weapon been able to help Pakistan?
Pakistan has not been invaded like Afghanistan.
How has it
Okay,
helped
so
them?
have you been invaded?
They have not been invaded like Afghanistan. Is that
Have
not
Okay,
help?
we
Tunaja,
have
do you know
we
when
been
America
invaded?
wanted Bin Laden, they went into Pakistan to take him.
Yeah, but they didn't invade them.
That's invasion. If they have
It's
reason
a
to invade Pakistan,
tactical.
Tunaja,
It's a
Tunaja,
tactical strike.
Tunaja, if America have reason to go with Pakistan. All they have to do is bomb their nuclear sites and bomb their launching sites
Oh
and just
my
go in.
God! You think political are as stupid as
Look,
our
look, look, look.
people?
They sneak. Listen, listen. They went into
You
inside
would think
Pakistan.
everybody's like us, like mumu,
Tunaja,
like us,
Tunaja,
where we just keep
Tunaja.
this
You need more
protocol.
than the bomb to even say you want to face America. First of all, you need more than the bomb.
You need
Nowadays,
intelligence. You need
listen, you need more than the bomb. Even Russia right now, they have to start looking for Oreshnik missile where it's a missile where it's not defensible. You understand? They can shoot down. You need more than the bomb nowadays. Someone like Pakistan, whatever the launching this thing they have, ballistic missile, they will shoot it down Before, it was the moment they launch it, they will
Yeah,
shoot
I
that
hear
thing
what you
down.
are saying. You have to have a
So
delivery
you can't tell me that
mechanism.
America is afraid of Pakistan because they have nuclear bomb. No, they are
No,
not.
they are not afraid of
Pakistan does not have the
Pakistan.
means
Don't you
to.
understand? They are not afraid of Pakistan, but Pakistan is not afraid of getting invaded.
No, no, no. Trust me. Fact, we're not afraid of getting invaded. What are you talking about? If US want to
Because
go for
America
Pakistan,
can't invade them. If America
if
invades
they
them,
want to, they
they will
will.
come
If they
again
have
with
reason to
their
invade
hands.
Pakistan, they will. Afghanistan is different. What? Okay, why they invade Afghanistan? Was it not because
They
of
will invade a nuclear power. You sure?
which nuclear power? We call them power. No, having nuclear bomb doesn't make you nuclear power. It's just make
Oh
you someone that
God.
have nuclear bomb.
They
Nowadays,
just
no, no.
sold.
Back,
They
listen,
just
listen.
sold one or two this thing
Back
to
in the
them.
days, yeah,
Say
once you
for
have
the
nuclear bomb,
nuclear
yeah, nuclear
power.
power. But today, you still need more than nuclear bomb to not to go against someone like America. You need some kind of hypersonic missile that's not defend they can't defend against because ordinary ballistic missile they will shoot it down because they are too slow. You need hypersonic missile. Even with the
Have you heard about nuclear tsunami? Have you heard
which
about submarines that can, fire their
yeah,
distance from
you
this?
would need now even nowadays you need special submarine now to even get close because now if you talk about ordinary submarines,
Get
you have to detect
close.
them. They will sink your submarine now. You need to keep the kind of
See,
so you need more than nuclear bomb. So like that.
not only that. Any country that use nuclear weapon these days, that country himself will not remain the same.
You won't do exist again.
Exactly. So, but if you
The
invade a country
country
that didn't
himself,
invade you,
like
let me
America,
explain to
you don't.
you.
If you
If you
think
invade a
America will
country,
just American leader will just wake up and say, "Nuke this country." My brother, even Trump told you when they gave me the button, there's nothing in his life that has ever scared him like that kind of button. He
yes,
said
but
it openly.
that's exactly my point. If Pakistan has nuclear weapon, why would they want to go and tangle with Pakistan that will bring
You,
Trump
you,
closer to that
whether
button?
wait, whether Paki is having it, or that's the difference. You come down to your own country. You said we should be thinking of having it, and we cannot make bow and arrow. Our generation don't have the skill.
Talking about bow and arrow, you can do more than that.
That
We
is
have.
the
Oh my God!
what
Do you know
forget
currently?
about your
No, no,
you
hold
see
on,
the
hold on.
problem we have. You quickly
Midwest,
put photo here just now. We making drum.
you
We
say
making
one
this one.
thing, you say one thing,
Have
you
you
don't let somebody
tested
to
the drum?
talk. Midwest, listen, we have more technology at our disposal right now than the Americans had when they built their first nuclear weapon. Riddle me
Who
that.
does who
We
Nigeria?
Nigeria right
What do
now
you have? Tell me what you
have
have.
more technology than America had when they built their. They didn't have computers. They didn't have AI. They didn't have so many things that we are
So
capable of
Naija,
using now.
are you the one making this technology or
You
you are
do you
just
have AI ni? Shey ilẹ̀ ní AI ni? Àbí na you get computer?
Naija is one of those people that believe because he has access to computer means
Oh
he's the
my
one making
God.
it.
You know,
He's one
no,
of those
Na
people that will
laptop
be
be
laughing
the
at the
take.
villager like, look,
Na
village man,
laptop be
you
the
don't
computer wey
you
dem
may
take
have
do
computer, you don't
nuclear
have
war.
it. Even though both of you cannot make it.
No,
Are you
You are not different
Naija,
from
why
the
I
scared?
saw saying that we self. That
You
why
are
I
not
dey
different
try
from the
correct.
bushman in Africa,
If
trust
you
me.
are scared, just say you are scared.
So Naija,
And
Tonight,
just say you are
you are
scared.
not different from the
tonight,
bushman because
make I
none of
ask
you,
you
Shut up,
a
just
neither
say
you nor
question.
the bushman
Tonight,
can make the so-called AI
tonight,
you are talking about.
tonight,
your voice.
May I ask you now the technology that they use for inside night have been at the daytime. I don't know what you're talking about. Which technology?
You use it
You been
anytime.
wish.
Come on.
you
You
know,
can
my
do it anytime. This is not. This is just simple
So
logic.
Naija, village people get more technology than you. At least they get
You
witchcraft.
say,
You ain't no
I
get
say,
anything.
and even the witchcraft self, I don't even know whether they get them again. Self,
They
wait,
you
don't
know,
why you
people
mean?
like
uh,
Tinaja don't forget those kind of technology now.
If you're being
Tinaja
insecure,
don't abandon
it's
that kind
all
of
right. You
technology.
can be scared. Be scared. Be scared of
Tinaja, even
maybe
the only
cost of
technology where your ancestors give you, you don't even start do them again. You don't go
I
long
think
down
your
now.
problem is that you are scared of lifting the cost on your ancestors. The shame we have been brought under. You know how the
Tinaja,
Chinese
do
talk
you know how
about
to do witchcraft?
the century of humiliation that the Chinese talk about. They were able to lift that cost. We don't want to lift the cost. We want to
What is the
hide.
cost?
No,
We are
we want to
scared.
lift the cost. Naija, we want to lift the cost. It's just that we both don't agree on how we want to do it.
See,
Are
to
you following
Niger,
me? You believe that it should be through
Tinubu,
nuclear. We believe it's through
yeah,
economy. So we have two
But
different things.
but there is
We want to
if
achieve the
to
same thing.
to
the economy is
wait,
that
wait,
they will
wait,
never
to
let
Niger,
you
wait.
not stupid
Make I
if they
tell
don't
you
want to.
something. I want ask you question. if today Tinubu decide to say, look, Nigerians, please, I need a factory where we can manufacture our bullet and our gun. Do you think anybody will have problem with that across the globe?
No. Why would they have any problem? Because it's
Okay.
not a threat to them.
Okay. Now, if from there he advanced the technology to say, let's try to see whether we can manufacture our surveillance technology because we have a problem. How we can spy on these criminals? Do you think anybody will start having problem on that? Is there no
No.
for them to start turning against us? Okay, let's say
No.
the Tinubu now said, you know what? Let's go into nuclear technology. Let's know how to do it secretly. Do you think smoke will not leak? The smoke will not leak. And if the
Mm.
smoke leak, what will happen to him? Will it benefit us? Will it benefit him? This area, me, I'm trying to tell you. You understand me? It's not going to
Mm.
benefit us. It's not going to benefit his administration. We don't need it. Nigeria just, at this moment, we need food. We need economy. And you only need the economy to be powerful to even fight war.
Why do you think we
I'm
don't
telling
have?
you the truth.
Why do you think we don't have food in the
Look,
first place?
look,
Let
for
me
many
let me
years,
let me guess
Finland,
because we don't have nuclear
Because
weapons.
we don't
That's
have
how you
nuclear
how
bomb.
Because we behave like Esau. We trade porridge because we are hungry right now for our rights. That's what we do. We can't see beyond our immediate need. I can understand that,
you
So now,
must,
but
are you
you
one of those
must,
people that
you
believe the
must,
reason why we are poor is because of Igbo people?
no, because we behave like
yes,
Esau. We because when we're
my
hungry, we
so
can't see beyond that.
if you analyze the globe very well, the lesser evil in this Africa is America and Europe. The rest people you think they are angel, if not for the structures America put in place, they will just seize us overnight. I'm telling
America
you.
put a structure in place to prevent us from being seized at night overnight.
Yes,
Oh goodness! Have you seen what Americans do
you
to
don't,
Black
you don't even know
Americans?
this
Guy,
global what is called
What
human
did they do to
rights
Black America?
protest.
oh yeah. They are being nice to them, all right,
You
giving them all
see,
their
we are
rights.
not
What
able.
are they doing to them? Tell us, Tunaja. You live in London. You be the
We
one to be
choose
telling us all that what's going on in America.
we
Let
choose
uh
to lie down flat, and that is why they abandon us. The day we
uh
wake up to say we want to stand up,
but they
midway.
they
have
will support
abandoned
us.
us.
The point here is okay. Hold
Yeah.
on. The point here is that economic vulnerability opens you up for exploitation. So they're not really like the ones sabotaging you in that regard. You are so weak economically that it creates an opening for others to exploit you. That's what you need to work on as
Economy
to
Take
make
for
money.
economically
example.
is the reason why people don't
Take
exploit you economically because you are this is weak. They exploit you in terms of your power, not military. This is
no.
economically.
You are weak. That's the point now. That means you don't
What
have any
is
power.
don't
Don't have
even
any
know what
defense.
is
You
your
don't have any
power.
protection.
The greatest power is economy. For example,
Point
what
is
Russia did to Ukraine, they can't they for years they can't even think of doing it to Finland. Finland wasn't part of NATO. It was not covered. It's of recent they decided to join because they feel okay if we're in the defense. We in defense, we still need these
True
people. It's
Naija.
better we are inside.
True Naija.
They did not.
Hmm?
As
It's because
Russia get
Ukraine economically they were down. That is why they calculated it. They feel this guy cannot buy, they can't do anything at this point. Let's just seize it. If they were economically robust, even without nuclear weapon, they would think twice.
True Naija.
So you
As America as Russia get nuclear bomb reach, do you think they can ever dare attack Saudi Arabia?
Russia,
Yeah.
if they
As
have a
them get
reason to,
nuclear
they
bomb
can.
reach, make Saudi get issue with them, make them dey fight. Do you think they can ever attack Saudi Arabia?
Why not?
Because Saudi Arabia has money.
They will collapse the global economy
A
because Saudi,
lot
Oh
of
my
people will
God.
stand up to them.
Saudi oil.
Oh my God. You guys
Ah,
don't understand. You don't.
wait,
You really
make
you
I tell
don't
understand
you,
wetin? Now you
two
no
Nigeria,
understand
wait.
now.
Many
understand
countries, the
that.
world will be giving, they will be giving them weapon for area. In the future, you pay me. I'm telling
Uh-uh.
you.
They will
Or
even give them
they will
men.
take that opportunity to take Saudi Arabia. Oh God. You don't
When
understand.
No, no, no,
Saddam
no.
when
Power
See,
doesn't
Saddam
care
attack
about
Kuwait,
economy.
when Saddam
two
attack
Nigeria,
Kuwait, do you
see
know how
the
many
way the world
do you know how
work.
many
We have to learn.
Americans went there? When Saddam attacked Kuwait,
Okay.
do you know how many Americans went there?
See, America practically owns Saudi Arabia. Most of their money is invested in America.
But they are
I,
all
I don't
Wait
enjoying.
now. Wait, two Nigeria, is it not better than us? The world, the way it's designed is
All of them
take and give.
enjoying.
give and take.
Saudi
Now
Arabia
so
is
they
enjoying,
decide the
It's
world.
America is
not give
enjoying.
and
You
take.
can't
It's,
go and
it's
be
a hegemony of the power of the West. Is
no,
what they
no.
do.
Now we
But
not fit
why Nigeria they
negotiate.
talk like this?
We not fit
Why
Listen,
negotiate
Nigeria talk
the
like this?
one where we supposed to dey take. They can't begin. They see say we dey waste and I they begin to take and they join their own. The day where we start say I beg this one belong to us now. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, and all of them. They went into an arrangement. Are they not enjoying their oil? Look at the country that said it will build nuclear weapon, it will chase them away, is building missiles. 12 days war. I don't know
see,
when they're going to recover. Imagine if Trump was to allow Israel to continue. My dear brother, the damages they would have done to that country. Maybe by now that Ayatollah won't have been alive.
oh,
Since Trump keep
see. When we are talking about this, maybe you should listen to me a bit
No, no
more.
be Yoruba man o.
See,
The name no be
let me tell you what
Ayetola
is
o.
going on in that region.
Ayitola ke kile ko iba.
Eh,
Ayitola
Only
ayatola
You know
Ayetola.
in that
ko.
region, please,
Yoruba
Oyetola.
man,
let me
No
Yoruba.
be
please,
Yoruba man.
please, please,
now Yoruba Ayatollah Khamenei.
all right. So, Saudi Arabia is basically an American protectorate.
Like that. It's good.
The reason why they are arming Saudi Arabia to the teeth is because they too have to ensure that Saudi Arabia is not left so weak that they decide that they are going to go with China. So they arm Saudi Arabia to keep a level of balance of power.
Saudi Arabia is because
Can
of
you
Iran now,
listen?
too like that.
Please listen, please. This
Saudi
is
is using his money.
so. What's that noise coming from? Where's that noise coming from? I think there's noise from somewhere. So Saudi Arabia, they share, they give technology to Egypt, they give technology to Saudi Arabia, but they give far more advanced technology to this in Israel to maintain the power balance. Remember, Israel is a nuclear power in that region. So they already have a nuclear power there. They don't need another one. So they know that if
So
Saudi Arabia gets it, Iran
Israel
wants
will
it,
use his
and
bomb to
That why
Egypt,
protect
nobody
Syria.
listen to
Turkey
Israel.
will want it. See, that's why they don't want to give any of them. They don't want any nuclear weapon beyond Israel, because the moment anyone else gets it, the next one will want it. Egypt will want it. Turkey will want it. Iran will want it. Everybody. So that's why they are trying to contain it.
Because their race have gotten it now. And it's one
Exactly. They've already got it.
okay.
So there's no major
So
threat to them.
Israel will use his nuclear bomb to protect Syria.
Yeah, don't you think that it's in Israel's interest that you don't bomb that area? If you
Oh
bomb
my
Syria,
god.
the effect is going to reach Israel. Don't you know that?
I mean,
Hmm. So
Naija,
Nigeria, you just dey
have you
argue.
considered taking maybe like a Xanax to help with your panic attacks? 'Cause I think this thing is getting out of control, honestly.
You know, you know what I always tell myself. If somebody
Mhm.
was as crazy as me, we had maybe 100 of them. Maybe we would not have been
The war will
colonized.
be over.
We have
If we
100
have
of
if we have 100 of you in the world, we are
social,
done.
social
That's it.
will be involved.
No, it's
That,
not that.
that can never come.
Just maybe, somebody will be screaming in the ears of our Obas and Obis and all Allah
They will
things and
just
all
have
of
a bunch
them
of
that they
YouTuber
should not
noise maker.
trust anybody and they should
Obi
start
wants to marry more
arming
wives. You're here discussing nuclear weapon. You think the
things
king
like
care
that.
about nuclear
You see
weapon?
that?
The guy
You
won't
see
marry
that?
more wives, I
Why
beg.
do I care about Obi? Why should I care about whether
So
Obi was
Tunanja, you want to
married
get
to my
nuclear bombs in,
It's your land
in the
ambassador
years
says
of
no
your
now, so
husband.
why should you not
That's
care
the way to
about it?
get it, man.
So
Pardon?
Niger, I wanted to ask you a question, if you don't mind me. Hello, everybody. I'm sorry I just
Go ahead.
interrupted. So I want you to explain to me how are you going to explain to somebody, let's say you're a president, you're trying to campaign for you're in power and you're trying to govern your people. How are you going to explain to Mama Chika or Mama Sikira why we need to advance uranium to create a nuclear bomb instead of giving her opportunities to improve our businesses? Please just go
One,
through it.
one, I will let her understand that the country is losing about $50 billion every year because of insecurity. We need to plug that hole because $50 billion. I will let her know that what it can do, all the kind of resources it can provide us, and I will let her know that Africa as a continent is losing in excess of $60 billion every year to outflows of this thing, cash to foreign countries, and we need to plug that gap and to protect our this thing, continent, our country. I will let her know that the reason why our leaders go and negotiate away our interests is because the nation is not founded properly, that we need to take charge of our destiny And that is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I can tell you this right now, many of them will not listen. I know that they will not
Because
listen.
your explanation
Because
won't
it
make sense
doesn't
to
make
them.
sense to
No,
them.
because there is no explanation that will convince people of something like this.
You are telling them it's
You know
nuclear
what
bomb that
convinces
make
them?
some of those things.
In reality, in life, it's very, very hard to convince people of this. Do you know what convinces them? Fire. When they have been pummeled by foreigners and they were almost destroyed and they survived it, they will never make that mistake again.
Who is I don't, what kind of dreams do you have at
That is
night?
your only thing. If you want to ask questions, ask logical questions. Don't get confused because this stuff has happened in the world repeatedly, and those nations never look back. China is one of them. Japan is another one. South Korea, North Korea, all of them have learned their lesson, have corrected it. And the ones that didn't correct it, that tried to play nice with the Western system, they have all been destroyed today. Look at Libya. Look at
But Japan to this day don't have they don't have a standing army.
and they have a standing army. Where did you get that one from?
No, Japan does not have a standing army. Everybody knows that for a fact.
Japan has a military. Come on.
They have a military, but they do not have a standing army. They have a reserve system. You go and find out today, Nigeria. Evidently, you don't know.
Okay, military size. Okay, let me say Japanese military size. Now I'm checking it out. The Japanese military size is bigger than ours. If I tell you that, what would you say?
They do not have a standing army. Everybody knows that for a fact.
They have 247,000 active personnel.
Right. Go and find out. That's not considered a standing
Oh
army.
my
That's
God.
they
Okay, now
actually have,
let
they
me
have
go
a
to the
reserve
Americans.
system.
Wait, let me go
I
to
use
that.
the word of standing army. Go and find out. They do not have a
Okay,
standing
okay.
army.
No,
They
so
don't.
now hold on now. Japan Ground Self Defense Force. Let me see what they call. That is technically the army. Okay, that's it's Japan Self Defense Force, also referred to as the Japanese Army. Come on, man. Okay, let me see. Is the land warfare branch of the Japanese Defense Force created July 1st, 1954. So they do have it. And they have more soldiers than
Go and
Nigeria.
find out. They don't have more soldiers than Nigeria. 2something thousand.
Oh my God, they have 250,000 active soldiers. I'm looking at the numbers
Nigeria
right
has
now
more than
and
Nigeria
have
has something around about almost 300 and something.
no, Nigeria doesn't have 300 and something. Nigeria has 200 and something thousand, around 220 and 50 something thousand, 50 something thousand is paramilitary. They are not even active personnel. Japan has 251 and 500 active personnel and 56,000 reserve personnel. So altogether, more than 300,000 soldiers. And their population is less than that of Nigeria. It's about
I'm
half
gonna
that of
I'm gonna
Nigeria.
report you. I'm gonna report you very soon because I'm pretty sure about that Japanese one.
No, I'm looking at the data here, so I don't know how you're going to. You said you want to go and fight with all these people that put up data out there. So I'm just giving you the data as I see it. So now they see any nation that has gone through the trauma, they wake up and they never make that mistake again. If you look at Saudi Arabia, even all these countries that have been to war, they've been to war before recently. We've not been to war recently where we fought a first world power and we saw fire. Then you will decide that you know what. Now I know that you have to earn your way in this world and you fight to put
Okay,
your
so
country
tell,
right.
Really,
tell us,
to Nigeria, have
no,
the Afghans end their way? Have the
Arrow,
Afghans end their way?
Arrow,
The
hold on. So tell us one reason why we will have any confrontation with the West right now. What we spring? Why would we, given a scenario where we would then have to face like an America or
only way we could be a problem right now for the West,
Mhm,
let's say Russia gains influence like the way they gain in the Sahel and they expand their influence all the way down to Nigeria and take over
mhm,
Nigeria. And we now start supplying China a lot of resources and Russia. They are becoming richer.
mhm.
And America wants to confront China because of this. One of the ways they can do that is taking us out of the equation. In other words, they could come after us as a nation to disable.
No, but we already supply China and Russia.
Yes, we already supply China and Russia right now, but America doesn't consider it a problem. The
So
one
why
that
would
they
they?
consider,
When would it become a problem if you're already doing it now?
when they decide that you should stop doing business with China and Russia, like
They
they
can't,
did in
they
the
can't, they
50s.
can't just tell you to stop doing. Why would they just tell you?
But Russia has been under sanctions for more than 4 years.
They did that in the 50s and 60s when they completely blockaded China. Completely, nothing goes through to China. If you dare to try to trade with China, then you have a big problem with America, and that could repeat itself again. As a matter of fact, the pattern
Wait,
is
wait, wait. To Niger, Russia has been under sanctions for more than 4 years. So what are you talking about?
that is Russia at the moment. I'm talking about the question was about how would we be a problem. We don't always see the scenarios that play out. These ones I'm talking about is just one. There are so many ways it could play out. You be just there minding your
So
own
to
business
Niger, if
and
you
you
have
become
nuclear
a
bomb, they
casualty.
won't be able to sanction you, right?
So that now the reason why I think they may come after us is because when they are going after their enemy, it's not only attacking the enemy state because they know China has nuclear weapons. So they could just attack the nations that are supporting China. Look at what happened in the Middle East recently. Israel went after Hamas, go after Hezbollah, and they go after Houthis before they went after Iran. That is how it works. You might be the smaller party just because you are aligned to the other nation. They could take you out of the equation because it's a military strategy. Deprive the other nation of the resources that they need. It means that they cannot fight for long enough, or at least they will be disadvantaged. So you
So,
might be
so, so,
standing on your own, minding your business, and you
Mhm.
become a casualty.
So tell us how. So we did attack our oil rigs. Like, how would they take us out? Really?
One of the ways they could do it is they might come after you and overthrow the regime and put somebody that suits them to do their bidding.
But they do that
Like
already
like
now.
like like Peter Obi.
I don't know who, but they can find. Why are you
So,
bringing
but
up into this now?
for that, hold on. They already have influence in our politics already. That's nothing new.
Yeah, but I'm saying you asked the question, which is
Mhm.
a thought experiment. I'm saying that in that thought experiment, say we became more aligned to the China and they wanted it to stop. That we shouldn't be giving all these
They will
resources to
now
China.
make it almost like Nigeria. So we're going to remove this guy because he doesn't. They will openly declare that, and you think that will be okay?
That's what they did to Syria. Syria was supporting Iran, and they completely said they even supported ISIS. I think from what I gather, they even trained ISIS. They supported
Mm-hmm.
ISIS to destabilize Syria. They supported the
Mm-hmm.
Kurds to destabilize Syria, and they were stealing Syrian oil.
Don't they fund Boko Haram right now? The West.
Exactly. So they are stealing.
And so I'm saying that it's nothing. It's not making that it's coming. It's already. It's nothing new. Like it's
No,
already
it's
here.
nothing new. But if you think this is the way they would leave it, if they feel that will become a bigger problem, they will act. They will this thing increase it in such a way that they will, or they might just do it themselves.
So Niger, do you think a nuclear bomb would have stopped Boko Haram?
No,
Okay. So you can't really
So
you
why should
can't
we put $50 billion into it?
because Boko Haram is the least of your problem in the world.
Oh,
Really? Tonight, when are you going to buy tickets to go and defend the motherland with
Because the
this
truth is
your?
that I have said it before. Maybe your enemy doesn't have a name, a tag on their head right now, but they exist out there because international politics is in such a way that it's about interest. And if you are no longer their interest, you become a problem for them. And if you don't have any way of defending yourself, then you become a casualty. That's how it works. It's not personal. It's not even evil. It's just how it works. And if you
Okay.
are naive not to defend yourself, then it's your fault. Actually,
To Niger.
Then to Nigeria, why does Ethiopia not defend itself with nuclear
who
weapon? I mean, they were Ethiopia. They were invaded by Italy before. Why they don't feel that urge to defend against a foreign country because it has already happened once before today?
because they were defeated. If you are defeated, you don't have a chance to rebuild yourself. So they will.
so Niger's biggest fear is that one day this Oyibo man will just wake up and just say, let's nuke this nigga area. Let's just, they'll
If you
just
don't
nuke
have that,
Nigeria.
you see that's how he's laughing about it. If it was them,
So
they would.
Niger's fear is that one day America will just wake up and just say, they'll just nuke Nigeria.
This is one of the things. I don't know whether I should like it about Igbo people or I should hate it. But if they feel there is a problem, they will not sleep until they solve that problem. They will not go to sleep. They are that kind of person. That's the way they behave. If they see a threat that is coming, even if the threat is not close to them yet, they'll start preparing. These people want to spend $1 trillion on defense.
So you want to create the threat by trying to be a nuclear bomb. I mean, threatening them.
To
That's what you
Nigeria,
want
have
to
you
do.
ever thought
They
of
want to
creating a
spend one
political
trillion
party?
dollars on defense when Russia has not even attacked any country outside Ukraine. As a matter of fact, It's just 20% of Ukraine. All this war is going on, and they want to spend $1 trillion on defense. These are paranoid people, and we that are living on $1,000 GDP per capita, that we have a population that is growing, that needs protection and needs something to do. We are saying, we shouldn't do anything to protect them. I feel sorry because when they say in the Bible, the day of judgment will come, and that day when it comes, pray you are not naked. Iran had that day of judgment recently, and
So
thank
so
God they were not naked when
so
they came.
so, so you're
Like,
saying
like
that
it was.
you see that we don't have. Okay, from your side, I can see where you say if we become an economic power, we will need this to for our own interest, and maybe we should start working on that now. But two things can be right at the same time. While you're working on this nuclear weapons, there has to be some kind of vision towards building the economy and
Oh
knowing
yeah,
that when
no,
you
I
get to
agree
a
with you hundred
level,
percent. I agree
you
with you hundred
will,
percent.
you will. So, but I'm saying that there's no economic vision yet.
No,
That
no,
would,
I have an economic vision now. Come on.
no, but we know. So, where's the implementation? Have you seen any
The
policy of
economic
this?
vision. See, if you want to build an economy, you have to start being able to do value added manufacturing, and the base of doing that is
Yeah, exactly. They're so basic that we've not even figured that out yet. Until you can figure that out, don't discuss nuclear weapon.
no, no,
Once you
no.
get that done,
Sorry. Don't say we've not figured it out. We know how to do it. It's because our leaders are not
but
doing it.
my point is, but we're not doing it. Is the point I'm trying to make? But we're
Okay.
not doing it.
When you say
You
we're not
can
figuring
know,
it,
you can know all you want, but if you don't implement, once you can start figuring out the basics, then concurrently you can then say, okay, we know where we're heading in the next 20 or 30 years. We're going to need this nuclear weapon in 30 years. Let's start building the economy and also working on this on the side. That way, when you get there, you have it ready.
see, one of the things, if it was me, one of the things I would commission if I was like a leader, I would set, commission Nigerians that are going to learn how to build nukes, that are going to learn how to build this thing, all kinds of different technologies. I will get them to learn it. They don't have to build it, especially nuclear one. They don't have to build it to learn it just in case, and maybe even build the structures just in case. Yeah, because nobody's going to come and attack you for just building structures, just in case. You see what I mean? So now, when you are building the economy and growing, and you get to a point whereby you know that you are becoming a problem for a lot of people, and people want to come and take your stuff, then you could go in the direction of actually start developing some of all these things. You see what I mean? And they will not have any a way of stopping you because your
So
technology is
Niger,
fast enough.
I want you to be honest without your sanctimonious and your stuff you like to do. Do you think we would have nuclear weapon before our lifetime? Do you think it's possible in Nigeria, for example?
When you say lifetime, how many years?
Do your calculate your age and then think how long you will live. That's the
Add
lifetime.
50, add 50 years to it.
Okay, let's say 40, 50 years. It's not impossible. That's what I will tell you. Things can change very, very rapidly. China went from nuclear to one of the first world nations in under 50 years.
Babati, I think you need to intervene in the affairs of our dear brother to Niger.
Yeah, I say the man needs that next now to calm
The
down.
man,
Yeah, I
I
don't know
am
what he's trying to
afraid
do.
that he's
When
about
they
to
give
go
you
over the
facts, why
edge.
are you saying I need Xanax? When they give you data, you don't
No,
bother
no,
to vet the
no.
person.
To Niger,
It's
go and
paranoia
look
now.
at it. I've sent you a direct message there. Go and look at it. Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution prohibits the establishment of a military.
I'm
So
You
if
drinking.
have it.
I'm
Why
drinking
you busy
nuclear
checking
beer
this thing?
now.
That was 1940 something. Now they have it. I'm
no,
telling you,
their
you have
Article 9,
it now.
their constitution. Go and look at Article 9 of their
Let me
constitution.
find the
It says
video.
it explicitly now. I mean,
Can
come
I
on.
can I ask Tunaja one question? Tunaja, on the African continent, if Nigeria starts working on their nuclear weapons and they're building it, Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, they will all want one, right? So, how many countries do you think for the black race, like you put it? how many countries do we need to have nuclear weapons for us to be safe from the West?
But South Africa have one now.
I
South
mean, like
Africa, South Africa doesn't.
they stopped doing that in the 90s. Remember, they had to do make
They
that deal with.
dismantled their nuclear
So
technology
I'm asking, but
and
for
everything.
the black world protection, according to providers, how many black countries do you think we need
You
to have
just
nuclear
you
weapons?
just you just need a major nation. That's all. Just one nation. That's
Just
all.
one. Just so let's say Nigeria would just then be the cover for all black nations. I mean,
It's possible with that.
okay,
Yes.
I'm just interested.
You just need one. I think it doesn't have to be multiple. But a continent like Africa and a population that is going to be well over 2 billion in the coming, couple of decades, then I think it is recommended at least two have it because most
If all these
regions
black countries get
have
nuclear bomb, they will start nuking each other over jollof rice.
okay, you see that?
Trust me.
Look at this one has started again. This one has started again. All this baby, you started again now. That they will start nuking each other. Yeah, it's not. It's just not. It's not optional. It's just what it is, and it's not because Igbo people are wicked. It's not because Chinese people are wicked. It's just how the world works. You can't ignore it. You
So
either do
Naija,
it
do you
or die.
sleep at night? When you sleep at night, your
Of course, I
dreams.
sleep now.
What are your dreams made of?
My dream is made up of like everybody else's dream. You know,
No,
Nuclear
I don't
weapons.
think so. No,
a
no,
Two
no.
knowledge.
Niger,
That's
two Niger dreams with a. He has a vision of him with the red button with the time clock just counting 3, 2, 1.
What is the matter with you guys, man? This is it's just. I think the reason why many people bulk are talking about it because they think it's not for us to talk about. I think we should be able to talk about these things. At least that's where you start from.
It's
So
a
that
madman's desire. It's a madman's desire.
no,
That's why most people don't
no,
talk
no,
about
no.
To
it.
Niger, to Niger, you dey hear wetin I talk?
What's it?
Okay, my this thing not be connect enter first. I don't know what they happen again. See, we you they tell us say make we not make foundation, but make we just
Okay, it's falling off. Okay, that's fine. Uh, what what I'm saying, the Japan. I'm looking at Japanese army here. I don't know why this guy keeps saying they don't have army. They have army. You want me to show you?
Go and look at Article 9 of their constitution. Oga.
That is old school. They were not even supposed to be making nuclear fissile material, yet they have it now. What are you talking about? Nobody follows these rules that you're talking about anymore. Everybody's arming themselves to the teeth. Yeah, say this thing. Japanese is building weapons. Now, even Germany is not supposed to be doing some of the things they are doing now, but they are doing it now because it's a long time ago. Second World War is a very long time ago. They have,
You dey hear which I talk now to Niger.
I can
Now
hear
they
you
hear they clear.
loud clear.
Okay, look, you are just recommending us to build skyscraper, and we don't have the know-how to dig the foundation. It's not going to work. It's still going to be problematic. Take for example, now we just really have the nuclear weapon. With the reality of our political system, economic system, eh, what value will it have to us? We will not tell the West, you know what? Because we are nuclear power, yeah, get out. Here come a country we can't even manufacture anything, and even those things they claim we are manufacturing, you go there, they address that's not what they are doing. Majority of the basic needs of Nigeria are imported. So in that case, that's not what we need. Even Pakistan that have it, that country look like shit. Oh, if you look at it, there's nothing to emulate there. Even they have local technology. Some of them are very good. That we can even copy and advance it. But they are not doing well. So the best thing we need is to look inward, start manufacturing things that will not put us in the eyes of those that hate us, that they start monitoring us. For example, if we go nuclear, we're going to be an enemy of America, enemy of the entire Western country. What do we have to resist them when they start coming? Ask yourself that question. That's the angle I'm coming from. Personally, I don't know of other people. We don't need that. We don't even need to think of that. Let's think for something else. Think about other things that can help us as a people. Look, the stone they are taking from our land, they are still the one that will tell, oh, this stone is good for battery. We don't have the know-how to even know what they are we don't even know the know-how to know the importance or the use of those stones. They are the one that will still come and tell you, oh, this land crude oil and I did below here. So what do we need this kind of something for? I don't understand where you
To
are coming from.
Naija, you don't want to be giving black man weapons. I mean, his history tells it. Whenever you harm black people, we use it anyhow. Even everywhere there's guns around black people,
Say,
you shoot anyhow.
We are
You
telling
understand?
me that
say
So
Israel
if
it's
is
very
better.
clear when you start giving us
To
nuclear bomb,
Niger,
we know that.
if
let me
we
give you one
It's
scenario. To Niger, let me give you one scenario. Let's
America
say
is
by
killing them. They're all
some
using it.
madness. To Niger, wait, let me give you one scenario. By some madness, we shall elect someone like Tony. Tony becomes the president.
Or
What do you think
pastor.
Tony? What do you think Tony? What do you think will Tony's first? Tony will just launch the whole of North, everything
Pastor will
from
bomb
Benue,
Fulani, man.
everything from Benue Airport. Tony for just wipe them out, no.
Aro,
Yes.
you are looking for trouble, Aro.
It's true. Black man, give black man that kind of weapon. They don't. Black man's stepper is too short, man. I
I
mean,
don't think so.
even here in America, they harm every neighborhood. But if you go to black neighborhood, they'll start shooting every time. I mean,
and
we just
also
we're not a people who want to give that kind of stuff, man.
and also our political system is not strong enough. It's not matured enough to handle that.
And
I
the thing
think
is, the
the reason
people, the
why we
black people
believe
will start
this.
nuclear. It's another black people.
Let me
If
even the
you give
political,
Nigeria a nuclear
even
bomb today, the country Nigeria will
the,
nuke will be another black country. It's not even going to be
Quick
a Igbo
question. I
country.
want to ask Mike, quick question. Do Nigerians even have a sense of nationhood to begin with?
Exactly. So you want to give a bomb to one side, the Igbo man, the first people you nuke is the Northerners, or
no, it's not
so.
going to.
No, where Yoruba people dey waiting for even my Northerners.
There's
All you Yoruba,
probably Yoruba with the
Agbadorians,
first nuke.
Agbadorians, must get rid of it before the people.
I don't know why you know full well that that's not how people behave.
That's the way we
Wait,
have, man.
two Niger, let me tell you what happened
To
recently.
Nigeria, the
Okay.
black man hate other
Ordinary
black men.
worry,
Trust me.
to,
ordinary worry over there. Two
to,
Niger, ordinary worry over there because of local government and INEC. INEC be doing
Ichekiri will nuke
zones.
Ijo quick.
And you took Mike worry over there at the moment. Do you know there was a serious issue of them actually like building up like stockpiles of ammunition and
Against the
small
Ijo
arms?
people, right? Ijo and
Yeah,
Ichekiri.
because of local government issue, because of local government rezoning and INEC
yeah,
rezoning local government, just small
it's
issue like
happening.
that.
Okay,
They were about to
so
wipe each other out.
okay,
Serious
there's
issue.
even
You
something
just
for
worry there.
okay, there's
Do you
even
know if South
something for
Africa
those
and
people
Nigeria
that
had
don't
nuclear bomb, they would have
Im-
went to nuclear war by now.
imagine people that doesn't even have gun. They draw a map that involve other people without consultation and go to somewhere and be declaring a republic.
Look at what happened with OBG and Cameroon. Imagine some crazy guy fighting over land. They will have, Bakassi will have been something else. Just look each other.
So,
So,
if Nigeria have it, to be frankly speaking, the tendency for them to use it against themselves
They will use it against themselves
is even
now.
higher
Why are we saying that if we have
than
it, we have
those
used it
enemy you are putting.
when we have more power, we have not even touched them.
no, but that goes to my point. To Nigeria, okay, let's look at the current political landscape in Nigeria. Ask yourself, this crop of politicians in Nigeria, can they handle that? They can't handle that responsibility. The ones you have right now,
It's
ADC,
not
PCP,
very top. And I must say, many Nigerians see. This is why I said we
the
are not ready
quality, no,
to
the
see people.
quality you have in politics does not, you shouldn't, not for now. The quality is not, you don't have any, I don't see any one of them that can actually hand that response for now. Maybe down the road,
Maybe
you
maybe you
mature.
are right from that point of view. That's the only thing I would say to you, in the sense that we as a people still think it's optional, and we don't understand the importance of the necessity of doing these type of things. We just think it's optional, like it doesn't matter. You can still
My,
model along without
okay,
it.
to Nigeria, also look at it from this angle. The reason why you say we should have it is because of West. The
Not
medicine we
just
want
the
to
West.
drink.
Anybody that is technologically and militarily stronger than, including China, Japan,
Okay,
yeah,
good.
India.
Okay.
I fear India maybe even more
And
than.
wait now, and these people, you depend on them for your medicine, your car, anything you want to use, your high glass,
Mhm.
Even
your clothes,
the broadband they are using right
even
now,
okay, yeah, even I
They
don't even
also
know what
depend
else
on
you are
natural
going to
resources.
mention.
So what?
It's like okay, let me just use the word. We depend on them for everything
Hmm.
to survive.
Midwest, imagine Yemsin Wike president with nuclear weapons.
And
you go
we
first
cannot
take
even print
the name
money.
of all
We need
you
we
first
need
take the name
we
of
need
all
money
these
to run
village, first
the
wipe it out.
Wike
we
and
can't
Trump.
even
Which one
print
who is crazier?
to
I don't know.
look to Nigeria, the money you need to even run your economy, you cannot even print it on our own. So automatically, I don't even know
what we need it for.
I
Guys, you
think
can't
I
tell
don't
us that
think we
what
print
we
our
need.
currency now. Nigeria prints its currency
Yeah, we
now.
have meeting. We have meeting. We
So,
have a Nigerian
we,
meeting thing now. We meet some money now.
what are you talking about? The central bank, former central bank told you that there was a delay because of the other one that did come from somewhere else.
That delay was political. Now we have a meeting. Like we have the Nigerian meeting was the now.
Nigeria,
My
that
brother, when they
that
start
Nigeria is one of
when
the
they
that
start
countries.
meeting.
printing it,
Let me
they
sorry,
will tell
Jerry.
you
Can I come in?
the chemical
That
they
meeting
give that
company does
money so
not
so
print.
called.
That meeting company does not print currency. Does not print
Okay,
currency. Just
Is that
it
not what they
just
were meant
prints.
for?
No, but before they stopped printing currency during maybe Mohammed time.
Why?
I don't know. They stopped printing currency during Mohammed Muritala Mohammed's time.
But
They
I
only
mean, they
print.
get budget. I mean, that's what they
Let me
were
tell you what they
established
were
for now.
printing before. They were printing.
I
They
think
print
this
other
my brother this
security,
I
this
think they do
that
INEC.
is
They do the INEC stuff as well. The INEC.
other security document, postal order, money order, bank draft, bank checks. Later, we're not even printing bank checks again. We have Nigerian they have bankers warehouse where they print
Oh my,
checks and all this
okay.
stuff. So
Even that
oh
means
my
when we
God,
cut them off, we can't even pay salary. To that, do you
pe-
see the reality of that? My
oh my
brother, we
God,
should talk
this
of
is scary,
attention.
man. This is scary. Let me. Do you know how many? I just checked some data now. Do you know how many aircrafts Nigeria have? Does anyone know? That's military aircrafts that we
I
have.
don't think Nigeria. I don't think we have up to 20 in service, like in
Um,
active service that we can deploy right now. I don't even
and
think we have up to 20.
mm,
Now, when you say aircraft, are you talking about fighter planes or helicopters? Because obviously,
no, all
aircraft is.
our military aircraft, any aircraft tied to the military to start with, then we become military.
I'd say probably less than 50 anyway. I don't think we have more than 50
I think
altogether.
we may have more than that. I think
Surveillance.
in terms of aircraft, including helicopters and everything else,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Nigeria has 163 aircraft.
I
Readiness, the
doubt
one
they're.
that is
I
ready,
doubt
is
they're in service.
90, and jet fighters we have 8. Attack types 13, and special missions 6. Maybe helicopters, all those ones are transport, fixed transport.
No, special missions will be surveillance and all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah, helicopters, and this in 36 helicopter. Most of them is helicopter, really. And let me show you that of Japan. That is quite scary. Nigeria has a total of 163, if I'm not mistaken, 163, and the total of Japan's is 1,443. 1,443 this in military aircrafts, and the readiness is 1,082.
You some more question to Nigeria.
Then
Wait, make I ask you before you dey compare elephant with ant. So wait, those those Nigeria helicopter, how
elephant
many
we
where they
had.
buy for
So
South
now we are
Africa?
ants. Oh, this is sad.
Wait
Eh?
now, wait,
Now we are
because
ants.
our helicopter, you know, say some of them day where they buy, where they paid for South Africa, abandoned one. You know, see them. So how
Those
many
ones,
if you
the helicopter is
how many
36.
they count?
It's
Okay, how many
36
they count just this
helicopters.
36 from inside
36
that one?
helicopters. No, no,
Okay,
no.
okay,
All of them. No,
what
the
sort of
total,
helicopters
the
in Nigeria?
total is 36.
What sort of
No,
helicopter
no, no.
is
They
it?
said
Are
the
those
stock is six.
Apaches
No, no. Sorry,
or
sorry.
what?
The stock of helicopter is 66, and the readiness one is 36. You know that was the ones that are
Most
actually
of those
ready.
helicopters are VIP. The only attack helicopters we have are the ones named this MI
It's eight.
35s.
It's 8 attack helicopters we have here.
Yeah, MI 35s. That's what they use. MI 35s.
So
That's what they
j-
use.
often jet fighters is a more strategic one in terms of being able to protect
Even the
yourself.
jet fighters, we
How
only have
many jet
jetty.
fighters to Niger?
They
8.
don't get past 8 now.
8.
JF, they have about
Eight.
4 GF
Oh, the
17s.
guy said
There are 3 or 4
eight.
GF 17s
Are you
now. They don't
shocked?
get plenty. Yes,
Eight.
now.
Do you know how many Japan has? Why we have 8 jet fighters? Japan
America
has
has over 1,000.
Japan. I don't think America.
Did you say over
Maybe I
8,000?
will
Did
check
you say
America.
over? Did you say over 8,000? Over 10,000? Over 50,000? Over
No,
America
I
8,000?
has
don't think
about
so. No, 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 no,
1,200,
no.
I think.
Yes.
200 and
I
something.
don't think America has over 10 military strength. Let's check it out. I don't think they have that many actually. They
I
have
think
a
they have
lot,
What
a
are you
but I don't
1,000.
talking
think they have that many.
They
Let
have
me
a
see.
1,000.
about?
1,000 possibly in terms of jet fighters is possible, but let me confirm.
More
America,
than that.
America Air Power, 13,000 aircrafts that they have, which is a lot. Jet fighters is 1,343 jet fighters, and attack helicopters. Wow, 4,000 something. These they really have a lot of military hardware. To be
And you know
fair,
what? That's active. Oh, that's active. Don't think about all the ones that they've retired that they actually have that can
to
always they can be commissioned.
Niger question. You think America will just come out within you? They'll come list all the plane where they get. Are you convinced?
no, whether they list it, they don't
So
list it. What they have,
sometimes
you can say that maybe they exaggerated it because that is quite a
no,
lot.
no. Wait, my brother.
Mhm.
When you read something, sometimes you go digest on your own. That's why they ask you questions. You too they believe whatever you read inside Google. That kind of thing not the help person.
You
The
can only go with
America
what you
will come
know.
tell you exactly how many aircraft where they get. Huh?
You can only go with what you know. You
And
can't
okay, what of the
go
one where they don't
beyond.
what of the one where they don't commission and yet it
Yeah,
can still fly? They keep us somewhere. Where they don't decommission, where they don't see they don't want to use again. Make we forget about this topic. You not going for I don't know why you they compare ant with elephant. Wait, may we go think of how to
we
build
are not. We are
bullet.
not.
May
We
we
are
not
not
the
ants. Oh. This one you keep making us look like ants. You
ant
know,
there.
Yes,
ants.
jet
Other people
fighter is
can still
ant.
watch.
I can tell you, I can tell you for a fact that America have more than 5,000 jet fighters. You know why? Okay, so I just checked the F-16. The F-16 is probably their most used jet fighter. Yeah, they have 4,600 F-16s were manufactured, and I can tell you that about 80% of the F-16s that are manufactured are actually deployed with the American Air Force, the American Marines, and the Navy. So for a fact, they probably have at least 2,000 F-16s. Now we're talking
They
about the
can't. They
F-16.
can't.
No,
They
no,
can't have. It's a lot of
wait,
aircraft. They can't have.
wait,
Where are they going to park
wait,
them? Even they don't have
wait,
that much.
they have bases around the world. They distribute them across. They have F-16s, they have F-15s, they have F-18 Onyx, they have F-35s, they have F-22s. I mean, come on. I can't even keep listing and then they have all their drones. Ah, come on. They have easily more than three
Very
to 4,000
interesting.
jet fighters.
It's very
Easily.
interesting. I don't know. Maybe you are right.
Go
Maybe
and
you're
look at the
not right.
manufacturing. Go and look at the
See,
numbers of
when we start doing
manufactured
this thing,
aircraft. And
hold
then
on.
you
When
have
we
the
start doing this thing where we start manufacturing aircraft because we suspect something, we have to go by the evidence that we have so far, and that's all we can because otherwise we can start making aircraft from thin air. So what I can see here, America has 13,000. They have by far the most aircraft. I think even more than Russia and China put together. And but China has significantly high number of jet fighters relative to the total number because they have 13,000 it's in 3,000 aircraft, 3,300 aircrafts, but 909 of them are jet fighters. If you look at America's one, they have 13,000 aircraft, but 1,300 is the jet fighter. So it's almost like 1/10 of Nigeria. This in America's aircraft is jet fighters, while in China is about 1/3. So China ramped up their own jet fighter build, maybe because they don't value the other, maybe helicopters. They are not looking to
Why do you
maybe.
think
China
China
have been
ramped
building.
up
They've
the
been
building?
building. They've
The
been
build.
building.
Why do you think that, Tunaja? Is it not
Uh,
because of the competition? It's not because of China already had nuclear bomb, but they are increasing the jet fighters because they realize that it's not only nuclear bomb is the solution.
of course, it's not only one solution now, but if you have jet fighters, they can now be able to also sell it and be able to defend their territory better. Because look at Iran. What happened to Iran? Israeli aircraft can easily go there and start bombing away because Iran doesn't have a
To
jet
Niger,
fighter to fight
to
back.
Niger, you are not even talking about the model of the aircraft, fighter jet, and everything. So it's not a matter of quantity. It's
Um,
a matter
I,
of
I think yeah,
quality.
China has consistently high
Yeah.
quality because it's not they've not been manufacturing for too long. So all the aircraft that they've made is relatively recent. But America has aircraft that goes
No,
way back.
no. When I'm talking about quality, effectiveness is also there. Just forget about China product. You see, all those Chinese aircraft cannot stand American aircraft.
No talk am
Even
o.
in
No talk am. No talk am. Don't even say it. Don't finish that statement because I have some decent knowledge
okay,
the
He
don't
he doesn't know that the Chinese are getting
don't
more
finish that statement.
quite advanced lately.
That statement is actually go and look at the war games that they done recently. And you go and read about the war games because you know you can buy. You know, there's actually a few like journals that actually discuss military capacity and military capability. You can check online. It's. Don't finish that statement. It is not true. They are really. You know, Japan and actually they are catching up to America when it comes to Muslim
But
naval
um,
carriers. They're actually catching up when it comes to naval carriers. They are building more
but
naval carriers
Aaron,
in a year than
Aaron,
anybody else.
you know, recently Pakistan used Chinese missiles and other stuffs against Russia now, against India, and a lot of them failed. A lot of them.
Well, now, think about it. Do you think they're going to give their best stuff away? Of course not. Nobody's giving their best stuff away. Okay, look at Russia.
Wait, wait.
Would anyone try? Okay, look at Ukraine. Ukraine have F-16s, okay, and they have a lot of military planes, okay, that have been donated by everybody. But
Hmm.
have they actually launched an airstrike against Russia, like an airstrike? They've been using unconventional stuff, you know, drones and all this kind of stuff. Because Russia are not going to give their best anti-air stuff to anybody.
Hmm. Hmm.
The best anti-air missiles in the world now are Russians. I think it's something 400. It will take anybody else. Even the Americans wouldn't even try it. The Americans will try and fly a plane
No,
over Russia.
wait,
They wouldn't dare.
wait. And as far as Russia air defense is concerned, NATO can penetrate it. I tell you,
Okay. Why
they've
have they not?
studied it.
Why have they not put a few? Why have they not put a few bombers over them? Every time
No,
the big bear, every time the big bear flies around maybe NATO
see,
countries, all of them are always afraid.
see, it's just like when people were exaggerating that Iran have air defense from Russia, from China, from
They
this, from
don't.
that.
They have the 300 and the
He
200. They don't have the latest
he
stuff.
took
They do not. Russia are not giving it because even Russia cannot make it. They can't make enough of the latest stuff. Even America, look at when America started supplying. Look at Britain, UK was supplying Ukraine, and they very quickly they ran out. They ran out of stingers. They themselves don't have enough stingers. Americans don't have enough stingers to be giving stingers to everybody else now.
no.
Nobody
What
has
I'm
enough
yeah,
stockpile of anything to be giving the
that's
best
what
stuff away.
that's what that is what Trump is afraid of because Trump don't want the West to get buck with Russia war, Russia Ukraine war, because the real enemy to America, according to them, is not even Russia, it is China. Their stockpile. Trump is really worried about you, Western world stockpile. They have been sleeping for many years, particularly this Europe. They've been like a parasite to United States, and that's why he's trying to wake them up. So because their stockpile is
My
so
worry
short.
is that we are going to be more of the victims of these people than the Chinese will be their victims, and because they have some of all these capabilities now that they are busy arming themselves with, like as if they already started a war. China, if you look at China's military readiness, they just seem like an average power. They are not like looking to dominate the world.
They are extremely, very, very, very ready and very active. They are disturbing. They are disturbing
They
all their neighbors. They are disturbing all their
They are
neighbors
building
now.
more ships than America now. That's one thing
Chop.
that
see
aircraft carriers are
it's
building more than
not
America. That's
Chinese.
for sure.
The only thing Chinese leaders are afraid of, they don't have combat experience. It's like America has been in wars in Second World War.
Yeah,
You
What?
that's
understand?
China
And
has
wherever,
combat experience. What are you saying? He fought in the
yeah, they
Vietnamese
don't.
War.
yeah,
The
but that's a
People's
long
Army
time
was
ago
was
now.
was was involved.
Yeah, that's
Wait,
a long time
this
In
ago.
fact, they fought the World War.
no,
I think they're more active in the World War than the American army.
no. Look at what I'm saying. Not. Let me just tell you, the Chinese are afraid of this since Second World War, modern war combat. They've never tested their army like the way America is. America is just like country that is fighting since the beginning of that Second World War. They've gathered experience in Asia. They've gathered experience within Europe here, and even with this Russia and all of them. For China, since they left communist, they have never tested their men, and they're only worried about that. And sometimes when they see the effectiveness of what Israel did in Iran, they understand Americans are fully involved. They are
Of
scared.
course.
I'm telling you, they are all leaders. And now look at Russia himself, the way Russia get bucked with that kind of let me go and take a country. They don't want that. So these are the only worries they have.
They have enough. They are built enough, and most of these equipment have never been tested. America equipment, if Israel doesn't test it, another country will test it. So
Chinese weapons were tested between India and Pakistan, and from
all
what
of
the
them failed.
from what the observers said, that
Majority of them
the
failed.
Chinese one, no, what are you talking about? The Chinese one brought down an Israeli this in Indian jets. Where are you getting your stuff from? Jeez, from what I gather, the Chinese, the Pakistani one brought down an Indian jet even. So I don't know where that tells you that.
Let me tell you something. I went to college, I went to university, and I studied engineering with some Chinese students. I studied engineering with them, these people. And if you think that they are not brilliant, you are in for a ruin. These guys are bloody intelligent. One of them stood up and solved an complex arithmetic equation in front of a lecturer who actually had a doctorate, a mathematics lecturer who had a doctorate degree at the time. And that man had not seen it solved that way before. So if you think that they are not brilliant, they are in for a new, they are bloody intelligent people. I've experienced them in the real world. They're
To be
they're not
frankly
they're not
speaking,
daft.
no, to be frankly speaking, they are brilliant at the West. It's just like there are some certain steps they want to build. That's what I'm talking about. They are very, very intelligent.
They are making progress faster than
Be-
people can think. I'm telling you, I've seen
That
them in
can think
action.
that is true.
They are
But
making
how
progress
if
faster than anybody can think.
If America going into war with China, inside war, China will learn. I'm telling you, they will correct their mistake. It's not going to be easy. They are intelligent. The way they sprang up is still like a misery to these Western countries. They were looking at them like Africa. You go and manufacture, come and sell for us. Now they are confused. They don't even know. German economy is sinking. Those most of the technology, because most of the equipment for industries, Germans are good in them. They are be exporting it to China. China are copying them. Now they want to start manufacturing their own. Is a big problem. And that economy, if it goes down, the whole of Europe is in trouble. So I don't really know. This West, frankly speaking, in the nearest future, if they don't wake up now, they can't even stand close to
But
China. We have to be
That
honest
is
with
the
them.
nature of the world. Empires they rise and they fall. If someone does it, you can't be empires rise and fall. The Romans were greater than this, they fell.
Evidence
The
that
Greeks were
India
great, they
lost
fell.
prized
Name
fighter
it.
jets during strikes on Pakistani controlled territory, a setback for the Indian military amid escalating tensions after last month's terror attack in the disputed region of Kashmir. But there's a stubborn reluctance here to admit even a single loss, let alone the 5 Indian aircraft that Pakistan insists it blasted out of the skies. So, as far as you're concerned, there have no Indian aircraft been lost during this operation.
Because if that was the case, and if something of that extent had happened, we would have said so.
But now, Indian eyewitnesses tell CNN they saw one aircraft plunging from the darkness in flames. French intelligence has already told us that a state-of-the-art Rafale fighter jet made in France and operated by the Indian Air Force was downed. Weapons experts now say this is likely to be the wreckage, possibly destroyed by Pakistan's Chinese-made warplanes in a stinging blow to India.
So to
So
Nigeria, this is the developments that nuclear weapon will give us, right? The way those countries look.
yeah, it's better than yours. Yours, you don't own it, and then they could come
No,
anytime
it's
and
not.
take the rest from you. Okay, let's put it this way. This one is better than chattel slavery. This one is better than slavery. This one is better than what happened to the Congolese in their country, where they were chopping their hands off because they were not producing enough rubber. So it could get worse. Don't assume that the current paradigm will remain like that. They could change it
Yeah,
because
we agree.
And it
We
could
are
get better too. We
two,
cannot put it only negative. It could also get better.
no, no, no. It will always get
two
like
Niger,
now. Now it has gotten better. Without
two
power, it
Niger,
will get worse sooner or later.
two Niger. Look, these guys, the West, they just messy us. As far as we are concerned, we are not willing to change. We are not willing to design anything for ourselves. Politically, we have never checked inward. And finally, to draw my conclusion, they have finished us with their finished product. I keep on saying it. As we speak today, we can't make our clothes. Locally, we can't produce those things we used to produce. We just depend on them totally. And you believe only with nuclear weapon they will be scared of us? Is Pakistan not scared of the United States? Even if you have a nuclear weapon, you think Pakistan will survive a war with America because they have a nuclear weapon?
They don't have to fight
No.
them. The point is that they will not be
Any
attacked.
any form of fight
Hold
is
on, you still
it
don't
may
get
not.
it. You
It
still
may,
don't get it. They will not be attacked. That's what I'm saying. If you attack
what do
them,
you mean they can never be attacked? What
And
Bin Laden had there? Did they
please,
went there and
Nigeria,
take him out?
that is
you
not
have to
an
make sure
attack. That is going after
you
Bin Laden.
What do you
But if
mean? You take out you shoot something inside another person's country without consultation? That is not an attack.
what I mean, you don't
having a nuclear
understand.
weapon doesn't give you the capability to attack another country except you have nuclear
Or you
ballistic
have
capability.
submarine or the right
Or
aircraft.
yeah, exactly. So even having nuclear weapon on its own doesn't give you the ability to strike
Of
a
course not.
long range
Mhm.
blade. You have to still develop technology that can be able to do that.
Yes, the moment anybody is able to build nuclear weapons, then you should be able to build the rest relatively easily. Because if you can control the explosion of
Not
subatomic
relatively easy. You
particles,
remember to Nigeria when nuclear weapon was first created, it was dropped by a plane. It
yeah,
wasn't. It didn't really started from distance. It was later on the technology advanced.
yeah, ballistic missile, yes, but
You know,
the point is that if you can build it with can control nuclear technology, you should be able to build submarines. You should be able to build aircrafts, ballistic missiles, because that is harder. Nuclear weapon is harder to do than the others. And so that is, gentlemen, we have to round up. I think we have gone long enough. This is 8 hours of this thing. I appreciate you all for your patience and all the discussions. I think you guys have done relatively well. I know that a lot of people are not very comfortable discussing these things because we don't discuss these things. Nobody teaches all this stuff in school. They teach us economics, civics, and all the rest. Nobody teaches all this stuff. It's
Nuclear
all about
weapon is cool. That they should add it to the curriculum.
security now. Come on, it's not only
Okay,
nuclear weapon. There are
okay.
so many aspects of security now. It's not only nuclear
So
weapon.
yeah, so you're learning Yoruba, but they need to add
Look at
security
that.
to it.
Yeah, yeah,
English,
yeah.
mathematics, nuclear weapon,
So
uranium.
we appreciate you all for coming in. And so till next time, goodbye, everyone.